Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Chapter 1 The Dragon King's Family 1. Chapter 1 The Dragon King's Family Year 280 AC Westeros, the Riverlands Raventree Hall. Morning sunlight broke over the melting snow. In the study of the castle, a boy of about 11 or 12 sat by the window. He had silver hair, violet eyes, and wore a thick black tunic. One hand held a sketch pad, the other a charcoal pencil. He thought for a while, observed, then began to draw. With slow, deliberate strokes, a finely detailed sketch took shape: 3 oval eggs. Dragon eggs, he murmured. Setting his pencil aside, Daeron Targaryen glanced at the ivy sprouting green beyond the frosted window and sighed softly. 11 years had already passed. He wasn't born in this world. Daeron had been reincarnated, reborn into Westeros. Until the age of 4, everything seemed normal. Then one day, his past life memories returned. His father was Aerys II, the Mad King, the 17th and final ruler of House Targaryen. His mother was Queen Rilla Targaryen. Together, they had 5 children, 4 sons and 1 daughter. Daeron was the second son, third in birth order overall. His older siblings were Rhaegar and Shani. His younger brothers were Jaehaerys and Viserys, only 6 and 4 years old. But something was different, very different. In his previous life, Daeron had been a graduate student in agricultural science, helping his advisor with research, tending greenhouse crops, and relaxing with TV shows in his spare time. He'd watched Game of Thrones. From what little he remembered from the show, Aerys II had only 2 sons and 1 daughter. The others had either miscarried or died young. The surviving 3 were Rhaegar, Viserys, and Daenerys, who wasn't even born in this timeline yet. But here, Daeron already had a full set of siblings. All these differences began the year a red comet crossed the skies early, long before it was supposed to. Back in 267 AC, before Daeron's older sister Shani was born, his parents had been staying in Casterly Rock. Queen Rilla was heavily pregnant. Normally, she shouldn't have left King's Landing at all. But the lustful Aerys had chased Lord Tywin Lannister's wife, Lady Joanna, all the way to the Westerlands after his advances failed in court. In the original history, Rilla miscarried. This time, a red comet streaked across the heavens. Aerys took it as a divine omen and summoned Maesters to watch over Rilla carefully. She gave birth to a healthy daughter 2 weeks later. 2 years after that, Daeron himself was born in the Red Keep. Aside from a mysterious high fever at age 4, he grew strong and healthy. That was when he awoke, realizing something about his illness wasn't natural. Everyone knew Targaryens had unique traits: silver hair, violet eyes, beauty that bordered on inhuman and strange resistances. 1. They could endure high heat better than others. 2. They almost never caught colds. Since then, Daeron had watched everyone around him carefully, pretending to be just another curious child. He studied reading and languages, learning both the common tongue and High Valyrian. That knowledge revealed some unsettling truths. After his birth, his mother suffered 2 more tragic pregnancies, a stillborn son named Aegon and another baby lost before birth. It couldn't be coincidence. Someone was targeting them. Daeron remembered house histories, especially the chronicles of the Dance of the Dragons. King Viserys I, long ago, had experienced something similar. The family's decline began in his reign. After having his first child, every subsequent pregnancy ended in death or miscarriage. Viserys faced one problem: no male heir. Aerys, on the other hand, had too many sons. History, as they say, tends to repeat itself. Desperate for a son, Viserys drove his queen to die in childbirth and set his daughter as heir, sparking the civil war known as the Dance of Dragons. Later he remarried, fathered more sons, and upon his death, those sons and his daughter burned the realm in a war for the Iron Throne. Our family has always fallen the same way, Daeron sighed to himself. Over a century later, Maester still blamed Viserys I for half the bloodshed of that war. His indecision had cost House Targaryen nearly all its dragons. And Aerys too wasn't much better. He couldn't even secure his own court. When Daeron realized that pattern repeating, he couldn't just stand by. During his younger brother Jaehaerys' birth, Daeron stayed by his mother's side constantly. Even at night, he'd quietly check on the newborn every time the wet nurse came. Only when Jaehaerys survived his first name day did he finally relax. His vigilance seemed to work. When Rilla gave birth to Viserys later, everything went smoothly. With 4 sons and 1 daughter, Aerys lost interest in his wife and turned instead to mistresses. But the Red Comet's arrival had changed more than family fates. It had changed the world itself. Magic long dormant stirred again. The Citadel's glass candles burned once more with faint light. Pyromancers claimed to feel power returning. Daron even saw a fire mage named Rossard ignite a flame in his bare hand. No oils, no tricks. That part didn't shock him. Magic existed in the original story, after all. In time, dragons would even hatch again. But this resurgence was far stronger than it should have been. Across the land, a new substance appeared, something scholars called vital energy. It infused crops, wildflowers, and animal products alike. Vital energy wasn't magic. It wasn't some mystical treasure you could eat to become superhuman. The food still tasted the same, but a few exceptional knights could sense it, awaken it, and use it to push their bodies beyond normal limits. Those gifted warriors moved faster, hit harder, and fought longer, reaching the peak of their potential. Rigor was among them. For ordinary people, eating such foods gradually improved health and longevity. As a result, anything rich in vital energy became a luxury commodity across the realm. Nobles paid fortunes for it. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking pulled Daron from his thoughts. "Your Grace, the messengers from King's Landing are here again," came a voice from outside, a young knight in silver armor and a white cloak. Daron blinked, crumpled his drawing of the dragon eggs, and asked, "Sir John, who's here this time?" "Lord Owen, and Sir Gerald Hightower, the White Bull," John replied gravely. Daron nodded. "Then it's time to return. We can't make Uncle Tito's wait." Lord Owen Merryweather of Long Table, and Sir Gerald Hightower, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, both close to the crown, both men of the king's inner circle. Even expecting this, Daron was still surprised. His father clearly meant for him to return, no matter what. Raventree Hall belonged to House Blackwood. Earlier that year, Rigor had married Elia Martell of Dorne and moved to Dragonstone. King Aerys, furious, declared Rigor a traitor and threatened to strip him of his claim to the throne. Their estrangement had become public scandal. In contrast, Durin's gentle, loyal demeanor, caring for his younger siblings and treating Aerys with respect, made him a favorite son. The king openly adored him and often kept him close at court. Rumors spread quickly. Perhaps Prince Daron, not Rigor, would be groomed as heir. A dangerous honor. Rigor didn't care, his influence was already secure. Aerys, however, was losing his mind. Caught between an unstable father and a powerful brother, Daron had wisely excused himself, leaving the capital to serve as squire to Lord Tito's Blackwood in the Riverlands. Knighthood training and a convenient way to stay clear of royal madness. But his peace hadn't lasted. In just 2 months, King's Landing had sent messenger after messenger, each more insistent than the last. There was no delaying it now. When Daron entered the great hall, he saw the towering figure of the White Bull himself, Gerald Hightower, helmeted, cloaked in white, as imposing as a wall of steel. Beside him stood Lord Owen Merryweather, who brightened visibly at Durin's arrival. "Your Grace, finally, you've joined us," he exclaimed, stepping forward eagerly. Daron lifted a hand to stop him. "I know why you've come, my lord." And just like that, he ended the formalities. Chapter 2, Stardew Valley, the Otherworld 2.0. Chapter 2, Stardew Valley, the Otherworld 2.0. Count Owen blinked once, then broke into a smile. "Your Grace, you're returning to King's Landing." Count Tito's Blackwood, standing beside him, stepped forward at once. Daron moved faster. He caught the older man's calloused, sword-worn hand and spoke with genuine warmth. "Uncle Titos, I owe you so much for this time here." Titos, tall, broad-shouldered, the picture of an old-school knight, frowned. "King's Landing isn't safe. You'd be better off staying at Raventree until I knight you myself. I'll speak to his grace on your behalf." The man was blunt and straightforward, saying exactly what he thought. Daron smiled wryly. He really did like Titos, and for good reason. Their family lines were actually connected. His great-grandfather, Aegon V, the Unlikely King, or as some whispered, Egg, had once married Betha Blackwood. By that lineage, Titos was her distant descendant, and Durin's uncle of sorts. The Mad King, Aerys, never cared for such ties, but Daron had used them well and honestly. Getting to know the Blackwoods had been a side effect of fixing a royal mess. The feud between House Blackwood and House Bracken was one of the oldest in the Riverlands, more than 1,000 years of bad blood. Only a year before Rigor's marriage, the two families had clashed again. The Tullis, wardens of the Trident, were supposed to handle it, but House Tully lacked the authority to subdue nobles of that size. Eventually, the dispute reached the Iron Throne. Aerys listened to the report, scoffed, and forgot about it. "What's the point of you being my vassal if you can't even control your bannermen?" he'd shouted. When the matter landed on the desk of hand of the King Tywin Lannister, Tywin ruled that the Blackwoods were in the right. Aerys exploded. "So they all say Tywin is the true king, and I just wear the crown," he ranted. "Fine. If Tywin sides with the Blackwoods, then I'll favor the Brackens." That rash decision crippled the crown's relationship with House Blackwood, and in the original history, they stayed neutral during Robert's rebellion because of it. Daron hadn't let that happen. If the king wanted to take sides, he could help, just not the way Aerys expected. Playing his role as the dutiful second son, Daron volunteered to go. Aerys, delighted, agreed immediately. Once Daron arrived in the Riverlands, he brought the Tullis to the table, pretended to support House Bracken, and mediated the conflict. In reality, he forced the Brackens to return the land they'd stolen and pay compensation for damages and wounded. No one dared defy the prince. The Riverlords submitted quickly, and the Blackwoods gained a quiet ally in the Targaryen family tree. From that point, Lord Titos grew fond of the perceptive young prince. He saw Aerys' madness for what it was, but treated Daeron with honest respect without scheming or self-interest. "Yes, Uncle Titos. I'll be fine," Daeron assured him now, tightening his grip. His gaze flicked toward Owen. "Besides, my father plans to reward me for my work." At that, Owen nodded quickly. "Indeed, Your Grace." He knew what that reward meant, a plot of land. Bold of the young prince to ask it, but clever. Titos, reassured, sighed. "Then I wish you safe travels." The next morning, Daeron packed his things and joined the party bound for King's Landing. When they parted, he clasped Titos' hands one last time, reminding him to keep warm and avoid the chill. Even the stoic lord looked moved, nodding gruffly without speaking. 5 days later, King's Landing rose in the distance. Daeron rode a white horse in the middle of the group, flanked by the Kingsguard and nobles. "Your Grace, nearly there," said Owen, handing him a water skin. Daeron waved it off politely. Waiting until no one else was close, Owen lowered his voice. "Your Grace, you're clearly favored by His Majesty. Why go through the trouble of asking for your own estate?" For Targaryens, the title Prince of Dragonstone was the sign of heirship. "If Dragonstone's rigors now, do you think he'll just hand it over?" Daeron answered with a faint smile. Owen had no reply. Daeron nudged his horse ahead, ending the conversation. Sir Gerald Hightower the White Bull waited at the front of the column. When Daeron drew near, the old knight gave a small, dignified nod. Daeron returned the gesture, saying nothing. No, he didn't want Dragonstone, and even if he did he wouldn't win it. But that wasn't the point. Suddenly, a faint shimmer of light appeared before his eyes, a translucent board with bold letters across the center. Stardew Valley Interface. His personal system. A panel granting him the skills of that peaceful farming and life simulator he'd played in his past life, tending land, fishing, mining, crafting, and combat. Ironically, it was meant as an escape from city burnout, and now, he needed a piece of land to activate it. That was the real reason for his reward request. "Your Grace, Red Keep ahead," came Sir Gerald's deep voice. Daeron looked up. The massive black iron gates loomed before them, flanked by twin crimson dragon banners fluttering in the wind. They'd arrived. "Second brother. Over here." From atop the ramparts, a silver-haired boy of 6 or 7 waved excitedly. Daeron laughed and dismounted, stepping into the courtyard just as the boy sprinted toward him and crashed into his arms. He caught the little one easily. "Jaehaerys," he said warmly. It had been months since he'd seen his younger brother. "Second brother, was the Riverlands pretty?" the boy asked eagerly. "Beautiful, all rolling hills and rivers," Daeron replied, smiling. They talked and laughed as they walked through Maegor's Holdfast. "Father's been in a foul mood lately," Jaehaerys whispered. Durin's eyes softened. "Don't worry. His anger's for Rhaegar, not us." Jaehaerys nodded silently and clung closer. Laughter echoed, nearby voices of young girls drifting through the air. Through a stained-glass window, Daeron caught sight of 3 girls playing in the courtyard garden, their bright skirts swirling as they ran. One, a stunning blonde with milk-pale skin and vivid green eyes, looked radiant under the sunlight. Jaehaerys tugged his sleeve. "Brother, let them be," Daeron said lightly. "Come on." The throne room. 1,000 enemy swords forged into a single jagged seat of power. The Iron Throne towered above, its sharp edges gleaming in the torchlight. Beneath it lay a thicket of blades, isolating the king from the world below. Daeron entered alone. A tall figure sat slumped on the throne, long silver gold hair falling messily over his face, muttering to himself. Daeron approached quietly, familiar with the sight. But before he could step closer, both Yonathor Derry and Sir Gerald half drew their swords, blocking his way. Daeron stopped, eyes glancing subtly over the room. Only one more Kingsguard stood guard at the steps. No others in sight. To the right stood 2 men, a bent old maester in grey robes, Grand Maester Picel, and a portly man with a powdered, smiling face dressed in black silk. When their eyes met, that man offered a small, polite bow, hands tucked within his sleeves. It was the Master of Whisperers, the Spider himself, Varys. Chapter 3 The Land Grandfather left me. "You little brat, where have you been?" Aerys suddenly roared, his violet eyes flashing with madness and fury. The outburst was enough to send Grand Maester Picel trembling and make Varys' faint smile freeze in place. Everyone knew it, the Mad King was dangerous. And now his madness was aimed at his favorite son. "The Riverlands, father," Daeron answered calmly. Aerys' breath came heavy. "Where exactly?" Daeron brushed past the 2 drawn swords blocking his way and said clearly, "The Riverlands. By your command, I chastised House Blackwood and earned the respect of both the Blackwoods and the Brackens." He stepped forward toward the Iron Throne, slow, measured, but fearless. Meeting his father's burning gaze, he added, "Now the Riverlands sing of your mercy and justice, father. They long to see the face of their gracious king." It was shameless flattery and flawless delivery. But Aerys believed it. "Really?" he muttered, almost doubting himself. Daeron nodded earnestly. "Even Lord Titos Blackwood spoke of your majesty's wisdom with deep admiration. He insisted I stay as his guest for months longer. I had to remind him that the king's summons cannot be ignored." Aerys burst out laughing. Ha, of course. I am the king. Seeing the madness pacified, Daron exhaled quietly. He'd learned long ago that the only way to manage his father's moods was through careful words, a kind of manipulation wrapped in filial piety. From childhood, he'd talked his father down from bouts of anger time and again. As the saying goes, communication builds bridges. And Daron, being both patient and clever, had built a strong one across the storm of Ares' mind. When the king finally relaxed, he waved Daron closer for details. Daron didn't hesitate. He stepped up the twisted, blade-forged steps of the Iron Throne. As he passed the guards, he nodded politely. "Thank you for your service, Ser Barristan." The silver-haired knight inclined his head. "A king's guard does his duty, your grace." Barristan the Bold, a living legend. His courage rivaled Ser Riam Redwine and Prince Emon the Dragon Knight before him. Among the 7 White Cloaks, even Lord Commander Gerald Hightower deferred to him when it came to the king's personal safety. Daron spoke softly as he reached the throne's final step. He spun a gentle tale, one that made Ares smile again, guiding him through words and gestures into momentary peace. "May I tend to you, father?" Daron asked. Ares nodded, entranced. Daron carefully trimmed his father's long nails, filed the edges, tied up his disheveled hair, and straightened the golden crown. Gently, he even trimmed the unkempt beard under his chin. He moved with practiced ease. It wasn't the first time he'd done this. Down below, Varys nudged the drowsy Picel with an elbow. "Remarkable, isn't it?" he murmured. Picel mumbled, awake, squinting. "Ahais, yes, I wholly support giving the prince a small estate." Varys' polite smile didn't reach his eyes. Sharp old fox, he thought. Knows when to play dumb. The 3 Kingsguard watched in silence. Occasionally they stole glances upward at the freshly groomed king who, for once, looked almost regal again. Aerys Targaryen had once been handsome and decisive, tall, strong, striking in royal purple and gold. He had possessed a natural authority that drew respect. But years of isolation, paranoia, and fasting had hollowed him out. His pallid face and gaunt frame stole any hint of vitality. Still, for a moment, Daron restored a glimmer of his former majesty. "Enough. You may go," Aerys said at last, voice calmer now. Daron didn't move. "Father, about the grant you promised." The king smirked faintly. "You'll have a fief along the Blackwater Rush. It was your grandfather's gift to you." Daron left the throne room, barely suppressing the grin tugging at his lips. A fief land of his own. Exactly what he needed. Halfway down the hall, he came face to face with Tywin Lannister. The Lord of Casterly Rock, just past 40, was as imposing as rumor said, tall, lean, with golden hair and pale green eyes that carried the weight of command. "The matter in the Riverlands resolved?" Tywin asked in a low, steady tone. Daron said nothing, brushing past him without pause. For a moment, the air between them went still. Tywin merely turned his head slightly, ignoring the slight, and continued toward the throne room. From behind, Daron could still hear that iron voice announce, "Is his grace fit to receive me? I have matters of state to discuss." That night, inside the Tower of the Hand. The office was modest in size but lavishly furnished. Deer hides hung on the walls, a bearskin rug covered the floor, and carved tables gleamed under the firelight. 2 silhouettes flickered within the hearth's glow. Tywin leaned back in his chair, watching the young man before him. "So," he said, "the Riverlands dispute was settled." "Yes," Daron replied evenly. "And the Tullus or the Brackens any resentment?" "Lord Hoster Tully resents the crown," Daron said, "but he lacks the courage to act on it." Tywin smiled thinly. "Good, better than I expected." The fire threw light across the table, illuminating Durin's face. This time, he wasn't the polite, distant prince, he was a student facing his teacher. "Your praise is too generous," he said. "Without your guidance, I wouldn't have succeeded." Yes, Tywin Lannister, his future enemy, was now his mentor. Daron knew exactly what he was doing. He needed to learn, to watch, to understand. Tywin's ambition was obvious, but rebellion hadn't yet taken shape. For now, there was no reason they couldn't cooperate. A graduate student in his past life, Daron had no real-world experience. Awakening here as a teenage prince didn't suddenly make him a political master. He needed a teacher, and the most brilliant political mind in the 7 Kingdoms sat across from him. To defeat Tywin one day, he would first have to become Tywin. Observe, imitate, analyze, think as he thinks, reason as he reasons, and eventually, surpass him. That was Durin's personal philosophy of reform. If persuasion failed, he would need the strength to confront him. This first success settling the feud between Blackwood and Bracken had been Tywin's test. Tywin had told him directly the key wasn't the 2 families themselves but the passive inaction of House Tully. Daron had built on that advice, maneuvering perfectly, flattering the right people, shaming others subtly, creating peace without leaving openings for complaint. Even Ares had found no fault. "Boy," Tywin said sharply, breaking the silence, "too much humility borders on arrogance." He leaned forward, eyes glinting. "Remind me who solved this mess." Durin's lips curved. "I did." "Good." Tywin's expression softened into the faintest approval. "Pour me a cup of wine." As Daron obeyed, Tywin continued, "We'll discuss your new holdings. You'll find them interesting." To the public, the prince wasn't his pupil. Not yet. But behind closed doors the hand of the king had just taken the king's clever son under his wing, and that could change everything. Chapter 4, Count Owen behold my gift. Chapter 4, Count Owen behold my gift. The next morning at dawn, Daron headed toward the royal treasury to claim his first official funds for his new lands. He'd learned the details of his grant from Tywin the night before. A 2,000 square kilometer royal estate on the southern bank of the Blackwater Rush. The domain included winding rivers, woodlands, coastal dunes, even a stretch of shoreline along the eastern sea. Impressive territory, the kind that made lesser nobles envious. To picture it simply, King's Landing sat on the north bank of the Blackwater, its famous mud gate leading to the busiest port in Westeros. Durin's new fief lay across the same river, directly opposite the capital. Historically, this land was royal reserve, granted only once before, to Demon Blackfyre himself. Not bad for the king's second son. Riding through the crisp morning air, Daron turned with a light smile. Quite the estate, wouldn't you say? Ser John, his ever-serious Kingsguard escort, gave a polite nod, barely reacting. Moments later, the great iron doors of the treasury came into view and someone was already waiting there. A plump, middle-aged man waved and hurried over despite the guards at his back. Lord Owen. Daron blinked, surprised. Indeed, it was Owen Merryweather, one of his father Aerys's loyal flatterers, a man more famous for his toadying than his competence. The court had nicknamed him the Laughing Fool. Your Grace, I didn't expect you so early, Owen said, panting slightly but smiling from ear to ear. Before Daron could reply, the count thrust a colorfully arranged basket into his arms. The king has sent me to assist you with the treasury withdrawal, Owen said with an oily grin. Since there's been no public ceremony, I thought it only right to bring my own small token of congratulations. Daron lifted an eyebrow as the man insisted, pushing the gift toward him. Please, only the finest from Merryweather lands, every piece hand-picked. Lifting the silk cloth covering the basket, a gentle, fresh sweetness filled the air. Inside were carefully arranged fruits and vegetables. 2 apples, 1 red, 1 green, a bunch of dark, full-bodied grapes, an orange, an ear of corn, a handful of wild berries, and half a cluster of bananas. Not much by volume, but each piece looked perfect. Daron frowned softly. He could already sense the faint vitality radiating off them, not ordinary produce, but crops infused with life energy. Special crops like these were deceptively ordinary on the vine or tree. They looked no different from their mundane counterparts until harvested. Only after picking did they reveal their luminescent essence, glowing softly like embers in the night. Knights who consumed them could awaken or enhance their control of life energy. Common folk could grow healthier and stronger with time. Naturally, they sold for absurd amounts of gold. This is far too valuable, Daron said quietly, ready to refuse. As with all rare produce, quality varied: common, silver, and gold grades. Here, 2 apples and the ear of corn were of silver quality. Together, the basket was worth at least 300 gold dragons. Owen puffed his chest proudly, gesturing to the gold and white crest on his coat, a cornucopia overflowing with fruits. You know my house words, Your Grace, behold my gift, he said, beaming. Before Daron could respond, Owen pulled another item from his coat, a glass bottle of milk, still warm. You haven't eaten yet, I imagine. Have this straight from the estate's dairy. Daron hesitated, then accepted. The milk, faintly glowing, held life energy too. What a generous man, he thought with genuine amusement. Owen grinned proudly. As our words say, the bounty of our house is blessed. The land itself yields more special crops than nearly anywhere else in the Reach. That milk comes from a cow that once nibbled a few enchanted plants. Now she gives milk like this every day. A single such cow, yielding life-rich milk daily, could turn into limitless wealth. Many noble houses would gladly pay fortunes for it. Seeing no polite way to decline, Daron accepted the basket and the milk with an appreciative nod. Lord Owen, you truly have a heart of gold. Your generosity honors me. He wasn't exaggerating. Owen was the first noble to openly invest in him and by extension, oppose the Rhaegar loyalists quietly dominating court circles. Tywin's lesson echoed in his mind. When men challenge you, answer with steel and fire. But when they kneel, you must lift them up or no one will ever kneel again. This wasn't a moment to reject loyalty. Daron uncorked the bottle and took a sip. Smooth, sweet, faintly warm, and immediately, a gentle heat spread through his chest. His limbs loosened, a light flush of energy ran through his body. He analyzed the sensation instinctively. Roughly equivalent to a common grade special crop in effect. Excellent quality. Ha, you flatter me, Your Grace, Owen said, practically glowing with pride. Moments later, the transaction was complete. 500 gold dragons were withdrawn and handed over to Daron. Mounting his horse, Daron handed the box of gold to Ser John and turned toward the road, his eyes bright with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see his estate, not the land itself, but the farm he planned to build there. With the system awaiting activation, he needed only one suitable plot to begin. 500 gold dragons would be more than enough startup capital. Currency breakdown: 1 gold dragon, 210 silver stags, 1 silver stag, 56 copper stars, 1 copper star, 8 small copper coins. For comparison, a sausage and a mug of ale cost a single copper coin. A silver stag could buy a hearty tavern meal, lamb, pork stew, and several mugs of ale with change to spare. A full suit of fine armor ran about 4 gold dragons. A swift courser horse, less than that. Gold still meant something here, unlike the days of Robert Baratheon's lavish spending, when even a silver stag could barely buy a pumpkin. Daeron laughed to himself, spurred his horse, and rode off toward the Blackwater's southern fields, ready to claim the land his grandfather had left him, and to awaken the Stardew Valley system that waited within him. Chapter 5, Dragontongue Farm. Outside the city gates, Daeron crossed a stone bridge. The grassy plains unfolded into rolling hills beneath the early afternoon sun. He'd finally reached his new lands. Dismounting, he told Ser John and Count Owen to rest while he climbed to a nearby rise for a better view. The landscape stretched wide and wild waves of grass spotted with shrubs, a long hill ridge running east to west. Untamed, unclaimed, untouched. Not bad at all, he murmured, nodding in satisfaction. This area was still part of his assigned fief, conveniently near both King's Landing and the eastern coast. Close to everything, yet blissfully free of people. A perfect place to get some peace and quiet. Owen Merriweather led his horse up behind him, slightly out of breath. Your Grace, this used to belong to House Blackfire until Brynden Rivers, the Blood Raven, razed it to the ground. Demon Blackfire hadn't ruled the land long before his rebellion failed, and Bloodraven had wiped out every trace of his domain. For 100 years since, no one had paid much attention to these hills. But near the end of King Jaehaerys' Tooth's reign, Durin's grandfather, a few refugee families from King's Landing had settled on the western edge. So, yes, this was technically the land his grandfather left behind. Perfect, Daeron said, pleased. He'd already analyzed the situation with Tywin. This land grant wasn't a reward, more a subtle test. A remote, unworked stretch of wilderness, impressive on paper, but meant to burden him. And yet, what a prize. North to the Blackwater Rush, east to the coast, south to the forest line, and west to the Mander's End, over 2,000 square kilometers. A noble's estate large enough to rival a duchy. Pros, vast, fertile land. Cons, barely populated, no laborers. Without his system, even 500 gold dragons wouldn't scratch the surface of what this place needed. He spotted a flat hilltop ahead, good drainage, open sky, central position. Ideal for a farm. By the time they reached it, weeds as tall as his knees swayed in the wind, trees clustered thick nearby, and the ground lay littered with stones and fallen branches. A small wooden cottage stood hidden beneath the shade of greenery, plainly built, but recently erected. Your Grace, I had this built per your instructions, a temporary residence, Owen said, wiping sweat from his brow. He hesitated before speaking again, but said nothing more. The prince seemed far too happy about this wild patch of nothing. Owen could only pray Daeron wasn't another coin flip in the Targaryen family curse. After all, as the saying went, every time a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin, greatness or madness. Daeron, however, only smiled faintly. Lord Owen, I'll stay here for a few days to get acquainted with the land. You can report back to the capital. Oh yes, of course, Your Grace. Flattery specialists knew when to leave. Owen mounted up and departed at once. Once he was gone, Daeron found an excuse to send Ser John scouting nearby, finally giving himself a moment alone. The mountain breeze brushed against his face, cool, sharp, and freeing. Let's do this, he whispered. He summoned the glowing Stardew Valley interface, and under the 5 golden letters on the panel, selected Create New Farm. Name, Daeron Targaryen. Farm name, Dragontongue Farm. Favorite thing, CN. Preferred animal, dog. Farm type, grassland farm. He'd rehearsed this moment countless times in his head. Dragontongue was his favorite among the names he'd considered. Sweet apple, fertility, long summer, all discarded. Dragontongue embodied his dream to reclaim the Targaryen birthright, not by bloodline, but through his own creation. He clicked confirm. A soft white light swept across the plain. For a few seconds, Daeron closed his eyes, hearing the rhythmic wooden thunk of hammers and carpentry. When the sound faded and he opened them again, the world had changed. His cabin now looked slightly weathered, with a smoke chimney, a stack of firewood, and patched windows. But the landscape had transformed. A dirt road stretched northward toward the hills, bordered by a fresh ring of wooden fencing that enclosed his new farm. To the west, a narrow trail led to a small waterfall cascading beside a newly built chicken coop, surrounded by waist-high grass glowing faintly green-blue in the sunlight. It worked, Daeron breathed. It's really a grassland farm. He didn't bother exploring right away. In Stardew terms, the farm type was locked once chosen, and he knew exactly what he'd picked. The grassland farm, introduced in version 1.6 of the game, had smaller planting space, about 2/3 the standard farm, but it came with one unbeatable perk. A pre-built chicken coop and 2 baby chickens. Normally, that structure alone cost 4,000 gold coins, 300 wood, 100 stone, and each chick cost 800 coins, meaning a total of 6,000,8,000 gold to start. He, however, had just saved over 10,000 gold worth of setup. Incredible. A lucky start right out of the gate, he said, grinning. Though I wonder how these gold coins convert to gold dragons. While musing, he searched the pasture for his 2 new farmhands. Soon, 2 tiny chicks waddled out from the grass, one brown, one white. Grapes and coconut, is it? He couldn't help but chuckle. The brown one tilted its head and chirped. The white one fluffed its wings proudly. They were only hatchlings now, but in 3 days they'd mature and start laying an egg each morning. "Hello, little ones," Dayron said softly, kneeling to stroke their soft feathers through the fence. These weren't just chickens. They were the start of an empire. Because now he understood the Red Comet's return of magic wasn't random. Its energy resonated perfectly with the Stardew system itself. And Dragontongue Farm would become the beating heart of the Seven Kingdoms' greatest agricultural revolution. The continent's first and most powerful source of vital energy crops. Chapter 6, The Blue Grass That Feeds. It took Dayron nearly 3 full hours to explore every inch of his new farm. "Good gods, this place is enormous," he said, wiping his brow though he barely felt tired. He had finally mapped out every corner of Dragontongue Farm. Below the chicken coop, a stone foundation jutted out of the ground, the remains of a cement-like structure. It looked like the future site of a greenhouse, currently locked. To the south sprawled thickets and brush perfect for gathering wood and stone. Blue and green pasture grass blanketed the area in wide sweeps. A fertile patch of soil near the cottage made a fine starting field for crops. And just beyond a stretch of untillable land, a dark cave mouth waited on a hillside, its depths silent, waiting for fungi or fruit bats to settle in someday. All that, and he'd only seen 1/3 of the grounds. Beyond the northern and western trails lay grassy plains reaching toward the horizon. A narrow dirt path ran eastward all the way to the beach. The southern side had no exit, bounded naturally by a cliff waterfall pouring down from the high ridge behind the chicken coop, feeding into a clear stream that carved the farm's southern border. "My only real problem is water access," Dayron thought aloud. While the waterfall and river offered plenty, they ran far from the cabin. 3 ponds, 1 large and 2 small, sat scattered across the property, but all were inconveniently distant. He estimated the total farm area at roughly 6 square kilometers, enough ground that walking the perimeter would take half a day. "All right," he said, thinking it through aloud. "I'll fetch water from the falls for now, and check on the chicks as part of the routine." It didn't take long for a plan to form. On this farm, the animals weren't ordinary livestock. Their production depended entirely on life energy. Their feed wasn't grain or bran, but wild-grown pasture or hay dried from that same magical grass. The rules were strict but simple. During all seasons except winter, animals needed to roam outside daily to graze. Grazing boosted their affection and happiness. Rainy days or winter kept them indoors, and that meant feeding them stored hay, 1 portion per day per animal. He smiled knowingly. This was where the grassland farm's second major advantage shone. Blue hay. Unlike normal straw, blue hay was infused with vital energy. It wasn't just a cosmetic feature, it doubled the effect of regular feed. Animals only needed half a clump daily, and their affection grew faster. Higher affection meant higher quality, produce better eggs, finer milk, richer wool, and higher sale prices to match. With 1 coop, 2 chicks, and endless blue pasture, I'm already ahead of the curve, Dayron said with a grin. His strategy was clear: focus on livestock first, crop farming second. Any proper farmer, after all, had to balance both hands, 1 planting, 1 tending beasts. He pushed open the creaky cottage door. To his surprise, no clouds of dust met him, just the faint scent of old wood and clean air. A small brown table and bench sat across from the doorway, a window behind it hung with faded floral curtains. Sunlight poured through the glass, reflecting off a boxy old television set. He couldn't help but laugh softly. Now that's nostalgic. To the right stood a tidy single bed beside a brick fireplace and a worn brown sofa. He could picture it easily: a long day's work, a fire in the hearth, and an evening spent resting in its glow. Then he noticed the blue gift box on the rug. Unwrapping the red ribbon revealed a neat bundle of dried hay, fragrant and light in his hands. "Ah, since it's a grassland farm, they replaced the starter seeds with hay," he said knowingly. "Makes sense." A clear chime sounded ding, and his interface appeared before him, glowing with new text. "To become a true farmer, you must start with the basics. Feed your chickens daily. You can let them graze, or place hay in the feeder. Once they're grown, gather the eggs they lay. Task: collect 1 egg. His first tutorial quest. "So I'll be here for at least 4 days, he concluded. He raised his eyebrows, already planning. Time to get to work. When he reached for the hay again, it vanished instantly, neatly stored into his inventory panel. It worked like a small storage dimension, starting with 12 slots, capable of stacking identical items up to 999 units each. Only unowned materials could be stored, not things held or claimed by others. "I'll need seeds next," he realized. A quick scan of the room revealed the usual tools: a mailbox and a shipping bin. Inside the mailbox sat a letter, inviting him to inspect the bin, apparently both store and vendor. He opened the large wax-treated crate about 8 feet long, 3 feet high, divided into 2 halves: buy on the left, sell on the right. Through the interface, he could see purchase options invisible to the naked eye. Parsnip seeds, 20G. Cauliflower seeds, 80G. Green bean seeds, 60G. Potato seeds, 50G. Plus various spring crops, saplings, pasture seeds, furniture, and flooring. "Let's start simple," he said. But instead of buying, he grabbed his tools first: an axe, hoe, pickaxe, watering can, and scythe. Nothing fancy, light in the hand, yet indestructible. He swung the axe once. Crack! A fallen log split cleanly in two, leaving behind a piece of sturdy wood. The raw material shimmered briefly before vanishing into his inventory. Dayron blinked and smiled. So it's not purely game logic after all. As he worked, his arms tingled with a faint, warm current, not fatigue, but something deeper. Life energy. He'd felt traces of it before, especially that morning after drinking Lord Owen's enchanted milk, but now, for the first time, he could truly sense it. He felt the push and pull of effort in muscle and breath, the body feeding off inner vitality. Sir Gerald Hightower once told him that knights learn to master life energy only after years of battle and discipline, to feel it, observe it, command it. Dayron smiled wryly. Seems I might have saved a few years of training. Hard work and curiosity filled him again. Even now, the subtle warmth in his limbs reminded him of his immense advantage, a secret no one else in Westeros had. Because while other knights honed their strength through struggle, he would cultivate his life energy through harvests of magical crops, nourishing himself with the very fruits of the farm. And that alone made him unstoppable. Chapter 7 A Prince Demands a Dragon Egg. The fallen logs and scattered stones were endless. Every swing of Durin's axe drained a little more of his strength. Before long, his arms went numb and sore, but the results were worth it. He'd finally cleared enough open ground to start his first planting. This isn't like a game, he muttered. Can't work on an empty stomach. Better plant some food crops before I collapse. Unlike the pixelated farmers of his old world, Dayron didn't have an infinite constitution or diet of nothing but air. His capital was limited, only 500 gold dragons, so every purchase had to count. Sacrifices are part of the system, he reminded himself. 5 skills: farming, foraging, mining, fishing, combat, all contribute. He ran through the seed types in his head. Parsnips, 4 days to mature, one-time harvest. Green beans, 10 days to mature, harvestable every 3 days thereafter. Cauliflower, 12 days to mature, one-time harvest. Potatoes, 6 days to mature, chance of multiple yields. 4 varieties, enough to cover the spring farming requirement. The total cost, 490 gold, leaving him with just 10. The parsnips and potatoes would feed him, the beans and cauliflower would serve for trade and collection. He tilled a neat 3 by 3 square of soil, 9 patches, 0.5 meters each, then planted his seeds methodically and watered them all in turn. Perfect, he said, stretching his arms with a tired but satisfied grin. As long as I water daily, I'll have my first harvest in 12 days. Half he'd keep. The rest he could sell, some through the farm's exchange, some back in King's Landing, where certain curious nobles would pay handsomely for enchanted produce. Of course, the two currencies didn't overlap. Farm gold and Westerosi gold dragons were separate. That 500 gold startup fund had practically been a tutorial grant. Since I planted fewer than 15 seeds, I shouldn't attract any crows. Good enough to sleep on. He glanced up. Twilight had fallen. His muscles burned pleasantly, and he was already daydreaming of a warm fire and a seat on the cottage sofa. Then he froze. Wait, 7 hells, I forgot Sir John. Dayron swore under his breath, grabbed his cloak, and hurried out. He'd sent his Kingsguard escort down to water the horses and scout the nearby ridge hours ago. That was before he'd lost track of time inside the shimmering bounds of the Stardew interface. Now, as he followed the dirt road downhill, he realized why the man hadn't returned. A sturdy wooden fence ringed the property, stopping at midslope, a boundary line. Down below, at the base of the hill, firelight flickered in the dusk. Sir John sat on a mossy stone, helmet off, staring glumly at the flames. Sir John, Dayron called, feigning confusion. Couldn't find me, I take it. My prince. The knight said, springing up, relief flooding his face. The sun dipped behind the trees. In the fading glow, the man explained what had happened. He had searched the entire area, even the beach 5 miles out, only to find that no matter which path he took, he couldn't reach the farm again. Dayron listened, half smiling. So that was it. The farm's boundary was under protection, a magical domain seal. Without his explicit consent, no one could cross inside. Then you've done your duty, he said evenly. No need to keep watch inside the boundary. He pulled a pack from his horse and handed it over, a tent, blankets, dried food, and a wineskin. In times of weakness, one must first protect oneself. Sir John started to object. His oath demanded he stay near. But the prince's calm, deliberate tone and the generous supplies left him no room to protest. Distance was another tool of command. Stay safe, your grace, John finally said, resigned. Dayron nodded and made his way back up under the silver moonlight. In the quiet, he reflected on Tywin's lessons: always leave no loose ends, and never give an order that leaves someone an excuse to fail. That's why he'd prepared the gear beforehand. Even deceit could be an act of foresight. By nightfall, the sky glittered with stars, and moonlight cast long shadows across the small cottage. Inside, the firelight flickered warmly as Dayron sat at his desk, writing a letter by hand. He sealed it with wax and leaned back, satisfied. All done. Outside the window, the sea of grass shimmered under the moonlight. The letter would be sent to Dragonstone, addressed to his brother Rhaegar Targaryen, blunt, direct, and impossible to ignore. I, Daron Targaryen, want a dragon egg. P.S. I know you're on Dragonstone, don't pretend otherwise. Write back. Daron smiled faintly. Let's see if you'll actually answer this time. His last few letters had gone unanswered. Rhaegar, for all his charm and fame, had a heart colder than the wall when it came to family. But Daron refused to give up. According to long Targaryen tradition, every newborn child was given a dragon egg placed in their cradle to hatch if fortune allowed. The dragon that emerged would bond with the child for life. Of course, dragons had been extinct for over a century and a half. The last kings of the dynasty had tried countless rituals, yet none had revived dragonkind. Still, the custom had endured until the tragedy at Summerhall. That disaster, 21 years ago, had ended it forever. Aegon V, the unlikely king, had gathered the last 7 dragon eggs of the royal line. With pyromancer's help, he tried to use wildfire to hatch them. It failed catastrophically. The palace was consumed in an inferno, killing King Aegon himself, his eldest son Duncan the Small, Lord Commander Duncan the Tall, and dozens of others in a blaze that earned its name in history, the tragedy of Summerhall. The fire didn't just claim lives, it destroyed the last known dragon eggs. So Daron and his siblings had been born into the world empty-handed, without the ancient symbols of their heritage. Are they truly all gone? He whispered. He couldn't accept that. In the Dragonlord's heyday, over 10 full-grown dragons lived in Westeros at once. Half were female, each capable of laying clutches of at least 5 eggs. By the time of the Dance of Dragons, there had been more than 30 eggs in storage. Even if most had turned to stone over the centuries, surely a few had survived somewhere, dormant and forgotten. I'm not even asking for a live egg, Daron said to the firelight. A fossilized one will do. He thought of another name, Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, of the original saga, a woman who had once breathed life into stone eggs through a blood sacrifice. So, yes, it was possible. Maybe Aegon V's wildfire experiment had been a crude attempt at the same thing, trying to ignite life through death. But wildfire wasn't magic, it was alchemy, a chemical trick devoid of real vitality. No wonder it failed, Daron murmured. He was certain Rhaegar had already scoured Dragonstone's vaults for any trace of eggs, but still he'd try. Because now, with his system, he had the means and reason to believe. And if Dragonstone yielded nothing, I'll search the entire continent, he whispered, eyes cold and resolute, until I find one. The candle flame flickered in agreement, a single spark dancing in the still air, reflected in the violet eyes of a Targaryen prince who'd already decided the impossible was only a matter of time. 8. Chapter 8, Iridium Lucky Day. It was late. Daron undressed, slid into bed, and stared up at the wooden ceiling, repeating a list of places in his head. Skirich Tower, Pentos, the Vale, Skagos Island. All were rumored locations of existing or fossilized dragon eggs. He fell asleep with those names lingering in his mind, his determination unshaken. 2 a.m. Dragontongue Farm lay silent. The sky outside was an endless stretch of black, not a flicker of moonlight. Then came a faint flutter. A soft halo danced through the air, rising and dipping gently like a will-o'-the-wisp. Daron stirred in his sleep, the tension in his brow easing slightly. The light revealed its source, a tiny figure no larger than a hand. A delicate fairy dressed in pink, with wings like spun glass. Hee. The fairy flitted over the tilled patch of soil near the cottage, her eyes sparkling in delight. She giggled, waving a slender wand. Bling, bling. Silver dust rained down, shimmering with life. The seed soaked up the glow as the fairy twirled once more and vanished into the dark sky. Morning. At dawn, Daron woke exactly at 6. After some dried bread and water, he felt refreshed and ready. Time to get to work, old farmer, he said cheerfully, pushing open the cottage door. He froze. Wait, huh? The 33 field outside, where he'd buried 9 seeds the day before, no longer held a single sprout. Instead 9 fully grown, harvest-ready crops gleamed under the rising sun. How long did I sleep? He sprang to the interface, glancing at the corner clock. Spring, day 2, clear skies, 6:05 a.m. Still the second day. Huh. Then it clicked. Oh, a fairy event. He chuckled, feeling a rush of amusement and relief. In Stardew Valley, random nightly events sometimes occurred: witches, owls, shooting stars, falling meteors, or, the rarest and best of all, the fairy who blessed crops to maturity overnight. Well, talk about luck. Grinning from ear to ear, he rolled up his sleeves. Let's harvest. Pop, pop, pop. He plucked a plump parsnip from the ground, followed by 2 cauliflower heads, the roots coming free with a satisfying thump. His next pull yielded a thick cluster of green beans. Much more sense this way, beans grow on stalks, not one at a time. He nodded approvingly. Setting the harvested vegetables aside, he got to work on the potatoes. There were 5 patches to dig up 6-day crops, with bonus yields possible. Come on, big money, big spuds, he muttered. On the 4th patch, a surprising warmth spread through his body. His fingers tingled, his vision sharpened for a split second. A small, glowing line of text appeared on his interface. You feel a growing awareness within you. Farming level up. He straightened slowly, smiling as new vitality pulsed in his chest. He opened the panel. Farmer, Daron Targaryen. Farming, 1. Mining, 0. Foraging, 0. Fishing, 0. Combat, 0. Perfect. Level 1 it is. That meant new blueprints would unlock tonight after bed. Harvest on day 2, double profits, more seeds tomorrow. Momentum secured. Reinvigorated, he kept digging. Every patch yielded more than expected. 3 potatoes from one spot, 2 from 3 others, and 1 last from the final row. 10 potatoes total, double what he'd planted. And out of those 10, 3 glowed faintly silver, high-quality produce. Not bad at all, he said, then frowned. Let's hope this doesn't mean I'm doomed to the short-lived Daeron curse. Targaryen history wasn't kind to princes named Daeron the Daring, the young dragon, Daeron too all brilliant, all dead young. Trying to shake it off, he headed back inside and powered up the old television. Bzzzt. Static erupted across the snowy screen, followed by 2 channels blinking into existence. He smiled. Time to check the weather. Welcome to tomorrow's forecast. Expect rain all day tomorrow. Perfect, he said. Spring, day 3, rain. No watering tomorrow. Then he flipped to the next channel. Fortune telling. The spirits are very happy today. They'll do their best to bless everyone with good fortune. Daeron exhaled. Thank the gods, not a cursed day. Every pixel farmer knew the rule. The spirits' moods determined the day's luck. The scale ranged roughly between plus 0.125 and minus 0.075, subtle, but crucial. Ranked from best to worst. The spirits are very happy. You're in luck today. Neutral. Spirits are somewhat annoyed. You're unlucky. The spirits are furious. Neutral days were wild cards. But, very happy. That was the apex, an iridium level lucky day, the kind where everything just clicked. Daeron grinned. Excellent. I'll live long, profit long, and thrive long. Aside from those 2 constants, weather and fortune, the TV occasionally played 2 more shows, Living Off the Land and The Queen of Sauce, offering tips on farming or recipes for cooked dishes. Better forecasting than half the sorcerers in the woods, Daeron said with mock solemnity. He resolved to take the old TV wherever he went from now on. Luck was too valuable to ignore. With the harvest complete and his fortune riding high, Daeron stepped outside again. The crops filled 2 full inventory slots by quality alone, so he grabbed his axe and felled 2 thick pine trees to free up space. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The sound echoed across the valley as each giant fell with satisfying weight. The enchanted axe made short work of them, lightweight, unbreakable, yet somehow stronger than steel. When done, his resource count grew considerably. 77 wood, 17 stone, 27 fiber, 38 sap, and 1 pine seed. He opened the crafting menu. A chest required 50 wood easy. With a faint shimmer, a bronze-colored chest as ornate as pirate treasure appeared before him. The legendary chest of Stardew Valley, a pocket-dimensional container with 36 slots. Portable when empty, immovable when full. Anyone else would need magic to make such a thing. Here, it was science, or rather, system tech. Daeron laughed quietly. Guess I really am a wizard now. He packed all materials and harvested crops neatly inside. Next up, restock seeds, check on the chicks, and oh, right, check the mailbox. If the message had arrived from the beach, it would mean one thing. Time to get his fishing rod. 9, Chapter 9, The Loyal White Knight. 8:30 a.m. You two better start laying soon, Daeron said, crouched outside the chicken coop, gently petting his pair of plump little hens. The chicks were growing quickly, their downy fluff thickening into soft feathers. Cluck, cluck, cooed Coconut, the white one, nestled happily against his chest with her eyes half closed. Daeron chuckled, setting her down and dusting off his hands. That's enough for today. See you tomorrow. He had plenty to do. After selling his first harvest of potatoes, he'd kept 3 for his next few meals, 2 silver quality and 1 normal, and sold the remaining 7. The payment wouldn't deposit until the day's end, but that was fine. For now, he pruned a few trees, cut down stray weeds, and made sure to pet the chickens while they roamed the pasture. It wasn't glamorous, but this, he realized, would be his everyday rhythm for a while. Check the mail, send a reply or 2, he muttered, gathering his things. He grabbed Count Owen's gift basket, now repurposed as his delivery tray, tucked 2 sealed letters inside, and set off toward the road. The first new letter was from the farm's mailbox, an invitation to the beach, 7.5 kilometers east, to collect a fishing rod. The 2 outgoing ones were his own, one written last night, another this morning. Leaving Dragonstone Farm, Daeron followed the forested trail. Down at the foothill, he spotted Ser John training shirtless, sword flashing in the early light. Daeron didn't interrupt, just smiled faintly and kept walking. Lately, he'd felt subtle changes in his body, sharper senses, steadier breathing, a growing awareness of something deeper inside. Life energy. And it seemed the world itself pulsed with it. Wildflowers, grasses, even fallen leaves shone faintly to his perception. Time to put that sensitivity to use. Foraging would build yet another skill. 9:30 a.m. Good morning, Ser John. Daeron walked into the small clearing beside the camp. The knight looked up, startled mid-bite as he roasted a fresh rabbit over the fire. Your Grace, you're safe? He asked quickly, standing and bowing. The king would have my head if you'd vanished from the mountain last night. The cottage was warm, and the fire steady, Daeron replied with an easy laugh, sitting down beside the fire and setting the basket down. He pulled out 2 sealed envelopes. "What are those?" asked John. "A favor," Daron said. "I need these delivered back to King's Landing." He pointed to the first. "This one goes to Grand Maester Picel. Tell him to dispatch a raven immediately to Dragonstone. It's for my brother." At the mention of Rhaegar, Ser John's posture straightened. "At once, my prince. And the other?" "For my teacher," Daron said calmly. "Lord Tywin." John froze. His mind blanked. Teacher, Tywin. He knew those words separately but together, they made as much sense as wildfire raining from the sky. You mean the hand of the king?" he asked, pale. Daron nodded without hesitation. "Lord Tywin is my tutor. My father your king is not in the best state to instruct me. Tywin is." He spoke evenly, almost casually. "It's thanks to him that I even have my fief. Every bit of my success so far I owe him guidance." John just stared, eyes wide. That was not the answer he'd expected from the quiet, soft-spoken prince he'd guarded these past 2 months. "Ser John," Daron said gently. "I trust you." He handed over the letters. "You've guarded me for 2 months and 15 days. I think that earns you a little trust, don't you?" The subtext was clear. "You're one of mine now." John stared silently at the boy. "No," the young man before him. Daron slid the fruit basket toward him. "Inside are special crops from Lord Owen's estate. I'm giving them to you." That hit a nerve. "My prince, I am a Kingsguard," John said sharply, his face hardening. "We don't take gifts." Daron lifted a hand calmly. "Please. I'm not foolish enough to think a basket of fruit could buy the honor of a white knight. Gold could buy obedience but not loyalty." John frowned. "Then what, your grace? Bored of royal luxury already?" There was genuine irritation in his voice. Under normal circumstances, Ser Yonithor Derry never snapped. He was known as the most even-tempered of the White Cloaks. But this was different. Daron sobered, meeting his eyes squarely. "Because I trust you," he said simply. "That's all. My gift asks nothing in return." The words carried a quiet truth. John's anger faded, replaced with discomfort and then with understanding. "My apologies, my prince," he said at last, bowing his head. "A knight guards his honor by instinct. I spoke out of turn." Daron smiled. "No apology needed." He pushed the basket gently back toward him. "I also heard Ser Oswell went, with help from the others, has mastered the control of life energy. You wouldn't want to fall behind, would you?" John hesitated, eyes narrowing slightly. "Oswell went." Daron saw the flicker of interest and hid his grin. The Kingsguard had always been 7 strong. Of Ares II's current 7, 1 aged Stormlander had been bedridden since last year, likely not long for this world. That left 6 knights still active. Gerald the White Bull Hightower, Barristan the Bold, and Yonithor Derry in King's Landing. Arthur Dane, Prince Lewin Martell, and Oswell went serving Rhaegar on Dragonstone. No wonder Ares simmered with paranoia. Half his protectors follow his son and heir, in name only. Daron almost laughed. Bold of them, he thought. And father wonders why Rhaegar's ambitions disgust him. John cleared his throat. "My prince, He stopped himself. Despite his loyalty to Rhaegar as crown prince, his oath bound him to the king first and by extension, the king's blood. In truth, he admired Rhaegar, respected him deeply but had never felt close to him. Arthur and Lewin were both Dornish. Oswell was Rhaegar's lifelong friend and John, well, someone had to stay behind to protect the Mad King. He hesitated, then said quietly, "My prince, I don't know if..." Daron interrupted softly. "Ser John, I told you, I expect nothing in return. But if this helps you strengthen yourself, it helps protect me, and my father." A long silence passed. At last, John exhaled, shoulders loosening, and nodded. "Then thank you, my prince. I'll accept." He glanced down at the basket, lips tightening in slight embarrassment. "And I'll train harder. I can't let the others pull too far ahead." Durin's eyes glinted. A small victory, subtle, quiet, but meaningful. As the morning light rippled over the hills of the Riverlands, the young prince turned back toward his mountain home, smiling to himself. He wasn't just cultivating land anymore. He was cultivating people. Chapter 10 1,000 Layers of Tricks to Soothe a Mad King. That's more like it. Durin's smile deepened. Of the 6 active Kingsguard, 3 stood ahead of the rest in mastery of life energy: Barristan Selmy, Arthur Dane, and Gerald the White Bull Hightower. They'd realized the secret early, and the gap showed. The remaining 3, Prince Lewin Martell, Ser Yonithor Derry, and Ser Oswell went, had similar talent. The difference lay in opportunity. Lewin had a powerful advantage. He was uncle to Prince Doran of Dorne. Once Doran came to power, he sent Lewin a steady flow of special crops, helping him break through several years ago. Oswell and John shared another fate. Both were born to great Riverlands houses Went and Derry but had sworn their white cloaks. As Kingsguard, they could no longer freely benefit from their family's hoarded resources. In an age when vital crops were rarer than dragon bone, that mattered. Oswell at least had Rhaegar sparring constantly with Arthur Dane, and Lewin Martell gave him the edge he needed. John had Ares. Few resources. Little time. No room to breathe. The Mad King demanded his guards almost constantly. Even 3 rotating shifts barely gave them a handful of hours each day. Daron had calculated all this. Now that John was assigned to him, the knight finally had a window time to train, and a reason to accept Durin's charity. Hearing Oswell went had already broken through only added pressure. "I'll leave at once, your grace," John said, standing with renewed resolve. He moved to saddle his horse. "Remember," Dayron called lightly, "deliver the letter to the hand personally." John hesitated just a moment, then untied 2 fast horses, leaving one behind for Dayron. Hooves faded into the distance. Dayron watched him go, the smile slowly leaving his face. "I hope you're a good man, Sir John," he murmured. He'd just exposed one of his greatest secrets and now chose to test the man who held it. Tywin would have called it foolish. "You never test loyalty. You build it or crush it," he would say. But Dayron needed someone he could trust badly. He picked up the slightly burned rabbit from the spit. The test was simple: whose hands would see that letter first? The Mad King Aerys or the hand of the king, Tywin Lannister? A favored second son with potential claim to succession, and a feared power behind the throne secretly corresponding as teacher and student, with a private fief as their shared project. Enough material, in John's mind, to stage a fine drama of the second son usurping the crown. "Well then," Dayron said, dusting off his hands, "time to go fishing." He wasn't worried. The contents of the letter weren't sensitive, they were bait, not confession. If the letter reached Tywin first, John would prove himself quietly aligned with Durin's camp. If it reached Aerys first, then John would have shown himself a pure loyalist to the throne, a knight whose honor would keep Durin's deeper secrets buried. Either way, Dayron would know how to place him. Half an hour later. The Red Keep. The throne room was dim, drowned in heavy shadows. Aerys sat hunched on the Iron Throne, eyes fixed on a letter, his expression shifting between confusion and feverish delight. Below, Ser Yonithor Darry stood with his head bowed low. To one side, Tywin Lannister waited, expression blank, posture perfect. To the other, 2 puzzled courtiers watched in silence. After a long, suffocating pause, Aerys suddenly threw his head back and laughed. "Tywin, come see what a wonderful son I have." The laughter shattered the gloom. Tywin stepped forward, black-clad, immaculate as ever. The 2 other courtiers felt his gaze flick across them like a blade. "What pleases you, your grace?" Tywin asked, voice even. Aerys ignored him, turning instead toward the Grand Maester. "Pycelle, read it aloud for the hand." Pycelle flinched, then shuffled forward, robes rustling, joints creaking. "Do you require help, Grand Maester?" Varys asked smoothly, taking a half-step forward in feigned concern, eyes glittering. Everyone knew the truth: Pycelle despised Varys, and Varys returned the sentiment in full. "No need," the old man snapped, secretly hurrying his pace. Varys smiled faintly and let his gaze drift, flicking between Aerys, Tywin, and Yonithor, amused. Prince Durin's letter had passed through Yonithor's hands. Instead of going straight to the king, it had reached Tywin first, then come here. "Interesting. Very interesting. Something to share, Lord Varys." Tywin's voice cut through the air like ice. The eunuch's plump face stiffened for half a heartbeat before he forced a chuckle. "Nothing at all, my lord." He had no desire to become the next lesson in what happened to those who underestimated Tywin Lannister. Tywin turned away again, but in his mind he'd already underlined Varys' name in red. Pycelle finally raised the letter and read in his slow, wheezing voice. "The lands are vast, the farm most promising. I remain ever grateful for my father's generosity and kindness. I have acquired, from distant Pentos, a device of some ingenuity that may aid your grace in ruling and winning the love of the people." On and on went the flattery, perfect in pitch and timing, every word aimed squarely at the king's softest spots. When Pycelle finished, he dabbed his forehead with a sleeve, thinking privately, "The boy hasn't changed at all. My son has not forgotten his duty," Aerys said, preening. "He knows gratitude. He repays his king." He waved the letter. "He sent to design a machine that spins thread 10 times faster than the spindles these fools use. We must see if it can be built." Only then did Pycelle notice the folded sheet still in the envelope. He pulled it out and carefully unfolded it. A blueprint. Durin's hand was steady and precise, every line clean and every part labeled. The sketch showed a spinning device like the common hand-cranked wheels used in noble households, but smaller, with 3 spindles instead of 1, and a treadle at the base for the feet to pump. A 3-spindle spinning wheel. In Durin's past life, it had been an old invention tied to a reformer named Huang Daopo, who revolutionized textile production. His advisor's wife had once owned such a wheel, kept as a relic of her youth. Here, in Westeros, things were older, slower. The realm was feudal to the bone. Peasants struggled even to afford coarse linen, much less wool or silk. Common women spent endless nights spinning flax by hand just to weave a single bolt of rough cloth. Noble women fared better, of course, with wool and silk dresses, tailor-made or purchased. Most high-born girls were taught needlework from childhood, praised for their skill with thread and loom. The hand-cranked spinning wheel, imported long ago from the eastern continent across the narrow sea, had already transformed noble households, letting them spin faster than simple drop spindles. It had quickly become a fashionable status symbol, half tool, half ornament. By now, more than half the noble houses in Westeros owned at least one. Durin's design improved on that: 2 extra spindles, plus a foot pedal to power the movement instead of tiring the arms. No, It wouldn't overthrow the economy or feed a starving countryside, not while raw material remained scarce. But it would produce enough fine cloth to matter in one crucial area. Prestige. Ares could show it off. Present it at court. Let word spread that under his reign, new marvels of craft had been born. And in the end, for a mad king starved of respect, that was perhaps the greatest gift his son could offer. 11. Chapter 11. The Great Wisdom of Ares. Splendid. Truly splendid. Ares too was trembling with excitement, his thin hands shaking as though he could already hear the praises of nobles and commoners echoing through the throne room. Pisel and Varys exchanged loaded glances, both too cautious to speak. Things had gone too smoothly, much too smoothly. With the king's fragile mind, the last thing anyone wanted was to give him new reasons to act. Tywin gave him a moment to revel in self-congratulation before stepping forward. "Your Grace," he said evenly, "the prince's letter mentioned that his accommodations are modest. A royal son, left to live in a cottage. Unthinkable." Ares blinked, the thought lodging in place. Yes, that was true. His son, his favorite son, couldn't be living like a peasant. The crown should fund a castle worthy of his blood, Tywin continued smoothly. Ares nodded quickly, pleased by the suggestion. Then Tywin's tone shifted, calm and deliberate. "Of course, such construction takes time and resources. Perhaps it would be best to summon the prince back to court and revisit the castle once the treasury recovers." From build his castle to bring him back. Ares' smile froze. His eyes narrowed. He wasn't stupid. Mad, yes, but not blind. Ever since Rhaegar's marriage, he'd been set on replacing that ungrateful wretch with a more loyal heir, Daeron. And Daeron had declined. He'd requested a fief instead. Ares had refused at first until the small council supported it unanimously. Of course, most of them simply wanted to prevent another round of royal infighting. But Tywin Lannister never did anything without reason. That viper has an agenda, Ares thought darkly. He knows I want Daeron as heir and he wants his precious Rhaegar secure. If I strengthen Daeron, it ruins their little alliance of traitors. In the end, he had yielded only under pressure, granting Daeron the southern bank of the Blackwater as a fief. Close enough to the capital to come running if needed and poor enough to humble him. Let the boy live on empty land, he'd thought. Eventually, he'll grow desperate and return to King's Landing, where I can watch him properly. But now Tywin wanted Daeron summoned back. How convenient. Ares' expression hardened in an instant. No. His shout cracked through the hall like a whip. "Tywin." He snarled, his eyes burning with paranoid fury. "What kind of hand are you, letting my treasury rot while my son goes without a castle? Have your Lannisters drained my gold so dry that even a prince must live in rags?" The insult landed like a slap. Even Tywin, master of composure, went pale with anger, jaw tightening. "Your Grace," he said coldly, "Prince Rhaegar has moved to Dragonstone. Should not your next son, your second eldest male heir, remain near you in the capital?" It was true, he was angry. And this wasn't even part of the plan. Summoning Daeron had been his own decision, not one agreed upon with his student. In fact, he hadn't intended to tell Daeron until the situation was secure. He had taken Daeron on as a pupil, expecting nothing immediate in return, and had even helped the boy secure his fief as a statement. There was another prince worth betting on. If Daeron stayed in his remote lands, he was useless. But if Tywin could bring him back to court, that potential became power. Ares, however, wasn't having it. "You go east, I go west. Always." Tywin's lip curled inward as Ares laughed, suddenly a brittle, high-pitched sound. "Careful, Tywin," the king sneered, eyes gleaming with madness. "My children are not yours to command. Step back from your king, lest you forget your place." The venom in his voice was unmistakable. Tywin met his gaze for a moment, a flash of steel in pale green eyes, before turning sharply on his heel and sweeping from the hall, golden cloak flowing behind him. He didn't say it aloud, but his posture screamed it. "You'll regret this." Ares sneered after him. "Fool. I am the king." Sunset. By the shore, Daeron sat on a rocky outcrop, sleeves rolled up, one hand flicking the line of a bamboo fishing rod. Plunk. He reeled it in, frowning at the soggy green tangle on the hook. "Seaweed. Again. 7 bloody hells," he muttered, tossing the rod aside. "Fine. See if I care. May all the fish drown." Hours of effort, 2 lumps of seaweed and a piece of driftwood. He might be a Targaryen, but he didn't have wings yet. Patience had never been his strong suit. Still, as the waves lapped quietly, his irritation faded. He packed up the rod, a freebie, found earlier inside a glowing blue gift box like the ones from the system. He'd thought fishing would be as simple as in the game. It wasn't. The ocean had other plans. King's Landing must be lively by now, he murmured, glancing across the river. He could see the city from here, the red keep rising crimson above its massive walls, torches winking in the dusk. "Tomorrow, then," he said, smiling faintly. Whatever storm his letter had stirred behind those walls, he would find out soon enough. The messier things get, the more room there is to move. Later that night, in the Tower of the Hand, Tywin Lannister sat at his desk, still in his night robe, posture as regal as if he wore armor. By candlelight, he finished writing a letter in his precise, uncompromising script. When he sealed it with red wax, a knock sounded. "Come in," he said. Ser Yonithor Darry stepped inside, still in full armor, visor lifted but eyes wary. Tywin stood, handed him the letter. "Give this to the boy," he said simply. "Tell him the crown will authorize funds to build his castle. I'll see to a royal position for him in the capital soon." John didn't take it immediately. His brows drew together in uneasy suspicion. He respected Daron. The young prince had treated him with honesty and equality, but he refused to be anyone's political pawn. Tywin read the resistance in his silence and pressed, voice cold and firm. "Take it. We are both working for his good. You know what state he's in, isolated, idle. Only I can help shape his future." John finally nodded, tucking the letter beneath his cloak. "Go," said Tywin, dismissing him. He didn't notice or didn't care about the look flickering behind the knight's eyes, a mixture of respect, resentment, and doubt. To Tywin, a Kingsguard who wasn't Barristan Selmy or the White Bull was barely more than furniture. John wordlessly turned and left the Red Keep under cover of darkness. The next morning. Spring, Day 3, Wednesday, rainy. 7:30 a.m. Rain drummed softly on the wooden roof of the cottage as Daron finished his morning chores. Back inside, he sat by the fire, savoring a crispy baked potato, his favorite farm reward. At 2 a.m., the sale profits had arrived. Potato prices. Normal quality, 80G. Silver quality, 100G. Gold quality, 120G. Iridium quality, 160G. His farming level was still too low to produce gold or iridium crops. Still, 7 ordinary potatoes netted him a tidy 540 gold, and with 10 left over from before, he now had 550 gold total, enough to buy 11 new planting seeds. 11 potatoes, plus the regrowing green beans from yesterday, 12 total crops. Still under the 15 plot threshold, meaning no scarecrow needed yet. He replanted in the drizzle, checked on the chickens, placed extra hay in their feeders, and returned inside for breakfast. When the thunder rolled outside, crickaboom, he glanced up at the clock. "By now, Sir John should be back," he said thoughtfully, grabbing his cloak. "Better go meet him." And just like that, Daron slipped on his raincoat and stepped out into the downpour, unaware that, across the river, his father's fury and the hand's ambition had already begun colliding in his name. 12, Chapter 12, There will always be a place for you by my hearth. 12, Chapter 12, There will always be a place for you by my hearth. The rain was relentless. Sheets of cold water hammered the hills, turning the dirt path into a ragged river of mud. At the base of the mountain, Daron spotted movement, a lone man struggling up the slope. Even through the downpour, he recognized the silver armor and white cloak. "Sir John," he called. The knight froze mid-step, head jerking upward. Rain streamed down his face as he squinted, raising a trembling hand to clear his vision. "Your Grace, I've found you." His voice quivered, his body shivering as much from exhaustion as from cold. Daron stood on the higher ground, watching the knight's unsteady approach. Something was off. Delivering a letter shouldn't have left him this broken. "Sir John," Daron said carefully, "did someone send you to me?" "Lord Tywin," John said between ragged breaths, every word punctuated by the splatter of rain. He looked half-dead, soaked, pale, and shaking. He must have been wandering for hours trying to find the farm. Daron climbed down and caught the reins of the 2 horses he was dragging. "Come with me," he said, voice firm but kind. "You'll catch your death out here." John didn't protest. Almost dazed, he followed. The protected boundary of Dragontongue Farm recognized its master's intent instantly. The illusion-like wards faded, and the muddy trail reappeared as a normal path. Once they reached the farm, Daron tied the horses under the trees and half-guided, half-carried the drenched knight into the warmth of the cabin. John was burning with fever despite the chill, his lips colorless. "Easy, Sir John," Daron murmured, helping him shrug free of the soaked armor until it clanged to the floor. He settled him before the roaring fireplace, then draped a towel around his shoulders. Fate, it seemed, had blessed him with another perfect moment. He'd expected the returned messenger to reveal which of his 2 letters had reached its target first, his father Ares, or his teacher Tywin. That alone would show him which way Sir John's loyalty leaned. Now he had his answer. "Tywin," John had said. Daron didn't hesitate. He'd bring this man in. The knight had chosen him. John, swaying dizzily, reached inside his damp tunic and produced a letter. "From Lord Tywin for you." Daron took it calmly and without a blink, tore it clean in half. Then fed both pieces into the flames. "My prince!" John cried, alarmed. Daron placed a hand on his shoulder. "Sir John," he said softly, "you're a white knight of the Kingsguard, not a courier between me and my teacher." The words cut through the fatigue like steel. John fell silent, stunned, unsure what to say. While the knight sat speechless, Daron crouched beside the hearth, pushed aside a few glowing coals, and buried a silver star potato in the ashes. He didn't need Tywin's letter to know what it contained: promises of power, titles, and influence. The same bait dangled before every ambitious man. But Daron knew Tywin's true motive, the same as always, to build his own throne through someone else's crown. "He doesn't want me independent. He wants me tied to his leash, a polished, obedient prince to rival rigor, useful and controllable." Daron smirked faintly. Too bad for him. The potato scent filled the cabin, rich and buttery as the skin blistered and cracked open. John stared, throat bobbing. He'd been riding and wandering all night, hungry, drenched, half delirious. "Eat," Daron said, pulling the potato from the ashes barehanded and offering it to him. John's fingers brushed it then dropped it reflexively with a hiss. Ah, it's burning. Daron chuckled, amused at the man's alarm. He picked it up again with ease, brushing away the soot. John blinked, suddenly remembering the blood of the dragon. The Targaryens did not fear fire. Still hot, Daron warned gently. Take it slowly. John accepted it again, more carefully this time, whispering a soft thanks before eating ravenously. Warmth slowly returned to his hands and cheeks. The meal, enhanced by the crop's subtle life energy, drew the cold from his bones. After a few minutes, Daron asked casually, "So, tell me how fare things in King's Landing." John paused between bites, then began recounting everything he knew. Aerys' delight, Tywin's fury, the bitter words exchanged in the throne room. Daron listened quietly, nodding, piecing together details. Every thread matched what he'd expected. The king now wanted to fund a castle in his honor, proof of his beloved son's greatness. The Hand, meanwhile, seethed with plans to pull him back to the capital, to keep him under control. Two powers, both pulling in opposite directions, each trying to claim him as their banner. The great Tywin Lannister, Daron murmured thoughtfully, will make his next move soon in secret. His lips curved in a small, knowing smile. He'll pretend to care, of course plotting to protect me, to give me comfort and counsel. But really he'll just want to keep me where he can watch me. John frowned, thoughtful, then asked quietly, if the Hand acts against you, should we seek the king's aid? The question was cautious, but clear. Daron studied him for a moment, recognizing what lay beneath a shift. Disillusionment. John had served mad kings and cold princes all his life. The deranged vanity of Aerys too, Rhaegar's distant indifference, both had left scars. Now, kneeling before him, Daron saw a man who had finally found someone he believed worth protecting. It's all right, Ser John, Daron said gently. I've planned for this from the start. His tone was calm, assured, almost amused. When a wise man meets an obstacle, he doesn't fight it head-on. He uses it. A sly grin touched his lips. If Tywin wants me in King's Landing, I'll let him bring me there. Better a stage than a cage, don't you think? John stared at him, and for the first time in months, he believed. He knelt on one knee, right before the hearth, sopping cloak pooling on the floor. My prince, he said quietly, voice firm, I swore to defend the realm, but more than that, to defend what is right. If you're ever in danger, I'll stand between you and the sword. On my honor, I will protect you. Durin's expression softened. He took one of the swords leaning by the door, John's own longsword, unsheathed it, and placed it gently on the man's shoulder. The firelight gleamed along the blade, warm and golden. Ser Yonithor Dari, he said solemnly, by the Seven, I swear that my hearth shall always have a place for you. The knight bowed his head, humbled. Outside, the rain kept pouring, washing the hill clean. Inside, beside the crackling fire and the scent of roasted potatoes, a silent pact was forged, not of gold or command, but of trust. And the blaze of that small hearth burned brighter than the Iron Throne itself. 13, Chapter 13, Investment credited. 10:30 a.m. After breakfast, Ser John refused Durin's insistence that he rest on the bed. Instead, he stretched out on the thick rug in front of the fireplace, using his freshly dried white cloak as a blanket, already half asleep within minutes. I have a man of my own now, Daron thought, watching him. It was a strange feeling, unfamiliar but powerful. He had never cared for the sycophantic nobles fawning over his father in the court, nor envied Rhaegar's halo of adoration. But this, seeing someone follow him out of loyalty, not blood or fear, was something else entirely. So this was what power felt like. Warm, heavy, addictive. Can't waste time, though, he murmured, pulling on his rain cloak. Rain days are lucky days for an old farmer. Grinning, he headed back out into the downpour. Tomorrow, the chickens would mature and begin laying eggs. After that, he could safely leave the farm for a while, time to return to King's Landing and advance his plans. But for now, he set out again, his bamboo fishing pole in hand, eyes on the Blackwater River. Noon. Luck favored the drenched and determined. On his way down the hill, Daron spotted 3 wildflowers and 4 edible plants, spring season treasures. Daffodil, a symbol of spring, perfect for gifts. Leek, a delicious cousin to the onion. Horseradish, a spring root spice with a strong flavor. Dandelion, not the prettiest bloom, but its leaves make good salad. He gently picked the 3rd daffodil, breathing in its soft floral scent. The warmth that pulsed through his abdomen was immediate, glowing faintly like sunlight under his skin. You have something to reflect on before the day ends. When he opened his eyes, the farm interface shimmered to life. Farmer, Daron Targaryen. Farming, Level 1. Mining, Level 0. Foraging, Level 1. Fishing, Level 0. Combat, Level 0. The faintest smirk curved his lips. Perfect. That means trees will start dropping seeds now. Any Stardew veteran knew the importance of tree seeds, especially oak. They were vital for crafting oak resin, the key ingredient for brewing barrels later on. By the time he reached the Blackwater, Durin's spirits were high. He stood on the ancient stone bridge, gray with age but solid as steel, and cast his line into the current. River fish, behold your conqueror, he proclaimed grandly. 6:40 p.m. Back at the cabin, Ser John was tending the fire again when Daron returned, scowling and dripping, holding one pitifully small perch by the tail. Dinner, Dayron announced flatly. Fish soup. John tried not to laugh. The next morning. Spring, day 4 Thursday clear skies 6 a.m. Hi-ah, ha. The sharp rhythm of sword swings filled the morning air outside the cabin. Dayron rolled from bed, smiling at the sound. When he stepped outside, sunshine poured down onto wet grass, and Ser John was in full white armor again, blade-slicing arcs of silver in the early light. A diligent knight, Dayron said approvingly. As he turned toward the field, he caught sight of his 11 crop plots freshly watered. The horses were grazing happily, ropes loosened. Someone had clearly been busy. Dayron chuckled knowingly. Efficient too. He crossed to the waterfall and unlatched the chicken coop. Cluck, cluck. Out strutted 2 plump hens, 1 brown, 1 white, marching proudly in side-by-side formation. When he looked inside the coop, 2 perfect eggs rested on the old wooden planks. 1 brown, 1 white. Well done, girls, he said, grinning ear to ear. He picked up the eggs and lifted both chickens, hugging them like trophies. Cluck. The white hen Coconut lifted her head proudly, chest puffed like a queen. When he turned, Ser John had finished his exercises and was now polishing his armor near the door. Look, 2 eggs. Dayron called, raising them like treasures. Eggs. Ser John blinked, stepped closer, and frowned slightly. Your Grace, these contain vital energy. Dayron paused mid-step. He hadn't expected him to feel it. You've awakened your life force, haven't you? The shift was unmistakable, the presence, the quiet power radiating from within. A warrior reborn. John nodded solemnly. Yes, my prince. Thanks to the special crops you entrusted me with, I've succeeded. Durin's grin widened. That's excellent news. All of the other Kingsguard had already achieved mastery over the life force. John Derry, a disciplined knight with deep training, had simply needed the final push, and Dayron had given it to him. Now his return to King's Landing looked far safer. When do we depart, Your Grace? John asked, his tone eager now. 2 decades of training had tempered the man, but mastery felt divine, as if the world aligned beneath one stride. He could probably fight 10 of his old self and win. In due time, Dayron said, setting the eggs on the table. First breakfast. John helped build the meal. A small iron pot hung above the fireplace, filled with water for boiling the eggs, while the last silver-quality potato roasted under the flame below. John also retrieved what remained of Owen Merriweather's gift, 2 silver-quality apples and 1 ear of golden corn for their side dishes. It was a meal fit for a king, worth at least 400 golden dragons in today's markets, though neither of them cared to convert. Exquisite, John murmured, carefully peeling the boiled egg. The vital energy in it hummed faintly against his fingers before spreading warmth through his body. Such a thing would fetch a fortune. Hens capable of producing life-infused eggs were almost mythical. But Dayron said nothing. He simply chewed and smiled. On his interface, unseen by his companion, a small notification blinked. Quest complete, harvest 1 egg. Reward, 100G credited. Noon. The Red Keep. 3 horses trotted through the rain-slick gates of the castle's lower ward. Dayron, John, and their pack mount. Dayron dismounted without ceremony, passing his reins to a steward before striding through the inner corridors straight into his father's quarters. Ares too, lounging in his chambers, nearly leapt to his feet when he saw his son enter. My dear boy, he said, eyes gleaming with unrestrained warmth. How splendid to see you again. He praised Dayron lavishly, words tumbling over one another, a rare storm of affection and manic delight. Dayron listened patiently through the incessant flattery, smiling faintly. Finally, Ares leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Go to Lord Owen Merriweather. I've promised that funds will be given for your castle's construction. Dayron inclined his head respectfully. Yes, father. If the king was happy, the realm slept easier, and Dayron, standing once again in the Red Keep, knew the real game was about to begin. 14, Chapter 14, Cersei Lannister Shany Targaryen. 14, Chapter 14, Cersei Lannister Shany Targaryen. Dayron left his father's chambers and made his way down the long marble corridor toward his sister Shany's rooms. It had been far too long since he'd visited her. As for collecting the funds from Lord Owen Merriweather, that could wait until tomorrow, best to give his teacher a little time to prepare for his next move. The steady drip of rain outside echoed faintly through the narrow windows. Halfway down the hall, laughter bright, youthful, the kind that always preceded trouble, bounced between the pillars. Your Grace. Ser John Derry's hand went to his sword hilt instantly. Though sworn to the Kingsguard, he had his own code, and now, his post was clear: protect the prince at all costs. Dayron gestured lightly. Easy, Ser John. I doubt we're under siege from giggling girls. And just then, a blur of gold and silk rounded the corner, barreling into him with surprising force. Ow! A voice gasped as a slender, perfumed girl stumbled against his chest, clutching his arm for balance. Dayron blinked. The girl pressed a hand to her ankle, face wincing prettily. So clumsy of me. Gods, he thought dryly. She's actually playing this out. Before he could speak, several elegantly dressed girls came running from around the corner, their skirts shimmering with color. Cersei, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Their fragrances mingled, imported oils and eastern perfumes filling the hallway like a highborn bouquet. I'm fine, just twisted my ankle, the golden-haired girl Cersei Lannister said, lifting the hem of her red gown delicately. A flawless leg appeared beneath, her pale skin flushed slightly red at the delicate ankle. Durin's gaze flicked down briefly. She really did it. She actually twisted it for real. No wonder the histories called her a master of manipulation. When he didn't immediately react, Cersei tilted her face upward. Her eyes bright green and sharp as gems glittered with mischief. "Your Grace," she said warmly, "you saved me." Daeron arched a brow. "Did I?" "Of course," she said, still clinging to his arm, her tone perfectly pitched between innocence and invitation. "If not for you, I might have fallen far worse." Ah, there it was, the famous Lannister charm. He decided to play along. "My apologies then. It seems I startled you." "No," she insisted hurriedly, tightening her grip on his sleeve. Her hands were soft, her composure perfect. "It was my fault entirely, my handsome prince." He almost laughed. "Blunt, aren't you?" She stood tall, nearly his height, with the grace of someone already long aware of her beauty. Her chin lifted just enough to display the smooth line of her throat, the delicate shine of her collarbone. Even at 14, it was clear why she'd one day be called the most beautiful woman in Westeros. And unlike most girls her age, she didn't blush or look away. Instead, she appraised him, emerald gaze bright under gold lashes. "When you stared into the abyss," Daeron thought, "sometimes it smiled back." Cersei studied him openly, the silver hair, the violet eyes bright and kind rather than cold, the boyish confidence paired with quiet strength. Rhaegar had been beautiful, yes, haunting, melancholy, the kind whose sadness drew sympathy. But this younger Prince Daeron had warmth, and laughter behind the eyes. Not like Jaime, she thought fleetingly. He's too boyish still. The rumor was true. When the Mad King refused Tywin's offer to wed her to Rhaegar, she had cried herself raw. Yet now perhaps the gods had sent her a second chance. Another dragon prince, one her father would gladly support. "If I can't be his queen," she thought, breathing faster, "I'll be a queen nonetheless." Daeron carefully stepped back, freeing himself from her grasp. The gaggle of girls crowded close again, worried looks returning. He smiled mildly and with a flick of his wrist, conjured a single yellow daffodil from behind his back. "Oh, how lovely." One blonde girl gasped, eyes shining. But Cersei's quick, sharp glare silenced her instantly. Daeron held out the flower to her. "A gift," he said gently. "A daffodil, a symbol of spring." Cersei accepted it gracefully, fingers brushing his. "It's beautiful," she murmured, breathing in the delicate fragrance. Even though it was only a common quality flower, its petals gleamed like sunlight in the corridor. Daeron inclined his head slightly. "Then I'll take my leave. Until next time." "Wait," she began, but he was already gone, the silver hair flashing once around the corner. Behind her, the other girls erupted into excited chatter. "The prince gave it personally. How romantic. And look, isn't that one of those special flowers? The kind from the east?" "Yes. Worth a fortune." Cersei smiled at their awe, lifting her chin. "It's just a flower," she said coolly. "When I tire of it, I'll let one of you have it." Their laughter followed like applause. "One problem," one dark-haired maid added impishly. "He's only 11. 3 years younger than you." Cersei's eyes followed the fading glimpse of silver hair in the corridor, and her smile turned fierce. "So what?" she said proudly. "My father is the hand of the king, the most powerful man in the 7 kingdoms, second only to the throne itself." There had never been anything she wanted that she didn't eventually possess. A short while later, Daeron stood before another door, sunlight spilling warm across the gilded handle. He knocked softly. Inside, Shani Targaryen looked up from her embroidery. The eldest Targaryen daughter, silver-haired, violet-eyed, impossibly beautiful, sat cross-legged near the window, a soft golden dress draping her graciously. The knock was familiar. "Come in," she said quietly. The door creaked open, and before she could rise, 2 small blurs of motion burst in. "Big sister. Shani, we came to see you." The elder of the 2, Jaehaerys, already had the poised manners of a young nobleman. The younger, Viserys, all wide eyes and mischief, stood in contrast, hands on hips, chin high. "Shani, you didn't even come greet us," he said indignantly. At 4 years old, the boy already carried the brash confidence of someone spoiled by bloodline. Shani ignored him, turning her gaze back to her embroidery. The air in the room chilled faintly. There was always a certain melancholy around her, quiet, distant, a remnant of something broken long ago. "Hey," Viserys began again, until a sharp smack landed on the back of his head. "Behave," Daeron said dryly, standing in the doorway. "Unless you want me to prove I still hit harder than you, scream." The boy huffed, but the threat worked. He fell silent at once. Shani finally looked up, eyes softening the moment they met. "Durin's. I just came from mother," Daeron said, closing the door behind them. "Thought we'd visit for a while." He sat casually on the carpet, smiling at his sister, the way he always had, like she wasn't a mystery, or a Targaryen relic in isolation, but just family. And for the first time in weeks, Shani smiled back. 15, Chapter 15, The Strange Dream. "Mother doesn't like you," Shani said softly. Daeron paused, pressing a hand to his forehead with a sigh. The words were so coldly factual they could have frozen the air. But she wasn't wrong. Queen Rilla's affections belonged entirely to the 2 youngest boys, Little Jay and Viserys. For her second son, the one the king favored most, she had only distant civility. I know, he said quietly. Still, I should visit her. Courtesy counts for something. Shani didn't look up from her embroidery. She only loves our younger brothers, she said again. Dayron exhaled. I know, he murmured, half amused, half weary. Yes, it was like pressing a warm face into cold marble. But she had raised him, after all. That bond couldn't simply be ignored. Shani stitched in silence, the needle flashing in and out of the fabric. She didn't really care about politics or their mother's moods, only that her brother not be hurt by them. She still visits you every other day? He asked idly. No answer. Just the steady rhythm of thread through cloth. Realizing conversation was futile, Dayron drifted away to the sunlit window where a small easel stood. The light fell across the unused sketchboard, dust motes glittering in the air. He prepared his paints and began to work. Behind him, little Jaharis leaned closer, eyes wide with curiosity, while Viserys 4 years old and incorrigible snuck up to Shani's table to steal her biscuits, crunching them loudly and scattering crumbs like a tiny hurricane. No one scolded him. The poor child was so spoiled or so dim that his eccentricities were tolerated as harmless. For that one rare morning, the Red Keep, usually thick with tension and paranoia, felt almost peaceful. An older sister embroidering, an older brother sketching, and 2 younger ones laughing quietly around them. Almost like a family. Elsewhere, in the king's bedchamber, Grand Maester Pycelle entered quietly, his hands trembling slightly as he carried a silver tray with a jug and goblets. Your Grace, he said respectfully, I've mixed a new sleeping draught to ease your rest. He set the tray down reverently. From behind a curtain, Ser Barristan Selmy stepped forward, poured a cup of the pale, milky liquid, and held it out. There followed the sound of drinking, then the crash of a goblet hitting the floor. Ares sat on the edge of his bed, eyes feverish and alive. Grand Maester, the blasted spinning wheel works. We'll sell it throughout the realm, every noble house will crave one. Pycelle hesitated. Your Grace, the 3-spindle spinning wheel is still new. There may be imperfections. You question me. Ares snapped. Do you mean to hide it from me? No, no, never. The old man bowed so deeply his beard brushed his chest. I only meant that every invention needs refining. Then refine it faster, Ares barked. Don't delay my triumph. Pycelle dabbed sweat from his brow. Then, Ares's tone turned abruptly sharp. Tell me what you think of my son. Prince Rhaegar. Pycelle asked cautiously. Ares's eyes burned. The wolf-blooded traitor? No, I mean Dayron. The prince I've granted the land south of the Blackwater. Ah, Pycelle paused, groping for measured words. A fine young man, handsome, kind, and greatly loved. A future warrior, perhaps worthy of the Dragon Knight himself. Ares beamed. But Ser Barristan frowned in the background. The comparison was telling, not to a king, not to a ruler, but to a loyal knight. A flattering way to describe an obeying son. Still, Ares's enthusiasm surged. I'll build him a city. He cried suddenly. A white city, grander than King's Landing itself, all marble, no filth. Pycelle's face blanched. I'll move my court there, Ares continued, manic light in his eyes. Half the capital will follow. We'll leave this stinking hole behind. That was too much even for Barristan. Such madness had surfaced once before in 265 AC, when Ares had proposed building a new royal capital on the southern bank of the Blackwater. It had taken the entire council months to stop him. Pycelle gathered his courage. Your Grace, I beg you, the treasury is barren. After the 9-penny King's War, we only just repaid the Iron Bank's loans. There's no coin to build a city. Ares glared, outraged. You deny me the right to build for my son. The Grand Maester only shook his head grimly. It cannot be done, Your Grace. Truly. And for once, he spoke the truth, there was nothing to give. The royal coffers were dust. Eventually, the sedative began to take hold, and the king's wild tirade faded into breathy mutters. Minutes later, Ares slumped sideways, asleep. Barristan escorted the trembling Maester to the door. Ser Barristan, Pycelle whispered urgently, when his grace wakes, you must counsel him against this madness. For the good of the realm. The knight nodded solemnly. You have a noble heart, Grand Maester. He meant it sincerely. Night deepened over the Red Keep. In the princess's chambers, the fire burned low. Shani lay curled on her side, her breathing steady. Dayron, stretched out on a rug before the fireplace, stared at the flames. What will my teacher do next? He mused aloud. Only the crackling logs answered. The 2 younger boys had long since been escorted back to their mother by her maids. He turned over the possibilities one by one in his head, the traps to win might lay, the speeches, the veiled threats. When at last his thoughts slowed, he turned his head. In the dim firelight, Shani's profile looked ethereal, calm, distant, and yet somehow reassuring. She was perhaps the only soul in the Red Keep who could quiet his mind. He drifted, the warmth of the flames blurring into dreams. He didn't know when the dream began. He was back at Dragontongue Farm, tending the soil, watering plants, patting both hens on the head. The peace of it all was perfect until, caw, caw, caw. He spotted a black crow perched at the edge of one of his crop plots, pecking insistently at a fresh sprout. Huh. He frowned. That shouldn't happen. I seeded less than 15 tiles, no crows should spawn yet. He shoot it with the hoe. Get out of here. The bird only flapped up to a pine tree, then stared down at him, head tilted oddly. Still here. He stepped closer and the crow stared back. Not like an animal, but like a thing that understood exactly what it was doing. Its eyes gleamed with unsettling awareness. Just as Dayron squinted to see more, he woke with a start. The faint jingle of the farm interface still echoed in his ears. Farming, 0G. Foraging, 40G. Fishing, 0G. Mining, 0G. Other, 0G. Total, 40 gold credited. He blinked hard, breathing deeply. A dream? Wait, the crow. Are you all right? Shani's soft voice startled him. She was half sitting, hair falling loose in silver curls, eyes reflecting the firelight. Nothing, he said quickly. New bed, strange dreams. Oh. She tilted her head slightly then lay back down, pulling the covers over her shoulders. The room returned to silence. Dayron closed his eyes again, but not his mind. Dreams didn't scare him but omens did. A crow that doesn't fly away, he thought grimly. Let's hope that's not something following me. Read more Impact Cave Leather. 16, Chapter 16, Lazy to talk sir, take care of it. 16, Chapter 16, Lazy to talk sir, take care of it. Spring, Day 5 Friday windy 8:30 a.m. Dayron rose early enough to catch the late crowd. When he arrived at the royal treasury, Count Owen Merryweather was already waiting for him, smiling pleasantly beneath the morning wind. You're early, my lord, Dayron greeted lightly as he approached. Since the creation of Dragontongue Farm, he'd given up ordinary meals eating only once or twice a day, and always food infused with life energy. That morning, he'd shared breakfast with Shani and the others, tomato bean stew with pan-seared steak, flavored with wild horseradish and leek instead of onions. Delicious but time-consuming. Owen smiled broadly. His grace gave the order at dawn. I dared not delay. After the usual courtesies, they got to the business. The count's smile stiffened slightly, his tone cautious. Prince Dayron, due to the treasury's current shortages, the council has debated extensively and settled on two options to fulfill the king's command. Dayron folded his arms, unruffled. I'm listening. Owen cleared his throat. First, as proposed by Lord Chelton Costain, Master of Coin, the crown will provide you with building materials for your castle and conscript peasants to work as builders. Second, should you prefer otherwise, my Lord Chelton authorizes you to receive the value equivalent 8,700 gold dragons instead. Dayron almost laughed. 8,700 down to the last coin. Owen looked embarrassed. A precaution, my prince. The treasury holds only so much liquid coin. To be fair, the council had handled the king's whim as efficiently as anyone could. I'll pass on the gold, Dayron said finally. Show me these materials. 8,000 dragons could raise a fine noble keep but a prince's palace. Not even close. At once, my prince, said Owen, unlocking the heavy iron gates. The ancient doors groaned open with a thunderous creak, and a wave of dusty air rolled out, glittering faintly in the sunlight. Dayron coughed. You keep the royal wealth in here. More of a warehouse than a treasury, Owen admitted, lighting a torch. The real vault's beneath the Red Keep. This one mostly holds supplies and surplus materials. Inside, the huge chamber stretched back into shadow, its walls stacked floor to ceiling with pale marble slabs. All this? Dayron asked curiously. Owen nodded. The white marble of White Walls Castle. You've heard of the Butterwell family. Dayron frowned, sifting through memory as Owen began his tale. The Butterwells, once rich beyond all reason, famous for trading in milk and dairy, their wealth rivaling even the Lannisters and Tyrells a century ago. Their lord, Ambrose Butterwell, had used his fortune to rebuild his ancestral castle entirely in white marble, earning its name, White Walls. And his greed had ruined him. He was clever but far too ambitious, Owen said gravely. Ambrose had fawned over King Aegon IV, offering his beautiful daughters to the king's bed. In return, the infamous Unworthy had gifted him a dragon egg. Dayron scowled. Using a dragon egg as payment? That wretch deserved a dragon's fire. Owen tactfully ignored the remark and continued. After Aegon IV's death, his son Dayron II ascended only to discover his late father's lecherous ally plotting treason. Ambrose Butterwell had secretly joined Demon II Blackfire, organizing a great tourney at White Walls to rally hidden loyalists to the Blackfire cause. By sheer chance, Durin's great-grandfather Aegon V, then merely Egg, and Ser Duncan the Tall uncovered the conspiracy. The second Blackfire rebellion followed, ending in swift destruction. The Butterwell line was executed, their castle razed by order of Brynden Rivers, the Blood Raven, its marble hauled back to King's Landing, the ruins salted so that nothing would ever grow there again. All these slabs, Owen finished, gesturing around them, came from White Walls. Dayron ran a hand along the smooth, cold stone. So that's the story. No wonder father wanted to build a white marble city across the Blackwater. The pieces were ready all along. Correct, said Owen. But there's not enough for an entire city, only for a fortress, perhaps two at most. Still, it's priceless material. He smiled nervously. If it please you, we can have them transported to your lands immediately. Dayron grinned. You think I'm afraid of a little cursed stone? By all means, send it. Owen's relief was visible. Then it settled. Both men examined the marble closely, flawless, unweathered, stored for more than a century and still shining like new. Excellent quality, Dayron admitted. Better than the Red Keep sandstone or even Dragonstone's towers. They stepped out together into the daylight, and as Dayron glanced back, something by the door caught his eye, a broad block of dark, golden wood. What about that? Ah, that, Owen said quickly. A beam of golden heart timber imported from Essos, crafted using Eastern joinery. Dayron shrugged. Send it to my farm. It'll make a decent stool. Owen chuckled. Consider it done. Everything seemed settled smoothly. They were about to leave when a sharp voice cut across the courtyard. Hold it right there. A tall, lean young man with golden hair strode up the path, trailed by half a dozen Lannister guards in crimson cloaks. At that same hour, the small council chamber was in uproar. King Aerys, to everyone's horror, had arrived in person, babbling passionately about White City 2.0, a new, radiant capital of marble on the southern shore. The councillors slumped in despair, heads low. Tywin Lannister sat opposite his king, every inch the stoic hand, but his calculating mind was already at work. Perfect timing, he thought. Right about now, my dear younger brother should be making a fine mess for that presumptuous little prince. Tywin's lips twitched in something like amusement. Dayron had returned to the capital and deliberately avoided him, a clear sign the boy fancied himself independent. Well, that delusion needed correcting. His only consolation was Cersei's report from last night, the girl still starry-eyed after her accidental encounter with the Silver Prince. Tywin had actually smiled at that. Good taste, he'd said. Cersei was beautiful, ambitious, and most importantly his. A union between her and Dayron would guarantee Lannister dominance no matter which Targaryen sat the throne. Still, if the boy thought a few smiles and courtesies would free him from his mentor's grasp, he had another thing coming. Let him have his castle, Tywin thought coldly. Then let him drown in paperwork and politics until he crawls back for help. His patience returned, smooth as steel. A small lesson builds obedience. He could already picture Durin's frustration. The Golden Fool would be learning that even dragons must bow to lions. Meanwhile, the young golden-haired man blocking Durin's way grinned arrogantly, flourishing a sealed writ. You're trespassing, Prince, he announced. By order of the Hand of the King, I'm authorized to claim this marble for repairs to the Mudgate docks. Dayron raised an eyebrow. And you are? Ser Jaren Lannister of Casterly Rock, he said proudly. Fourth son of Lord Tywin's house. Ah, the rumor made flesh. Tywin's troublesome younger brother, full of pride and eager to prove himself. Dayron sighed faintly. So House Lannister's cubs are fetching errands now. Jaren sneered. Apologies, Your Grace, but I answer only to the hand. The insult was transparent, the challenge, deliberate. Durin's smile vanished. I'm too tired to argue, and you aren't worth the breath. Then he turned his head slightly. Ser Jon, he said calmly, handle it. Jon Darry's gauntlet hand tightened on his sword hilt. As you command, my prince. The White Knight stepped forward, every motion economical, precise. The wind carried a faint metallic whisper as his blade sang free of its sheath. The Lannister guards tensed. Dayron folded his arms, watching with cold indifference. He had no interest in quarreling with lions, but if they forced him to roar, he would make sure someone bled for it. And behind him, the marble walls of the old white walls glimmered faintly as if carrying the ghost of another rebellion long past. 17, Chapter 17, The Clash and the Dragon Egg. 17, Chapter 17, The Clash and the Dragon Egg. Dayron didn't even finish the thought, he moved first. What? Jaren Lannister froze, glancing around at his men in disbelief. He hadn't expected the prince to simply charge. In a heartbeat, Dayron seized him by the collar. Jaren fumbled for his sword, but before his hand touched the hilt, Dayron drove a sharp knee straight into his gut. The air burst from Jaren's lungs in a strangled gasp, he almost vomited on the spot. You bastard. Pain twisted his voice into a snarl. He threw a wild punch, more fury than form. Dayron caught it clean, twisting the younger man's wrist until the bones cracked loud enough to echo. Jaren's eyes widened. Impossible. He was 7 years older, taller, stronger, yet Durin's grip was unmovable, his eyes calm and predator cold. Idiot, Dayron hissed through his teeth. With a fluid motion, he rotated his wrist further, making the Lannister's knuckles pop. The boy's composure shattered. I yield. Dayron didn't let him finish. He snapped his head forward, skull meeting nose with a crunch, then kicked hard at Jaren's leg. A sickening crack followed. The Lannister went down screaming, splattering mud and blood. Dayron grabbed his hair and slammed him backward into the dirt. The scuffle was quick, brutal, controlled. A fight, after all, only needed 3 steps: silence the mouth, break the legs, and finish it fast. 1 punch, 2, 3. Within seconds, Jaren's once handsome face was unrecognizable. Durin's expression didn't change, if anything, he looked bored. Gripping the golden curls at the base of Jaren's skull, he lifted his head and slammed it down again. From nearby, Count Owen went pale, hiding behind a stack of marble. Gods above, this is going to be trouble. But before he could act, it was already over. Your Grace, please. Owen cried finally, rushing in. Enough. Dayron stopped mid-swing, breathing evenly. I'm calm, Lord Owen, he said flatly. Jaren hung limp in his grasp, face caked with blood and dirt. Daeron studied him with detachment, a man taking notes on cause and effect. No one had ever dared insult him to his face. Time this city remembered what that cost. When he finally looked up again, John Derry was already finishing his own work. The Kingsguard had moved like lightning, his longsword flashing silver through red. All 8 of the Lannister guards were down. 2 were dead with clean throat cuts, 1 lay gutted in a puddle of blood. The rest groaned weakly on the ground. "Open your eyes," Daeron said coldly, hauling Jaren upright by his hair. "Look at them. They bled for your arrogance." The boy's lashes fluttered, he was barely conscious. Terror glazed his eyes, mingling with regret. And as tears traced through blood, he fainted dead away. Daeron released him, wiping his fingers against his sleeve. "At least he's not entirely hollow." He knew the story. Jaren Lannister, youngest of Tywin's brothers, supposedly the kindest of them, fated to vanish on a doomed voyage in search of his family's lost sword. Bright roar. "Well," Daeron murmured, "consider this saving your life early." Owen nearly had a panic attack. "You've struck a Lannister. This will bring trouble, serious trouble." Daeron shrugged. A Targaryen prince put a Lannister pup in his place. How bad could it be? He turned his back casually. "Have the marble shipped to my fief. That golden heart block too. And bring this 1 inch." He nodded toward the unconscious Lannister back to the Red Keep. "What for?" "Charity." As he walked away, Owen wiped sweat from his brow. He knew the hand of the king would never let this slide. The Lannisters ruled the court's purse strings, their reach rivaled even the crown's authority. If Daeron thought that meant nothing, he was in for a rude awakening. Still, the count had no choice but to clean up the mess, blood, scraps, all. 15 minutes later, tension rippled through the Red Keep like a silent tide. Servants whispered. Courtiers kept their heads down. Daeron strode through the halls as if nothing had happened. He barely spared the anxious glances that followed him. The fight was already forgotten in his mind. He had something far more important to confirm. Up the stairs. Long corridors. He walked with purpose, a rusted iron hatchet appearing in his hand as if conjured from thin air. Last night's strange dream, the crow, the unease, and today, the marble from white walls. There was a connection there, he could feel it. He reached his chamber door and shoved it open. Shani gasped, hands out as if to shield their younger brothers. "Second brother." Jaehaerys cried in relief, running forward only to be stopped gently by his sister's arm. Her eyes flicked to the iron weapon in his grasp. Daeron. They'd all heard the rumor by now, the prince who thrashed a Lannister and dragged his body back to the castle. And now here he was, axe in hand, facing a chunk of foreign lumber he'd insisted be brought to his room. "Step back," he said calmly. He walked to the golden heartwood block, muscles tensing. Life energy stirred inside him, pooling into his arms. He swung. Crack. The blade bit deep, scattering shards of sap-dark resin. Shani flinched, shielding the children again. "Daeron, what are you?" He didn't answer, only raised the axe again. One swing, then another. Something was calling to him from inside the wood, a faint warmth, a pull that thrummed beneath his skin. Not illusion. Instinct. "Come on, show yourself." With a shout, he brought the axe down in a final, full-force strike. Thud. The beam split cleanly in two. Straw spilled out in a golden cloud, and with it, something heavy rolled free, landing softly atop the dry stalks. An object. Oval. Gleaming faintly red through the haze. For a moment, no one breathed. Then Shani gasped, hands flying to her mouth. "A dragon egg." The words escaped her trembling lips. Both Jaehaerys and Viserys froze, staring wide-eyed as the sunlight struck the thing and scattered firelight across the room. Daeron let the axe fall. It hit the ground with a dull clang as he sank to one knee, staring at the treasure that had just fallen from its wooden shell. A red egg, smooth, scaly, dusted with faint gold flecks and black spirals. Alive, weakly shimmering with residual life. "Just as I thought," he exhaled, smiling faintly. "My instincts were right." The faint pulse under its surface responded, like a heartbeat eager to wake. And for the first time, in a century and a half, the blood of dragons felt something stir. Read more in Pat. Cave Leather. 18, Chapter 18, Our House Has Fallen. Daeron bent down and carefully lifted the egg from the straw. A grin spread across his face. "Look what I've found." Before he could say more, Shani rushed forward and wrapped her arms around his head, pressing a trembling kiss to his forehead. Words failed her. Her eyes glimmered with tears. "A dragon egg. It's real, an actual dragon egg." The two younger boys cheered loud enough to shake the rafters, hugging their older siblings all at once. Even Viserys, so often dismissed as slow, understood what it meant. For the first time since the tragedy at Summerhall, House Targaryen had a dragon egg again. It was a piece of what they had lost, perhaps, the very proof that their blood still held power. When the excitement settled, Daeron finally disentangled himself, feeling the heat of Shani's breath still on his cheek. "Second brother," little Jaehaerys said, wide-eyed, "we have a dragon egg." Daeron could only laugh softly, but Shani, ever strange and solemn, calmed first. Her voice was firm when she spoke. "Daeron, hide it. Take it back to your lands and never, ever let father or anyone else know it exists." "I understand." They didn't need to say why. If King Ares ever discovered it, if he even suspected, he would seize it in a heartbeat. The Mad King's obsession with dragons ran deeper than love. It was hunger. Both of you, Shani said sharply, turning to their brothers, listening well. This must stay secret. We swear. Two little heads bobbed solemnly. And just like that, the 4 Targaryen siblings shared a single, dangerous secret. Only then did Daeron take the time to study the egg itself. Its scales were dark red with gold flecks and faint spiral patterns in black. A memory clicked. This should be the dragon egg Aegon the Unworthy gifted to the Butterwell family, he murmured. Which meant Bloodraven's agents had stolen it after the rebellion and hidden it inside the materials salvaged from White Walls. Durin's lips parted in quiet realization. Safe indeed, he whispered. No one would ever think to look there. Then a sudden thought chilled him. If Father's plan to build his marble city had actually begun, would King Ares have found it first? That possibility struck uncomfortably close. His father's old visions of glory often bordered on lunacy. 1. To conquer the Stepstones and make them part of the realm. 2. To build a second wall 100 miles north of the first. 3. To construct a new white city across the Blackwater, made entirely of marble. 4. To raise a royal fleet to destroy Bravos and settle the Iron Bank's debts. 5. To dig a massive canal through the Red Mountains, bringing river water to the Dornish deserts. Every one of them mad. Only one ancestor had ever managed anything remotely similar, Daemon Targaryen, the wild rogue prince, who briefly held the Stepstones by sheer force. Father, are you truly insane? Yet even as he asked, Daeron knew it wasn't that simple. Ares's madness wasn't random. It followed a pattern insanity with a twisted logic. His paranoia about Tywin, his hatred for Rhaegar, his obsession with wildfire. All madness and yet, all threads in a larger tapestry of fear. And deep down, Daeron almost believed the king wasn't wrong to fear Lannisters and false heirs. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Your Grace, came a gravelly voice. The hand of the king summons you to the throne room to answer for harming a Lannister. Gerald Hightower, the White Bull, stood at the door. Daeron smiled faintly. So it begins. He slipped the dragon egg into his inventory panel before the others could react. Magic. Jaehaerys gasped, eyes wide as coins. Wow, whispered Viserys, practically glowing with awe. Daeron ruffled their hair lightly. Stay put. If not here, go to mother and don't wander. Then he stepped outside. Gerald Hightower stood tall and solemn, sword at his hip. Opposite him, Jon Darry looked equally tense, hand resting on his hilt. The 2 Kingsguard were mere words away from drawing blades. What's going on? Daeron asked, though he already knew. Jon stepped aside slightly, lowering his guard. The hand sent the Lord Commander himself for you. Gerald gave a curt nod. Lannister soldiers are making formal accusation. The king is indisposed. I came before any orders to warn you. So not a summons, but a quiet favor. Where is my father? Daeron asked. In his bedchamber, Hightower said. Then take me to him. The 3 men set off at once. But when they reached the doors to Ares's room, another obstacle awaited. Ah, Prince Daeron, croaked the Grand Maester. Pycelle bowed deeply, hands shaking ever so slightly. His grace is resting. He cannot be disturbed. Durin's voice remained cold. I've been accused of assaulting a Lannister. I'll disturb him. The Maester blinked, feigning confusion. His Majesty drank a strong sedative after the council. He will sleep for hours yet, my prince. Durin's mouth curved faintly. That timing is awfully convenient, isn't it? I assure you his medicine follows schedule daily, Pycelle stammered. Daeron glanced at Gerald. The old knight frowned, then nodded imperceptibly, confirming the claim. Still, Daeron wasn't fooled. He shoved Pycelle aside and pushed open the doors. Behind the curtains, Barristan Selmy rose smoothly from his seat, his silver armor gleaming even in dim light. Your Grace, what's happening? Ignoring him, Daeron strode straight to the bed. His father slept soundly, thin chest rising and falling under the blankets. The prince crossed the room to the cabinet where the king kept personal treasures. Prince Daeron. Barristan's tone sharpened. Daeron didn't answer. A moment later, he turned back holding something in his hand. Something black-hilted and sharp. The Valyrian steel dagger. He drew it from its sheath. The dark metal caught the light, rippling faintly like water. This, he murmured, almost reverently, was once Iners the Exile's dagger. A relic of a fallen age. Before old Valyria's doom, Targaryens had fled with swords, crowns, and treasures of dragon steel. Yet over centuries through wars, rebellions, and exiles nearly all had been lost. Blackfire, the family's ancestral sword, vanished with bitter steel across the narrow sea. Dark Sister, carried north by Bryn Den rivers, was lost beyond the wall. Now, only a single Valyrian steel crown and this dagger remained. Daeron turned the weapon thoughtfully, the faint heat of the metal tingling against his skin. Our house has fallen so far, he whispered. He slid the dagger into his belt, meeting the shocked eyes of the 3 knights. Then he gave a single, measured order. Gerald, Barristan with me. Jon remains behind to guard my father. Without waiting for reply, he strode for the door. The Kingsguard exchanged quietly conflicted looks but eventually followed. Behind them, Pycelle staggered to his feet, clutching the doorframe. What are you doing? he croaked. John Derry turned toward him, face expressionless, voice even colder. Doing our duty, he said, guarding the dragon's blood. And he closed the doors in the old man's face. Chapter 19 I demand trial by combat. The throne room. Tywin Lannister sat high on the Iron Throne, presiding over a hall filled with more than 100 nobles and lords of Westeros. The matter had escalated beyond rumor. In the center of the marble floor knelt a blood-stained Lannister soldier. Beside him, on a stretcher, lay Jaron Lannister battered beyond recognition, his body a map of bruises. Whispers rippled through the chamber. The Hand's own brother, nearly beaten to death by the king's favored son, and the king wasn't even present. Everyone prayed this hearing wouldn't descend into madness. From the crowd, Varys raised his smooth, soft voice. Lord Hand, he asked delicately, when might his grace join us? Before Tywin could reply, a middle-aged maester hurried in and whispered something in his ear. Tywin nodded once, pale eyes flashing cold. He spoke in a tone that silenced the hall. His Majesty is resting. This matter, he said, falls under my full discretion. No one dared object. That was the law. When the king slept, the Hand ruled. Count Owen Merryweather, pressed somewhere within the anxious crowd, wiped sweat from his brow. This is bad, he thought miserably. The king's not here, the prince won't get a fair hearing. Minute by minute, the tension thickened. Finally, Tywin broke the uneasy stillness. Where are the king's guard? He demanded. Wasn't the prince summoned? Before anyone could answer. They're here. Someone cried. Prince Daeron with Ser Gerald and Ser Barristan. The high doors groaned open, and Daeron Targaryen entered. He stepped through the sunlight spilling across the black stone steps, posture tall, gaze steady. He looked completely unbothered, as if he were walking into a reception, not a trial. Two shadows followed, Gerald the White Bull Hightower to his left, and Barristan the Bold to his right. The sight of those two unflinching legends flanking the king's son drew collective breath across the hall. Even the lords, who had arrived eager for blood and scandal, found themselves whispering instead of jeering. They had heard of the king's beloved second son. Few had actually seen him. Until now, most assumed Durin's repute came only from his father's favoritism. But the young man who walked past the wounded Lannisters gave a different impression entirely. His calm radiated authority. He stopped at the base of the throne's twisted blades as Tywin rose. That's far enough, your grace, the Hand called sharply. Without king's guard to protect him personally, Tywin sat surrounded only by his Lannister soldiers, brave enough, but meaningless against two knights of such caliber. Daeron inclined his head coolly. You wished to see me, Lord Hand. You stand accused of violent assault, Tywin declared, voice louder, formal now. Do you deny it? Durin's eyes flicked toward the stretcher. You mean him? Tywin's stare didn't waver. Indeed. The evidence is clear. You ordered Ser Yonathor Derry to strike down 8 Lannister guards, killing 3, maiming 5, and personally beat my brother half to death. We have witnesses to attest to it. Daeron didn't flinch. And the cause? He asked mildly. Did you even bother to ask what started the fight? Tywin's jaw clenched. The cause does not excuse the crime. Daeron almost laughed. Of course not, he thought. That's how he means to trap me. It wasn't the first time Westeros had seen royals judged by the sword. In his mind, Daeron recalled another story, the 209 AC tourney at Ashford Meadow, where his great-grandfather Aegon the Unlikely's brother, Prince Aerion Brightflame, had assaulted a commoner. Ser Dunk the Wandering Knight, later known as Dunk the Tall, had struck the prince in defense. For that insolence, the royal demanded a trial of 7. Aegon had revealed his own blood to defend the knight, and in the end, Prince Baelor Breakspear, heir to the throne, had died saving him. A feud of pride and honor that cost a prince his life. And today, another prince faced something similar. Tywin straightened, signaling one of the guards. State your claim, he ordered. The Lannister soldier stepped forward, trembling. My lord, we were sent by your command to retrieve materials from the king's warehouse for harbor repairs. Lord Jaron spoke only one sentence with the prince, and then the prince attacked us. The room erupted. Madness. Like father, like son. Someone whispered. Dragon blood, curse of the Targaryens, another muttered. The murmur spread like fire. Tywin let them speak, let the noise swell. It served him. When he spoke again, his voice was calm, cutting. Your grace, the testimony is given. What say you in your defense? Daeron waited until silence fell again. My father authorized the construction of my residence. Are you saying you did not know? I knew, Tywin said flatly. But that has nothing to do with this. So he was disowning responsibility outright, pretending coincidence. Varys, standing near the edge of the crowd, pressed his lips together. He could already see the line being drawn. The order for the marble had indeed come from the council. Aerys' command, Tywin's approval, Owen's execution. At the same hour Tywin had conveniently authorized his own brother to take those same materials. A perfect trap layered in bureaucracy. The Hand could now claim ignorance and paint the prince's assault as unjust violence. Enough to exile him, strip him of lands, and crush him quietly. Even clever snakes can be predictable, Daeron thought. He wants me desperate, begging. He'll cut off my wings, then teach me obedience. His lips curved, just slightly. A ripple of laughter escaped him. Tywin's glare hardened. My brother lies half dead, and you laugh. The young prince looked up, violet eyes burning brighter. Do you truly believe you can judge me, my lord? A hush fell across the hall. He turned, raising his voice so all could hear. The law, he said, is not about guilt or innocence, but about the will of the living at the moment it is invoked. And I tell you now this case was contrived with poison at its root. A snare, not justice. The gathered lords exchanged uneasy glances. You refuse to accept this court's ruling? Tywin demanded, tone taut. No, Daeron said clearly, his voice echoing under the vaulted ceiling. I reject the very premise of it. Then, loud enough for the whole court to hear, he turned his gaze upward toward the stained glass emblems of the seven. I am Daeron Targaryen, he declared. I answer to no man's justice, only to the judgment of the gods. The crowd gasped. Tywin's fists clenched on the armrests of the Iron Throne. Do you know what you're saying? He hissed. Daeron stepped forward, eyes fierce as dragon fire. I do, he said. I call for trial by combat. The words slammed through the chamber like a hammerstroke. If you want me condemned, he said, every syllable deliberate, send a man worthy of dying for the verdict. Silence followed so deep even the torches seemed to wait. And for the first time in years, the Iron Throne itself felt cold beneath the Lion of Casterly Rock. Chapter 20 The Mad King appears. You arrogant, insolent boy. Tywin's face had gone pale with fury. Even seated high upon the Iron Throne, he felt trapped, pinned between outrage and helplessness. Do you even grasp what a trial by combat means? He said, voice low and dangerous. Daeron met his gaze without flinching. I've read the histories. I studied well. The very words made Tywin freeze. Who had taught this boy those histories? Who had spent hours at his side explaining how pride destroyed rulers and how strength must always wear the mask of reason? It was him. It had once filled him with pride to see the king's younger son learning not as an heir, but as a pupil. That pride now burned like acid. Let me ask you one last time, Tywin bit out. Do you truly wish to invoke trial by combat? Durin's voice was cold and steady. I do. And suddenly the chamber felt smaller. Something unseen rippled through the air, a weight pressing down, invisible but real. The young prince's aura flared, radiant with life energy, thick enough that even the hardened knights in attendance shifted uneasily. Life force, murmured Ser Barristan, eyes narrowing. Beside him, Ser Gerald the White Bull tilted his head slightly. Potent, he said, his deep voice rumbling, though not yet mastered. A few experienced warriors exchanged knowing looks. Those who had felt it before could tell Durin's vitality burned brighter than most knights ever achieved. The stronger one's life force, the harder it was to control, but when it burst free, it was unmistakable. The last time I sensed strength like that, Barristan said quietly, was in Prince Rhaegar. And that, coming from the bold, was no light praise. Around them, the nobles, most of whom had never seen such a thing, could not hide their awe. By the gods, someone whispered. He's that powerful. So young and already awakened. Even lords in the front row, suffocating under the invisible pressure of the prince's vitality, leaned back in their seats, startled. The hall rippled with murmurs. Gold-clad daughters and wards of great houses gazed at him as if witnessing living legend. Now we see why he dares challenge the hand, a whisper hissed. No wonder a trial by combat's certain of victory. Tywin's expression hardened to granite. So this is your courage, then? You think your power makes you untouchable? He rose abruptly, voice slicing through the whispers. Very well then. If you want a trial by combat, you shall have it. His gaze swept across the gathered nobles. Who stands for the realm? Who will fight in its name? The question fell into silence. Sweat trickled down the brows of Lannister knights and bannermen alike, all of them suddenly fascinated by their boots. None wished to be the one crushed by a prince blazing with dragonborn power. Then, from the right flank, brother, let me. I will stand for House Lannister. Two voices answered at once. The first belonged to a mountain of a man, broad-chested and rough-featured, curls of gold falling to his shoulders beneath the lion-engraved armor. His presence radiated violence. Tygett Lannister, the youngest and fiercest of Tywin's brothers. The second was quieter but steadier, older, calmer, leaner, wearing embroidered silks instead of plate. His hair was thinning, but his eyes were sharp as a hawk's. Kevan Lannister. The two brothers stepped from the crowd, practically jostling each other to the front. Let me face him, Tygett growled. I'll break him to pieces. Tywin ignored him and turned to Kevan. The dependable one. My lord, Kevan said evenly, kneeling before the dais, allow me to fight for our house and for the honor of the throne. The realm must see that lions pay their debts. Tywin nodded once. Then you'll represent the throne. Brother, Tygett began again, furious. Silence. The single word cracked through the hall, and Tygett froze, jaw tight. Daeron watched their exchange with faint amusement. Finished bickering? He asked, voice smooth as ice. Kevan said nothing, merely gestured for attendance. His squires hurried forward to strap on his gilded armor, practical, well used, but still shining from the craftsman's hammer. Tywin relaxed back into the throne, recovering his composure. Let his brother fight, it would restore order, show that no royal temper could defy the hierarchy of the realm. Kevan Lannister, after all, was no fool. Years of training and experience had allowed him to touch the boundaries of life energy himself. He was a veteran knight, steady, strong, and entirely loyal. Among mortals, that was enough. Daeron didn't move. He merely watched as Kevin prepared, his silver hair gleaming under the torchlight. Combat didn't scare him, heavy armor only annoyed him. Finally Kevin rose, sword drawn, bronze armor gleaming dully. "For my house," he said, lifting the blade. "And for justice." Prince Barristan started hesitantly. But before he could finish, both men turned as a new sound rumbled through the hall, a heavy grinding of doors and the echo of boots on stone. The herald's voice rang out through the chamber. "His Grace, Aerys II Targaryen, King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm." The crowd bowed instantly as Ser Jon Darry entered, his hand to his chest, leading the royal escort. Durin's pupils narrowed. And then the Mad King appeared. Aerys shuffled forward, gaunt as a ghost, his silver hair half matted to his brow, a crown sitting crooked atop his head. He wore no armor, only a wrinkled purple sleeping robe hastily thrown over his shoulders. His skin was pale, his breath shallow, yet his eyes burned red with anger. "Your Grace," someone dared begin. Silence. Aerys rasped, voice splitting into a cough. "I sleep for 1 hour, and already vipers in my court dare to strike at my son." Every noble in the chamber froze. Heads dipped even lower. The Mad King's reputation was no myth, and his presence turned the air itself thin. "Father." Daeron began cautiously. But Aerys's gaze was already locked on Tywin, feral and furious. "You judge my blood without me? You drag my son before your petty council like a criminal." For possibly the first time in his life, Tywin Lannister rose uncertainly. "Your Grace," he said evenly, "the matter." "Enough." The king snapped. His frail hand jabbed toward the Iron Throne. "Get off my chair, Tywin. It's not yours." Tywin stiffened, then bowed with the barest restraint, stepping aside as Aerys slowly climbed the steps, assisted by Jon Darry. Once seated, the Mad King glared down at the gathered nobles, his gaze feverish, his grip on the crown trembling. "Now," he snarled, his lips curling, "let's see who dares rob me of my blood again." The hall went utterly still. Above them, the Iron Throne seemed to sigh, and for a brief, uncanny instant, it was hard to tell whether it was the king or the throne itself that remembered what it meant to draw blood. Chapter 21, Kevin vs. Daeron. Tywin's jaw clenched so hard the veins in his neck stood out. He wanted to rise, to shout back, but pride held him frozen on the Iron Throne. Sitting there was already humiliation enough, seated above all but shaking inside. "Get down from there, Tywin Lannister." King Aerys' voice cracked through the throne room like a whip. "When the king sleeps, the hand may sit," the Mad King hissed, staggering forward, "but when the king is present, the hand wipes his royal arse." Gasps rippled through the court. Tywin's face turned the color of iron. His fists curled until the knuckles went white, the crack of tendons audible in the silence. "SHHHK, SHHHK. Two swords half drew Barristan Selmies and Gerald Hightowers, both knights stepping ahead to shield the king and his blood from the Lannister guards standing around the dais. They could all feel it, one wrong word, and the throne room would drown in blood. At that critical instant, Varys drifted gracefully out from the crowd, bowing low. "My Lord Hand," he purred, "His Grace is here now. Perhaps we should proceed to the duel while his temper burns hottest, lest it consume us all." "Fine." Tywin bit back his rage and stood, every motion tight and brittle. This wasn't the first time Aerys had humiliated him before half the court, but swallowing poison was part of survival. "One day," he promised silently, "one day I will return this tenfold." Meanwhile, Aerys climbed the blade-strewn throne and exhaled like an old man easing into a fire. "Now then," he said, his bloodshot eyes narrowing toward the armed knight before him, "what's this I hear of a Lannister drawing steel against my son?" Kevin Lannister felt every gaze in the hall sink onto him. Sweat trickled down his neck beneath the collar of gilded mail. Something in his gut screamed that none of this would end well. The same thought struck both Tywin and Daeron at once. "Jon, you idiot," Daeron thought, sending a mental curse to Ser Jon Darry for bringing his father here. He had planned everything to use the trial by combat to clear his name, display his strength, and leave the court murmuring with awe, maybe even respect. It was more than a defense. It was strategy, leverage the law to win glory. And, for one mad heartbeat, he had even considered something darker, a plan to bite the Lannisters hard enough to rupture everything. If war was inevitable, why wait for the tragedy at Harrenhal? Why wait for crowns to fall and dragons to burn? Better to start now on his terms, not history's. A bold, reckless idea. One he wisely abandoned almost as soon as it came. Targaryens die in their wars, he'd reminded himself. I'm too young, and I've a dragon egg to raise. Instead of fire, he would play the long game. Varys, ever the spider, stepped forward to summarize the situation for the king, every detail, every claim and counterclaim, his smooth words neutral yet damning. Aerys listened with unnerving patience, then let out a low, rasping laugh. "So," he said, leaning forward at last, "that's how it is, old friend." Tywin's expression didn't flicker. "Your Grace," both parties requested judgment. "You are free to command as you see fit." The king smiled thinly, a wolfish stretch of lips. "I've no objection," he said, "except this, to pit my 11-year-old son against Kevin Lannister. Is that fair?" A murmur of confusion spread. Then Ares turned with sudden fire. If it's to be combat, let it be equal. Let me pick his champion. He pointed suddenly to one of the white knights at Durin's back. Baristan. The room froze. Even Tywin's mask cracked. Your Grace. Baristan knelt, head inclined. His calmness bled into the chaos like balm on a wound. Ares was grinning now, teeth bared. You'll fight for my son, he said sharply, his voice almost gleeful. Strike down the Lannisters where they stand. The words hit the air like lightning. Gasps, shouts, a few screams because everyone understood what Ares had just done. Baristan Selmy, the man who saved the king at Duskendale, who once cut down a Blackfire pretender single-handed, now ordered to duel a Lannister lord. Kevin felt ice in his veins. He turned to his brother in quiet, desperate disbelief. Tywin's eyes, if possible, burned hotter than fire. You wouldn't dare, he hissed under his breath. Ares's laugh was high and frayed. Wouldn't I, old friend? Are the lions of Casterly afraid of one white cloak? Tywin took one step forward and then stopped. He couldn't refuse. Trial by combat allowed proxies. If the king chose Baristan, none could reject the decision. Brother, Kevin's voice was hoarse. But retreat now would brand their house cowards. I will fight, he said finally, steadying his breath. Daeron watched the exchange quietly, his mind racing. This had to stop before it spiraled and quickly. Father. The word came low but clear as he approached the throne. Ares looked down, frowning. What? I would like to speak, Daeron said. The king gestured sharply. Daeron climbed the final step to meet his father's blood-red gaze. With respect, father, he said calmly, Ser Baristan should not stain his blade on a mere Lannister. Let me fight. Ares studied him, suspicion warring with pride. You'd spare him. Daeron leaned close, lowering his voice so only the king could hear. If he dies, it will make me feared. But if I defeat him and let him live, it will make me great. He let his father feel the confidence in his tone, the heat of his hand resting briefly on the king's. You're sure you can win? Ares asked, voice cracking. Daeron smiled faintly. I have mastered the life force, father. The king's eyes widened and then gleamed with mad delight. Good. Then let it be known, my son himself shall fight the lion, and the lion shall crawl away alive to remember the name Daeron Targaryen. Shock rippled through the chamber. Kevin blinked. What? So did Tywin. But Ares was already waving Baristan aside. Stand down, Ser Baristan. My son has shown mercy. You'd do well to thank him, Lord Kevin. The Lannister knight's expression twisted. Mercy. He echoed bitterly. But pride demanded acceptance. He gripped his longsword in both hands and bowed stiffly. Then I fight, your grace, and I finish it. Daeron smiled faintly and, from Baristan and Jon Darry, took two swords, one in each hand, spinning them lightly to gauge weight and balance. Every knight in the chamber straightened. A dual wielder. Rare. Reckless. Kevin frowned as he slid his helmet into place. No armor, Prince? He asked, trying to distract him. Daeron stepped forward, relaxed, neither armored nor fearful. For you, he said coolly, I won't need it. The hall held its breath. Steel rang like a bell as Kevin raised his blade. And from the edge of the court, the Mad King's thin voice slithered through the stillness, half gleeful, half mad. Begin. Cave Leather. 22. Chapter 22. Fame across the Seven Kingdoms. Arrogant whelp. Kevin Lannister roared and charged, sword flashing. Durin's eyes hardened. At the moment Kevin closed the distance, the boy prince lifted his left blade to parry, pivoted smoothly on his heels, and in the same breath slid to the older man's flank. Shing. The right-hand sword sliced clean across the weak seam between waist and armor. A shallow cut, precise, deliberate. Kevin winced, instinctively twisting to retaliate, but Daeron was already gone, feet light as a dancer's. Too slow, he said flatly. Flushed with anger, Kevin pressed again with a roar, striking broad and heavy. The prince met him coolly, blade for blade. Sparks sprayed into the air like small stars. Kevin swung in a vicious arc, aiming to cut the boy in half. Daeron raised his left sword to block, then drove his right upward, stabbing directly between breastplate and shoulder guard. A splatter of blood bloomed scarlet against the gold armor. Ha! Splendid! King Ares shouted from the throne, clapping his hands like a mad child. Tywin's brow furrowed. His composure remained, but his jaw tightened. Beside him, Tygett grumbled, I should have fought him. Tywin's sharp, icy glance said otherwise you'd be dead in seconds. Clang, clang, clang. Steel crashed again and again. Daeron pressed forward, now faster, cleaner each time. In the span of breaths, he'd given Kevin 3 full chances to strike back. Each ended the same, parried, disarmed, outmatched. Your life force isn't stable, Daeron murmured. He caught the next blow, twisted it aside, and slammed his boot square into Kevin's chest. The man staggered backward, gasping, only to find 2 swords now hovering inches from his face, one at his brow, one just below his throat. Kevin froze, sweat dripping down his neck. Again, Daeron said quietly. The words stunned him. But Daeron stepped back, lowering his blades, giving space an invitation. Too few exchanges wouldn't be enough to impress, after all. Don't mock me. Kevin roared and swung wildly, fighting no longer with form, only pride. The prince's calm drained away, his focus deepened. something in him shifted. His breathing slowed, his movements blurred into a rhythm neither timed nor human. Life energy rolled through his body like molten silver, rippling through every muscle until it peaked in a single pulse. At that level, the world seemed slower, his opponent heavier. That was the truth of life force, absolute harmony between strength and intent, when the body became the weapon and the soul the forge. And to one who mastered it, everything weaker bent beneath its will. The fight began again, truly this time. A flash of silver. Kevin barely saw the movement. His gorget split open, blood bright against gold. Armor joints sliced, one after another, faster than his eyes could follow. He swung blindly, too late, too slow. Every motion he made left another wound. How he gasped, stumbling. How can you move so fast? His own heart pounded loud enough to drown reason. Sweat mixed with blood, soaking his tunic beneath the plate. Dayron closed the distance once more, body turning with impossible grace, then, shhhk. Both swords crossed again, one above, one below, a hair's breadth from killing blows. Yield, the prince said softly. Kevin's breath hitched and he lunged again anyway. Hear me roar. He bellowed, trying for one last desperate strike. Dayron didn't hesitate. His right blade surged upward, filled with an aura that cracked the air like thunder. Krang. The impact hit like a dragon's charge. Kevin's sword shattered. The recoil split his palm, the hilt flew spinning skyward before clattering to the black stone floor with a dying ring. He stared at it, stunned. The difference between them was a gulf not just of age, but of power itself. Dayron planted one sword upright in the floor and laid the other lightly across Kevin's shoulder. His expression was calm again, almost gentle. You've lost. The whisper was soft and the most crushing sound Kevin had ever heard. He bowed his head. I yield, he said hoarsely. Then his body gave out and dropped like a felled tree. The hall erupted. Magnificent. Someone shouted. What a duel. Another cried. The roar of 100 voices filled the vaulted space, nobles on their feet, banners waving. Even T-Win's stone-cold face twitched faintly as he recognized mastery when he saw it. Kevin closed his eyes in defeat. Then, unexpectedly, a hand touched his shoulder. Up, said a calm voice. He looked up, bewildered. Dayron stood there smiling, not cruelly now, but with a warmth that disarmed him more than any sword strike. Someone once taught me, the prince said quietly, that when challenged, I must answer with iron and fire, but when the challenger kneels, I must offer my hand. Kevin blinked, confused, then turned, almost reflexively, toward T-Win. The older brother hesitated, then gave a single, imperceptible nod. Kevin understood. He bowed low before Dayron. Your grace, he said, voice rough with exhaustion. Your skill humbles me. Your mercy, even more so. Dayron laughed softly and clasped his arms, lifting him up. Then don't make me help you twice, my lord. The gesture echoed like thunder. Cheers exploded anew, wilder, louder than before. The boy prince had not only won by strength but by character. He had earned both victory and reverence. In the galleries above, the lords shouted his name. Dayron, Dayron, Dayron. Ares trembled with manic delight atop his throne, convinced the cheers were for him. Marvelous, marvelous. He cried, slamming his palms together. For once, no one corrected him. When the crowd finally dispersed, night had fallen. The king was shaking with fatigue, his sedative still coursing through him, half asleep as Barristan and Gerald escorted him away. Only a few remained in the chamber, the prince, the hand, and the brothers of House Lannister. Dayron lingered near the fallen stretchers at the edge of the floor. His fame was sealed, his legend born. But his expression hardened again when he turned toward the Lannister soldier who had first accused him, still standing there, trembling. Mercy, your grace, the man stammered, looking for any escape. He got none. Without a word, Dayron drew the Valyrian steel dagger at his side and drove it clean through the man's left eye. There was a faint crunch, a muffled gasp and silence. When he pulled the blade free, the soldier collapsed, his fear still frozen on his face. T-Win waved a hand, disgusted. Take my brother home, he told his guards coldly, and feed the carcass to the dogs. The soldiers moved quickly. For a moment, only T-Win and Dayron remained, eyes locked across the black floor. The older man broke first. His lips curved in something between pride and threat. You've learned well. Dayron smiled faintly. It's because you taught me well. T-Win's step faltered just once as he turned to leave, then quickened. Alone again, Dayron sheathed the dagger and exhaled. No one will dare touch me for a while, he murmured to himself. The plan had worked, though barely. Kevin was courageous but not extraordinary, his grasp of life force still crude. Against Durin's refined control, there had been no contest. Dominance of vitality over weakness, that was the simplest, purest form of supremacy. Still, what chilled him most wasn't the duel but his father's unpredictable appearance. If Ares had truly unleashed Barristan, one small misstep could have rewritten history. And worse, it would have rewritten his. 23, Chapter 23, Dayron, I just want a dragon so bad. 23, Chapter 23, Dayron, I just want a dragon so bad. Walking down the corridor, Dayron ran into someone he didn't expect. Prince, said Varys smoothly, bowing low. A word, if you please. Dayron blinked. Lord Varys, what business could you have with me? He rarely dealt with members of the small council, especially its shadowy master of whispers, the infamous spider who seemed to know all secrets and serve none. Varys smiled, eyes half-lidded. As you know, I keep a few little birds, to better serve his grace. Let me guess, Daeron said, tone wry. One of your birds decided to sing for me this time. Not a song, my prince, Varys whispered, leaning closer. A discovery. His powdered hands fluttered like pale moths. Word reached the Red Keep that you struck Lord Jaron Lannister before his majesty took his medicine. And by curious chance the Hand received his message while the Grand Maester was visiting the Tower of the Hand. He straightened with a faint, knowing smirk. I leave you to think on what that means. He bowed again and glided away, silent as smoke. Daeron watched him go, eyes narrowing. On the surface, it was intelligence, but the intent behind it mattered more than the words. So, he thought, Varys hates Pycelle. And Pycelle hated anyone younger, sharper, or breathing. A small smile tugged Durin's mouth. Interesting. Varys might have been a mystery, but he'd once served faithfully under House Targaryen, and unlike Pycelle, the old fraud hadn't yet sold himself entirely to the Lions of Casterly Rock. Which made the choice easy. Varys would be kept close. Pycelle would not. Later that afternoon, 3:30 p.m., Daeron rode out of the Red Keep with Ser Jon Darry, heading back toward Dragontongue Farm. Before leaving, he'd paid visits to two men, Ser Gerald Hightower, the White Bull, and Kevan Lannister. King Aerys was sleeping off the sedative, and Hightower had passed word from the throne. The king wished his beloved son to remain in King's Landing and aid his father in ruling. Translation: keep him close where he could be controlled. Gerald, however, had spoken more sincerely after quietly expressing that Durin's calm presence might help temper his father's moods. The moment in the throne room when he had talked Aerys down from sending Barristan into the duel had earned respect even among the hardiest of knights. Kevan, meanwhile, lay mummified in bandages, barely able to roll over. His wounds were minor but plentiful. He had listened, weary but courteous, even relaying a message from Tywin himself. The Hand wanted Daeron to remain in the capital, to learn responsibility. This time, Daeron had agreed with a twist. Instead of serving in the palace, he volunteered to join the City Watch, the so-called Gold Cloaks. Founded long ago, the Watch had once been a ragged band of half-armed guards until Prince Daemon Targaryen, the rogue prince, took them in hand. He had armed, drilled, uniformed, and organized them, giving each man a golden wool cloak to wear. Since then, gold had been their color, and their loyalty, at least in theory, to the blood of dragons. Perfect, Daeron thought. If you're staying in the city, control the army that answers to no lord but the crown. When both Tywin and Hightower learned of this, they'd no doubt report back separately exactly as he wanted. Dragontongue Farm. Evening wind swept through the open fields as Daeron walked alone down the dirt path, the farmhouse coming into view. Ser Jon was off scouting new terrain. Today was spring, day 5, and by the old rhythms of his strange new world, the mines near the waterfall should now be open. He was eager. The farm needed stone, iron, copper, everything a builder or dreamer could ask for. Woof, woof, woof. A sudden bark interrupted his thoughts. Out of the roadside bushes tumbled a scruffy gray puppy, tail wagging furiously as it blocked his way. Daeron blinked. A dog. Woof. The pup yipped again, tongue lolling, fur muddy, eyes bright. He smiled. Of course. The system's farm event. On the 5th day of spring, every farmer in the valley received a pet cat or dog, their choice. So it's you, He crouched, letting the pup sniff his hand. Fine, I'll take you. He scratched behind its ears. You'll be more use than the chickens, at least. The puppy barked again, wagging so fiercely its whole body swayed. Come on, then. He scooped it up easily by the scruff. The pup folded its paws obediently, eyes wide. I'll call you Doro, he said. Woof. By dusk, the day's work was done watering crops, collecting eggs, tidying the small coop. Back inside his warm cabin, Daeron rubbed his palms together and tossed the now-washed Doro down on a rug before the fire. The puppy yawned and stared at the flames, specifically, at the large oval shape resting within them. The dragon egg gleamed in the flickering light, crimson and gold, scaled like living flame. Daeron caught the dog's stare and smirked. Silly mutt. 100 of you still wouldn't be worth one of those. The dragon egg had been placed carefully in the hearth ever since his return. In the chronicles, Daenerys Targaryen would one day hatch hers after the red comet's rise and a blood sacrifice, pure accident paving the way for prophecy. But Durin's situation was different. The red comet had already risen, heralding a resurgence of magic. The egg in his possession still carried the faint pulse of life. When the world's magic waned, Daeron murmured, watching the flames curl around it, the dragons died, the eggs turned to stone, even the warlocks lost their craft. But tides turned. The comet meant a new flood of magic and the rise of life force across the world, crops that glowed, beasts that thrived, men like him wielding power beyond mortal limits. My chances of hatching you, he said softly, just got a lot better. He stared at the egg, entranced by the red gleam flickering like molten gold. There was no man alive who wouldn't crave a dragon. Even Tyrion Lannister, in the histories, had begged his uncle for one, even a hatchling, he'd said. And Daeron was no average man. He was dragonborn. He grinned, eyes bright with feverish want. I just want a dragon so bad, he whispered. I dream about it, I need it. He gazed down at the egg. Hatch soon. Together we'll conquer the world. The heat licked his skin unbearable to most men, but he didn't flinch. He reached straight into the fire, placing his palm upon the blazing shell. Hiss. Smoke rose between his fingers, his flesh blistering white. The pain was sharp, almost holy. Woof. Woof woof. Doro panicked, jaws closing around Duran's sleeve, trying to pull him away from the flames. I'm fine, Daron murmured, smiling faintly as he withdrew his hand. His skin shone red and pale, but only lightly scorched, no deeper harm. The blood of dragons, after all, burned hot. I'm not unburnt, he said softly, but close enough. He leaned closer to the fire again, eyes filled with longing. Come on, little one, Daron whispered to the egg. Wake up. And in the flickering light, for one impossible heartbeat, he thought he saw the faintest movement beneath the shell, the slow, steady pulse of something ancient remembering it once had wings. Read my story, Cave Leather. Game of Thrones Pirate King. Game of Thrones, Black Dragon's Second Chance. Game of Thrones, King Bastard. Game of Thrones, I have a Stardew Valley panel. Marvel Inventor. Game of Thrones, True King. Game of Thrones, the otherworldly challenger to the Iron Throne. Game of Thrones, True Dragon. 24, Chapter 24, Down the Mine. Spring, Day 6, Saturday, windy 6 a.m. Daron woke exactly on time. The hearth had long gone cold. The red dragon egg lay motionless in the ashes, still faintly gleaming in the gray morning light. Another day, full of purpose, he said, smiling wryly to himself as he got up. Watering, collecting eggs, feeding the hens, checking the mailbox. Within minutes, the small farm turned into a blur of feathers and barking until peace settled again. 4 eggs, 1 daffodil, he counted aloud, then frowned at the rest of his haul. A lump of coal, a chunk of copper ore, and a furnace blueprint. He crouched outside the farmhouse, reviewing the new recipe that had appeared on his mysterious interface. New quest, start smelting. To continue mining, you must first construct a furnace. Objective, craft 1 furnace. The furnace was one of the earliest and most important crafting blueprints in Stardew Valley. It required 20 copper ore and 25 stone, simple, yet absolutely essential. No metal bars without smelting. No sprinklers, barrels, or advanced equipment without metal bars. And could he buy them from someone else? Absolutely not. The farm's rules wouldn't allow substitutes. Without gathering or refining materials inside the system, he couldn't progress. So if he wanted progress, he needed to go underground himself. Prince, I found it. Sir John Derry appeared, dusty and excited. Daron perked up immediately. Found what? The mine, your grace, John said, straightening. I followed your speculation near the waterfall, where the river bends. There's a lake beside it, and there, I found both lake and mine. The knight looked pleased and slightly relieved. Yesterday's blunder in the throne room still weighed on him, but this discovery would balance the scales. Excellent work, Sir John. Daron clapped his shoulder, grabbed his equipment, and was halfway out the door before remembering what every wise farmer must check. The Weather Channel. Weather forecast. Tomorrow will be cloudy with a chance of heavy rain. Fortune teller. The spirits are happy today, you'll have good luck. Living off the land. Tip from your favorite show, the southeast of Pelican Town, where river meets sea, sometimes sprouts a cluster of fresh wild onions. Daron grinned. Wild onions, huh, perfect timing. In this world, wild crops were nature's energy bars, food that restored both health and stamina. Here, they also contained faint life energy, like every special crop that seemed to pulse with quiet magic. Mining drained the body fast, and these little things would keep him going. Life force fueled stamina, but they weren't identical. Grip slipped, focus waned, exhaustion struck, and only special foods restored both. Even elite knights in Westeros took them as supplements, believing they could prolong life or, rarely, awaken life force entirely. Special crops solve everything, Daron mused, feeling oddly proud of his practical genius. Tired? Eat 1. Hurt? Eat 2. It's foolproof. He whistled. Mount up. A chestnut mare clopped toward him, reins swinging, and together they headed southeast through the grasslands. 11:30 a.m. Duran's basket was overflowing with wild onions, some plain, some Silverstar quality. He'd even chopped down a few bordering trees and crafted a portable chest to stash supplies. Soon he reached the place John had described, a shimmering lake fed by the waterfall behind his farm. Isolated. Quiet. Perfect. A narrow wooden bridge crossed the water toward a dark opening in the stone. The mine. He crossed, hearing only the wind and the trickle of distant water, and stepped inside. Soft blue light glimmered from a box by the entrance, a new player's gift, just like in the games he remembered. He opened it. Inside lay a rusty sword. Rusty sword. Damage, 25. Critical chance, 0.02. A freebie, seriously. Daron sighed. Even beginners deserve better than this. He drew it anyway, testing weight and balance. Then compared it against his fine steel longsword, the kind forged for Kingsguard, not farmers. Clang, clang. The two blades met in a spark. The steel sword showed 2 shallow scratches. The rusty sword, perfectly intact. He frowned. So items from the system can't break. Irritating but good to know. Well, he said with a smirk, lucky for me, I wield two. Rusty sword in one hand, steel in the other, he twirled both lightly twin arcs of gleam. He stored his spare tools in the chest near the new elevator shaft. His axe and hoe would be useless underground. Axes for trees, hoes for history, he muttered, setting them aside. We're here for ore. Inventory check. Rusty sword. Pickaxe. 11 wild onions, normal. 6 wild onions, silver quality. Steel sword at his hip. 1 deep breath. The wooden ropes of the mine shaft creaked softly beneath his hand. Careful, careful, Dayron told himself. Ore's worthless if I die down there. And with one last exhale, he stepped into the dark. Thud. He landed on the first floor, surrounded by walls of rough rock. The air smelled of damp earth and rot. Not bad, he murmured. No monsters yet. The first levels of a mine were usually safe, or as safe as anything could be. It meant slimes, bugs, worms, the weaker kind. He set aside the rusty sword and hefted the pickaxe instead. Clank, clank, clank. Chunks of stone broke loose as he searched for the next shaft down. A faint pop-an from one cracked stone, a lump of coal rolled free. What about copper? He muttered. After a few minutes, he spotted 2 yellowish stones glinting faintly beneath the moss. Metallic veins crawled through them. Gold mixed with brown. Copper. He swung again and again, clank, 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 until the rock split, spilling 3 shining nuggets into his hand. Got you, he said, though his palms were already stinging. Even with life force enhancing his muscles, every strike drained his energy. Regular stones took 2 swings. Copper. 4, sometimes 5. His arms felt heavy after just a dozen hits. Blessed 7, he thought, wiping sweat from his brow. At this rate, I'll die before I reach the bottom. Fine, he muttered, forcing a smile. We'll call this training. Control practice. Yeah, control. And back he went, hammering away in the gloom. By nightfall, his tunic clung to him, soaked through with dirt and sweat. When he finally climbed back out, the moon was already rising silver-like bathing the farm. He could barely move. Inventory check again. 45 stone, 27 copper ore, 11 coal, 4 clumps of slime gel, 8 chunks of bug meat, 8 fiber strands, 2 quartz crystals, monsters slain, 4 green slimes, 5 cave grubs, 3 stink bugs, 1 damned digging worm that nearly bit his toe. Total damage, 1 annoyed ego, 1 worn-down sword, and 17 fewer wild onions. I'm done, he groaned. Completely done. But exhaustion aside, progress was progress. He poured the day's spoils onto his workbench. 25 copper, 30 stone enough. Bang! The new furnace took shape under his hands, heat already pulsing deep inside the clay. A cheerful chime rang in his head. Quest complete, start smelting. Reward, 100 gold. The small victory lightened him for a moment. But he still needed 5 more pieces of ore for the first refining. Tomorrow, he said, stretching. Tomorrow we get the metal. He left the tools stacked neatly, glanced once at the hearth where the dragon egg still slumbered under ashes and stumbled into bed. Somewhere behind him, the furnace crackled to life, a soft orange glow blooming against the night. 25, Chapter 25, The Eagle, the Stag, the Wolf, and the Fish. For the next 3 days, Dayron lived by the rhythm of the farm. Up before dawn, watering the seedlings, feeding hens, collecting eggs and then spending the rest of the day in the mine, pickaxe rising and falling. It was exhausting, but it worked. That morning he sat on the farmhouse steps, watching 4 furnaces glow like tiny suns as they smelted the copper he had clawed from the rock. He'd reached level 17 in the mine now. Elevator checkpoints sat at levels 0, 5, 10, and 15. Between mining and fighting off monsters, his stock of stone and ore had nearly run dry, but he managed to produce 6 copper bars and 4 more were melting now. 10 in total. A real accomplishment. I'm basically a goddamn superhero, Dayron muttered, stretching his back. Digging deeper had proven far harder than the game had implied. It wasn't just about finding the next shaft, it was about staying alive. The deeper he went, the stronger the monsters became, and with only a rusty sword and a battered steel one, even the slimes left him bruised. He decided to slow down. Survive first. Still, the gains were undeniable. Farm status. Farmer, Dayron Targaryen. Farming, level 1. Mining, level 3. Foraging, level 1. Fishing, level 0. Combat, level 2. Mining and fighting constantly had strengthened more than his muscles. Dayron flexed his fingers, focusing until the faint warmth of life force spread evenly from his palm to each fingertip. Control sharper again. He understood it better now. Eating special crops and leveling up didn't directly add to life energy. It simply expanded his vessel. The stronger the body, the more life energy it could hold. Like water in a growing jar. Constant battles and mining honed precision. Special crops refilled what he spent. The cycle fed itself. Farming produced power, mining increased mastery, combat ensured safety, food restored strength. A perfect loop, the princess scientist's path to transcendence. If I keep this up, Dayron laughed to himself, I'll be sword dueling Robert and hammering rigor in no time. He opened his interface again. Spring, Day 9, Tuesday, clear skies, 7:30 a.m. Gold, 240. Today's no mining day. Today, we harvest. He stretched, grabbed his tools, and strode into the field. The potatoes were ripe. Pop, pop, pop. Every pull from the soil came with that satisfying sound only farmers understood. He couldn't resist humming. Potato harvest, potato harvest. 1 string of Silverstar green beans, 10 common potatoes, 7 Silverstars. No gold stars, yet his farming level was too low. Still, a good yield. Ding. You might want to reflect on a few things today. His farming level rose. And right on cue, his spirit felt lighter. After selling the crops through the shipping chest, he counted what he'd have tomorrow. Silver beans, 50G each. Common potatoes, 80G. Silver potatoes, 100G. Altogether, 1,550 gold. Add his current savings of 240, that made 1,790 gold in total. 4 days left until spring 13. Payouts came at 2 a.m. the next day, so no quick cash. The shortest growth crop, parsnip, still needed 4 days from seed to harvest, which meant no more planting not before the egg festival, because that festival sold something far better, strawberry seeds. Each seed cost 100 gold and took 8 days to mature, but after that, produced fruit every 2 harvests before spring ended. Regular strawberries sold for 120 gold, silver for 150, gold for 180. 2 harvests of 20 plants would mean 40 berries even at base price, worth 4,800 gold. That alone could fund a barn full of cows or another flock of hens. He smiled. Less than 2,000 short. If I can't farm, I'll just forage and fish till I drop. Just then, John Derry entered the yard with reins in hand. My prince, I've fed the mare. Good. I need to ride out, Daron said, brushing dust from his tunic. He was heading to King's Landing, partly to confirm his city watch post, partly to procure healing salves for his next round in the mines. Mind the deliveries, Sir John, he added. Keep the marble safe. Yes, my prince. John Derry stayed behind to oversee the steady stream of white marble being brought south from the royal stores, stone once meant for the King's Mad City project, now repurposed for Durin's future castle. King's Landing, the Red Keep. The air inside the Hands Tower was heavier than forge smoke. Pycelle's knock came timidly. My lord, you sent for me. Tywin Lannister didn't look up. He sat behind his desk, burning wax and pressing the seal onto a letter. Without glancing at the old man, he said, there's a letter to be delivered by Raven to Lord Hoster Tully of Riverrun. Pycelle blinked. May I ask? You may not, Tywin cut him off smoothly. Just send it. Of course, my lord. Pycelle bowed low, shuffling backward as fast as his creaking knees would let him. When the door clicked shut, the hand exhaled slowly. Old fool. The so-called Grand Maester held no real power, King's pet in name, errand boy in truth. He was just another piece on the board. And Tywin had no patience for cowardly pieces. When Pycelle had gone, Tywin leaned back, eyes tracing the sigil stamped on the cooling envelope. Since the defiance of Duskendale, the realm's balance had begun to shift. He knew what most did not. Lord Jonnaran of the Vale had taken in 2 wards, Robert Baratheon of Storm's End and Eddard Stark, second son of the North. Meanwhile, Eddard's father, Rickard Stark, had just arranged a marriage between his heir and Lord Hoster Tully's eldest daughter. Eyrie to North, North to Riverlands. The stag tied to both through fosterhood and alliance. The wolf, the fish, the stag, and the eagle. The only great houses not aligned were his own and the throne. They're building a block, Tywin thought, eyes narrowing. Against the crown and therefore, against me. But he didn't intend to stop them. No, he intended to join them on his terms. His mind was already a web of moves ahead. His eldest son, Jaime, currently squired for Lord Summer Crakehall at Crakehall Keep. Tywin had already sent orders that Jaime accompany a raven run to Riverrun, bearing a diplomatic letter to Lord Hoster himself. On the surface, harmless courtesy. In truth, the first step of a proposal. If all went right, Jaime would charm Hoster's younger daughter. A Lannister-Tully union would seal the alliance perfectly. 5 great houses intertwined, forming one quiet confederation one the Iron Throne could never face down. Let Aerys rage and call himself king. The realm would stand with him. He allowed himself the smallest ghost of a smile. With Jaime's looks and charm, he'll have that girl besotted in a week, he murmured. The lion didn't hunger for the throne, only for the power to cage the dragon. 26, Chapter 26, Harvey the Insecure Maester. 26, Chapter 26, Harvey the Insecure Maester. When Daron returned to the Red Keep, he was told the king was busy meeting with the Grand Maester. Well, then, he sighed. I'll wait. No urgent business anyway. A walk through court wouldn't hurt, especially with his name echoing through the city. Since the trial by combat, his fame had exploded first through King's Landing, then across the Crownlands, and faster than wildfire, through all 7 kingdoms. A public appearance now and then would only feed the legend. Inside the royal bedchamber, Grand Maester Pycelle was selling him out. Prince Daron is too young, your grace. He lacks the experience for such responsibility. The old man's trembling voice grated through the room. The command of the city watch should fall to someone older, steadier, someone the small folk can trust. Appointing a boy of 11 will only unnerve the capital. Moments earlier, Ares had declared his intention to remove the current commander, Lord Manly Stokeworth, and give the post to his shining second son, but Peacell would have none of it. He served neither king nor hand-only stability. In his mind, the realm was a delicate machine, better a cautious lie than an honest upheaval. He believed only Rhaegar had the wisdom to rule, and any rival, especially a younger, more beloved prince, must be checked early. So you mean to tell me, Ares hissed, eyes bloodshot, that my son must start as a mere gold cloak patrolling gutters and alleys like a common guard? The king's breathing turned heavy, the room hot with his fury. Peacell flinched. No, your grace. I only suggest that his highness serve first as deputito learn from Lord Manly Stokeworth. Stokeworth, a minor crownlands lord, proud bearer of the house words, pride in service. Lambs, Ares muttered bitterly. They want a dragon to learn from a lamb. The Stokeworth banner white lamb holding a golden goblet fluttered somewhere deep in the king's memory. Pleasant, loyal and utterly uninspiring. Yet after a long, twitching silence, Ares gave a single reluctant nod. So be it, he rasped. Thank you, your grace. Sleep well. Peacell bowed himself out, beaming faint victory. He had barely made it down the corridor when laughter drifted out from the next turn, a girl's sharp giggle entwined with a boy's amused tone. Peacell craned his neck to look. Enjoying your stroll, Grand Maester? Caught, he jolted. Down the hallway stood Prince Daeron himself, silver hair gleaming in the afternoon light. The girl beside him turned, green eyes flashing annoyance. Why talk to that old goat, my prince? He reeks of medicine and dust. Cersei Lannister, Daeron noted inwardly. She hadn't held his uncle's defeat against him. If anything, she now looked at him the way most girls looked at songs about heroes, infatuation barely disguised as outrage. Cersei, go play, Daeron said pleasantly. We'll talk some other time. He didn't explain. The chance encounter had started as her trap, and he'd simply gone along for the amusement. Now, it was time to end it. She huffed, pivoted on her heel, and swept away, eyes flicking daggers at the meddling Maester. Daeron turned back. So, Grand Meister, what brings you lurking here? Ah, Prince Daeron. Peacell stammered. Is there something you require of me? Only curiosity, Daeron said evenly. What exactly were you discussing with my father? A pause. A heartbeat of panic fluttered under the old man's beard before he forced a smile. Nothing important, my prince. Trifles. Medicinal matters. Oh. Daeron dragged the word out. The twitch in Peacell's eye said all he needed. He already suspected as much. The slippery old vulture had whispered poison into the king's ear. But it hardly mattered now. Better to save the strike for later. I came to ask for medical supplies, Daeron said lightly. I need effective wound salve, something fast. Peacell tilted his head. Wound salves. Might I inquire, for? You might not, Daeron interrupted smoothly. Just the potions. I've a full day ahead, not much time for chatter. That last word hit him. Peacell's eyes darted away. He muttered an excuse about errands and fled down the hall, robes fluttering. Well, Daeron muttered, that's suspicious. Had he said something that struck a nerve? Frowning, he decided to find his own remedy. The Maester's Tower. The place wasn't large but had the same cylindrical austerity as Maegor's Holdfast or the White Sword Tower, only lonelier. Even before he reached the top floor, Daeron could hear the murmurs, scribes debating theories, parchment flipping, quills scratching against wax tablets. When he opened the door, the noise spilled out a dozen robed scholars of all ages, arguing in clusters amid shelves stacked high with books, herbs, and inert ravens. Research really does age a man, he murmured. They looked worn not from battle, but from sleepless nights haunted by ink instead of ghosts. The sight reminded him faintly of nights spent under fluorescent lights in his previous life, arguing with tired mentors over theory. Except here, the smell was worse. Excuse me, he knocked politely. No answer. Not one head turned. Outside the citadel's walls, Maesters lived inside the cages of their own minds. The world might have exploded and they'd still be arguing footnotes. He sighed. Then a soft, nervous voice came from behind him. My lord, may I assist you? Daeron turned. A tall, thin young man knelt by the doorway, brown hair sticking up, skin pallid, a mop and bucket at his side. He was on his knees scrubbing the floorboards. You're a Maester? Daeron asked, surprised. The youth narrow-shouldered, a little awkward, gave a shy smile beneath his thin mustache. Yes, your grace. I'm Harvey. This week I've been assigned floor cleaning and privy maintenance. Daeron blinked. Ah, that explains it. Becoming a Maester, he knew, wasn't a graceful road. Every novice began as a servant, scrubbing chambers, emptying chamber pots, cleaning vomit before being granted the right even to read a scroll. He remembered Samwell Tarly's miserable apprenticeship and almost pitied him. Harvey, was it? Yes, my prince. The man bowed awkwardly. What I need, Daeron said, are fast-acting bomb-something to stop bleeding and close wounds. Can you make or fetch them? Harvey froze, as if unsure whether he deserved the task at all. Then his eyes lit up. Yes, of course. He jumped to his feet, tossing the rag aside. I can help. I trained for this. He tugged at his collar and Duran's brows rose. Around his neck hung a heavy chain of linked metals, copper, bronze, silver, black iron, even Valerian steelate medals in all, each symbolizing a mastered field: astronomy, ravens, history, medicine, alchemy, and more. Dayron whistled softly. A true polymath. The man flushed crimson. For the first time that day, Dayron smiled genuinely. Then, Maester Harvey, let's see what you can do. And as Harvey scurried off through the clatter of glass jars and parchment, the young prince thought, with a spark of amusement, that sometimes the best allies were the ones the realm never noticed at all. 27, Chapter 27, Grand Maester dead. 27, Chapter 27, Grand Maester dead. Dayron discovered very quickly why a man as brilliant as Maester Harvey had ended up scrubbing the floors. I'm so sorry. Forgive me please, I didn't see. He mumbled apologies as he bumped into chairs, shelves, and doorframes. You're half-blind, aren't you? Dayron asked. The young man blinked behind half-shut eyes. From 5 paces away he could barely tell man from woman at 10, not even human from horse. Can you even live like that? Harvey gave an embarrassed nod. Since childhood, everything's been a blur. Years bent over books by candlelight in the Citadel worsened it. I can barely read without sticking my nose to the page. Dayron sighed. You know they make magnifying lenses at the Citadel, right? Grind 2 of those into concave shapes, and I'll have a frame made for you. He half smiled to himself, remembering some of the junk he'd fished up from the system, broken spectacles that were useless except as proof of concept. You'd really do that? Harvey's face lit up. Thank you, my prince, truly. To a man who spent his life in the dark, even a little kindness was a sunrise. Now, Harvey said quickly, let me find those ready-mixed healing bombs for you. He turned toward a workbench cluttered with jars and vials and started rummaging. Clink. A bottle tipped and broke. Thick, milky liquid splashed across the table, reeking faintly of alcohol. Dayron dipped a finger. What's this? Air poppy milk mixed with strong spirits. A sedative. Poppy milk. Dayron froze, then wiped his hand furiously on his sleeve. What did you say? The young Maester swallowed. A soothing draught, your grace. That's what the Grand Maester gives his majesty to. Durin's stomach sank. To sleep better. Harvey hesitated, color draining. Yes. Poppy milk, dried resin from the flower's sap, diluted in water. A mild narcotic when used rarely, lethal when abused. And Picel, he gives this to my father every night. Durin's voice dropped to a hiss. Harvey nodded reluctantly. I warned him against it. The Citadel forbids its long-term use. It dulls the mind, breeds dependence. He wouldn't listen. Dayron clenched his fists, fighting down fury. Anyone else involved in preparing it? No one. He trusts no apprentices. He does it alone. Durin's laugh was low and cold. A paragon of virtue, indeed. Now he understood why his father had been so strangely subdued, sleeping through half his reign, lost in fog, drowning between dreams and madness. Harvey's lips trembled. I wanted to tell someone, truly I did. I'll handle it. Durin's voice had lost all warmth. Just make my bandages. I'll return for them later. He turned on his heel and stormed out, cloak snapping behind him. Picel, he spat under his breath. You die tonight. Dusk. The sun bled into the horizon as Dayron sat in his chamber, staring out the window. A half-empty bottle of red wine glimmered on the sill. The Red Keep leaks secrets like a rat's nest, he murmured darkly. He had already questioned Barristan and Gerald Hightower. Both confirmed that Ares's sleeping potion had that same milky hue poppy milk, laced with strong drink. Addicted, poisoned, made a fool of. Perfect, Dayron said softly. Perfect for the hand to lead by the nose. His hand tightened around the wineglass. Enough. The old serpent would die before dawn. He poured deep red wine until the glass brimmed, held it up in silent toast. To your health, old dog, he said quietly, and drained it in one breath. Then he pulled on a black hooded cloak and crossed to the north wall. Taking up a rusty sword, he tapped along the carved stone until a hollow clunk answered back. There. He pressed. Kriya crumble. The wall turned slowly on hidden hinges, releasing the breath of stale, cold air. A narrow stairway curled downward into darkness, one of Magur the Cruel's secret passages, built when the Red Keep was young and sealed by the murders of the craftsmen who made them. Dayron had read of them once in the chronicles of the Dance of the Dragons, tales of Princess Rhaenyra sneaking through the same corridors to meet her uncle Demon Targaryen. According to the records, her chambers had stood here. His room. Fitting, he said, stepping into the dark. He descended silently, counting the turns, ignoring the occasional side exits, until the air grew heavy and damp. At last he emerged into the crypt beneath the Red Keep. In the center stood a round stone platform, and upon it, the colossal skull of Baelrian the Black Dread. The dragon that conquered Westeros. The embodiment of death. Dayron gazed at the hollow sockets and felt no fear. I'll send him to join you, old friend. The dragon's name in High Valerian meant death itself. Nightfall. 7 hells, my bones, muttered Picel as he climbed the spiral stairs, one hand clutching his robe, the other his aching waist. There was no Lord Baelish yet to leave the brothels open for him, so the Grand Maester had to sneak to the flea bottom himself for comfort. Still, he mused dreamily, he had done his duty. The king drugged, the hand appeased, the realm pacified. He was practically the glue of Westeros. He wheezed a laugh. Next, a letter to Prince Rhaegar. He must be warned his brother grows too popular. And the hand must not. A shadow fell over him. He froze. Who's there? A tall figure stood at the landing above, cloaked head to foot in black. This is the Red Keep. Pycelle barked, trying to summon authority. I am the Grand Maze. The figure moved. Fast. Pycelle turned to run. The gout vanished, the stoop straightened, and for the first time in years he moved like a frightened hare. A boot slammed into his back. Thud. He pitched forward, tumbling. Bones cracked against stone. The sound echoed down the stairwell. When bodies fall that far, they don't scream. The cloaked man followed, step by measured step. On the next landing, Pycelle sprawled in a broken heap, face bloodied, gasping like a fish. Spare me, he whispered. Please. Another kick hurled him down the next flight. When he finally stopped, his breaths came shallow and wet. Who are you? He slurred, blood clouding his eyes. The killer said nothing. He gripped Pycelle by the shoulders and drove his head into the wall. Once. Twice. Again. Each blow precisely angled, timed between releases to make it look like an accident, a fatal fall. Crack. 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 Bone split. Red mist spattered the stone. When the body went limp, the hooded figure stepped back. Old dog, Daeron whispered. Then he turned and vanished the way he came down into the tunnels, where even whispers went to die. Read more Impact. Cave Leather. 28. Chapter 28. The Second Dragon Egg. The next morning, the sun rose over King's Landing as if nothing had happened. Someone found the Grand Maester's broken body at the base of the tower stairs. The court physicians concluded it was an accident. An old man, unsteady on his feet, who'd slipped and fallen to his death. No one questioned it. Many noblemen of Westeros met exactly that kind of end. Damn it. King Aerys II bellowed, pacing his chambers in his nightrobe. That doddering old fool, dead. And now who will mix my sleeping draughts? He ranted for a while, more inconvenienced than grief-stricken, until the matter evaporated from his mind altogether. Daeron used the lull to steer the conversation elsewhere. Father, what role do you see for me in the realm's future? It wasn't wise to ask for position, better to suggest destiny. Aerys waved a hand, impatient again. You will serve as deputy commander of the city watch. Aid Lord Manly Stokeworth in maintaining order. That's enough. Now leave me IVE work to do. Dismissed. Daeron bowed and withdrew. Deputy commander, he mused to himself once outside. A fine start. His temples throbbed as he stepped into the morning light. He hadn't slept. He was no drinker, never had been, neither in this life nor the last. But the half-glass of summer red he'd drunk last night to steady his nerves still pounded behind his eyes. Strong wine shouldn't be gulped, my prince, said a calm voice beside him. Daeron turned to see Ser Gerald Hightower, the White Bull himself. He offered a faint smile. Just a small drink, Ser Gerald. Last night was unsettling. Gerald's solemn face relaxed slightly. Summer red from Dorne? Ah, Ser Arthur Dayne's favorite. No man forgets that taste once it touches his lips. Daeron chuckled faintly. So I learned. Hightower nodded. Nerves before duty are no shame, my prince. A man must learn to drink as he learns to ride and fight. Practical, honest advice, unexpected warmth from the kingdom's sternest knight. They spoke as they walked, and Daeron found the old warrior surprisingly perceptive, able to offer guidance from a soldier's, not a courtier's, view. That led Daeron to recall an entry from the Chronicles of the Dance of the Dragons. The tale after the Battle of the Honey Wine, more than a century and a half ago. After King's Landing fell, the Green faction sent Ser Ricard Thorne of the Kingsguard to escort young Prince Malerd, son of Aegon II south toward Old Town. But near Dark Bridge, a mob attacked them. Thorne was killed. The prince was torn apart by peasants fighting over scraps of his clothes. When the Lord of Old Town, Lord Mond Hightower, heard the news, he marched north in fury. His army burned Dark Bridge to the ground. Prince Daeron the Daring, first of his name, avenged his murdered nephew by mounting his dragon, Tessarion, and reducing the Caswell stronghold to ash. But legend held that in the chaos, the late prince's dragon egg intended as his cradle treasure was saved. Lady Caswell had seized it during the riot but, before her death, entrusted it to Lord Mond Hightower to save her children. He carried it back to the great Hightower of Old Town, where its trail ended. Looking at Ser Gerald, now a trueblood Hightoweran's curiosity sharpened. Tell me, Ser Gerald, he asked lightly, does your family still keep a dragon egg in Old Town? The knight stopped mid-stride. His brows drew together. Why do you ask, your grace? Daeron watched his face carefully and smiled. So it is true. A flicker of discomfort crossed the White Bull's normally impassive features. Forgive me, prince. But some secrets are not mine to share, he said at last, bowing his head. Which was answer enough. Daeron inclined his own respectfully, hiding the spark in his eyes. Of course, sir. Then he excused himself and walked away faster and faster until he had to restrain from breaking into a run. A second egg. Another dragon. The tale was nearly 150 years old, yet the Hightowers were famous for preserving relics and secrets. If even a fragment of the story was true, his pulse quickened. He already had one egg sleeping, silent, crimson, and though the heat hadn't birthed it yet, he refused to give up. But another egg, another chance. If he couldn't hatch two, he would give one to Shani. another to Little J, perhaps even Viserys one day, and if they could hatch them a flight of dragons would once again darken the skies of Westeros. No matter what, Daeron vowed under his breath, that egg will be mine. Hightower might be loyal to his family above all, but Daeron noted one thing: Ser Gerald was uncle to the current lord of Oldtown, Leighton Hightower, a man rumored to dabble in alchemy, spells, and strange magical beasts. It meant opportunity. Later that morning, after visiting Shani and leaving her a Sylvestar daffodil, her silent smile warmed the gloom inside him. Daeron saddled his horse and left King's Landing behind. Better to lie low for a time. Playing innocent was easier at a distance. And fishing, at least, demanded no witnesses. Dragontongue Farm Lakeshore. Bayou. The fishing line arched out over the still waters. Daeron sat back, letting the cool wind wash his thoughts away. 3 days left until Spring 13, the festival where he'd buy his strawberry seeds. He needed another 210 gold. Fishing would earn it faster than foraging. The lakes and rivers were generous, the sea less forgiving. Feels like those nights grinding for base, he muttered, grinning as the float bobbed. Plop. A tiny ripple, then a jerk. Got one. He tightened his grip, pulling. Peaceful, simple, the kind of work that calmed his blood. Behind him, the Empire churned. Word of the Grand Maester's accidental death had already rippled through court. The small council now awaited a replacement, but few cared. The real talk of King's Landing was the boy prince taking command of the city watch. 11 years old, already a war hero in miniature, now wielding the capital's only standing army. Some said the king had lost his mind. Others whispered that the dragons were waking again, and one of them wore silver hair. Few realized they were watching the opening moves of another dance. Those with sharp eyes, however, were already choosing sides. Would they back Prince Rhaegar, calm and distant on Dragonstone, or Daeron, fierce and favored in the Red Keep? Riverrun the Trident. Lunchtime in House Tully's great hall. At the long oaken table sat Lord Hoster Tully, aging but still formidable, head of his family, lines deep with care and memory. Family, duty, honor. Their words echoed through every stone of the castle. Around the table gathered his kin. On his left sat a striking young woman with cascading red curls, poised and queenly in her bearing. Beside her, a sharp-eyed dark-haired man and a ginger-haired boy whispered together, faces lit by the fire. Across from them sat a lean, grey-haired knight whose piercing blue eyes seemed to see straight through people. Ser Brynden Tully the Blackfish. By his side lounged a handsome golden-haired youth pestering him for tales of the Ninepenny King's War. Next to the boy sat another red-haired girl, bright and buxom, glancing shyly toward the dark-haired man across the table while he, in turn, avoided her gaze and listened keenly to her stoic uncle. The great river of the realm flowed quietly that day, but beneath its calm surface, politics stirred like strong currents. And far to the south, in King's Landing, a boy with dragon's blood was dreaming of finding his second egg. 29, Chapter 29, Neptune's Greatsword and the Lucky Ring. 29, Chapter 29, Neptune's Greatsword and the Lucky Ring. Riverrun the Trident. Sir, was it true? Jaime Lannister leaned forward eagerly over the banquet table. That Meleys Blackfire actually had 2 heads. Ser Brynden Tully the Blackfish himself answered as if reciting a dull fact. It's true. When Barristan the Bold cut off the first, the second kept screaming. Jaime's eyes shone like a boy hearing his first war story. 7 hells, I can almost see it. It must have been glorious fighting side by side with heroes. The Blackfish snorted. You're not there yet, boy, but almost. He studied him carefully. You've already touched your life force, haven't you? Stay at Riverrun a few days. I can train you. At 14, Jaime's grin could have lit a hall. Truly, that's all I want. Tywin's son had been sent here as a courtesy messenger, but his father knew Craighall could teach him no more. The Blackfish's offer was a gift Tywin hadn't foreseen. Lord Hoster Tully's polite cough broke the moment. Brynden, not at the dinner table. You'll ruin the rites. Brynden glanced at him without apology. Secretly, he meant to keep the lad close, perhaps even throw him in the path of his young niece, Lisa. His brother only saw a nuisance. Jaime, oblivious, leaned closer. Sir, when do we start? Not tonight, perhaps. The Blackfish's eyes slid briefly to Hoster's table, to 2 red-haired girls laughing beside a golden-haired squire. Family and alliances, politics entwined like river currents. But war and training would come. Spring, Day 12, Friday, clear skies, 9 a.m. Today's a good day, everything I wish for. Daeron hummed off-key at the lakeshore, casting his line with a practiced flick. Fishing had become his meditation. His rule was simple: keep trying until the challenge breaks before you. 2 days of practice had made him deft. His wrists learned the rhythm of reel and tug. When a fish broke the surface, he caught it, slapped it twice, and grinned. Real life has perks. Can't do that in the game. The glow of killing his first man had long ebbed away. Today was Luck Day, Iridium Star Fortune, according to the interface. If ever there was a time to profit before the Spring 13 festival, this was it. Farmer, Daeron Targaryen. Farming level 3. Mining level 3. Foraging level 1. Fishing level 4. Combat level 2. 2 levels of farming from the Great Potato Harvest. 4 levels of fishing from sheer stubborn effort. The float twitched. Plop. A silver flash broke the water. Daeron reeled. Tenzan yanked free a thick, gray-silver fish. Silver star bighead carp, 45 centimeters, worth 93 gold. Not bad. Still no treasure chest, though. He stowed it with a sigh. 2 days of catch had already earned him over 556 gold, far more than the 2,000 he needed for strawberry seeds. Today's goal, profit and maybe something rare. Fishing often brought bonus lures, seeds, gemstones, sometimes trash that wasn't trash. Yesterday, he'd fished up a weapon. Broken trident, LV5 dagger. Damage 1526 plus 1 crit chance. Small but vicious. Paired with a gem upgrade, it would slice through monsters like butter. Still, what he really wanted was Neptune's greatsword weapon every old player dreamed of. He looked at his worn trident. Close, but not Neptune, he muttered, casting again. The float vanished with a sharp tug. Got one. His reflexes kicked in a fast parry of reel and line, every motion perfect. Then the interface blinked. A treasure chest has appeared. Jackpot. The fish bucked like mad, diving and surging. You are not getting away, Dayron hissed. Minutes dragged past. Sweat ran down his cheeks. With a final snap, the line pulled tight and threw a massive base onto the grass. Largemouth base, 68 centimeters common, worth 100 gold. He grinned, slapped it twice for discipline, and knelt by the gleaming chest. Kriak. Inside 3 items. Neptune's greatsword. Lucky ring. Diamond. Dayron stared for a moment, then exploded into laughter. You've got to be kidding me. The gods do love me. He pulled the greatsword out first. Neptune's greatsword, LV5 sword. Damage 1835, 1 speed plus 2 defense plus 4 weight plus 2 attack speed. Slime Slayer. A monstrous weapon. The slow swing didn't matter, the reach was long and the impact immense. Each hit knocked enemies back like waves from the sea. The enchantment Slime Slayer turned it into a one-strike death sentence for the gelatinous menaces haunting the lower mines. He swung it once. The air whistled. The ground shuddered. Now that's a sword. Next, he lifted a tiny silver band. Lucky ring. Moon-shaped engraving. Luck +1. The numbers didn't do it justice. Luck was everything. On a normal day, good fortune rose by 0.1 at best. The ring gave a flat +1 bonus, a miracle of odds. Finally, the third treasure. Diamond value 500 gold. Durin's eyes burned. This is how you reward hard work. He slipped the ring onto his finger, strapped the sword to his back, and laughed until the sound echoed off the lake. A lucky ring on the left. Neptune in the right. Now let's see any monster stop me. The mine's 120 floors lay ahead, and this time the dragon-blooded farmer planned to conquer every last one. 30, Chapter 30, The Stronghold of Fertility Hall. Dayron liked to think his good fortune came from ridding the realm of Pisel. When you killed vermin, the gods paid you back in luck. He clutched his new treasures, the crescent-shaped lucky ring on his left finger, the glowing Neptune's greatsword in his right hand, and grinned. You and I, he told them, will build something great. Rings allowed for 2 at a time, but a sword only 1. And this one was weighty. He tested its heft. A bit heavy. Not for dual wielding. The sword was longer than a knight's standard longsword, forged of deep-sea steel infused with blue-gray magic. Its blade shimmered ocean-bright, its hilt dark as a storm tide. It wasn't just a weapon, it was art. Still, the prince farmer had no time to admire trinkets. Tomorrow, Spring 13, was festival day. Strawberries needed sowing, work awaited in both his fief and the capital. He couldn't afford to lose days watering the fields. Untended crops stopped growing. Growth delayed, profits lost. But with Neptune's greatsword, everything changed. Once strawberries were planted, he would dive into the mine's 60th floor, smelting copper and iron bars for sprinklers. 1 copper bar plus 1 iron bar built 1 sprinkler. Automatic irrigation. Freedom for the farmer. He smirked. Let's see Valerian steel beat that. Curious, he compared weapon weight and balance. With his life force enhancing each strike, Neptune's blade shattered a steel longsword like dry twigs. Valerian steel might still surpass it, lighter, sharper, able to cleave armor, but for a level 5 weapon, Neptune's sword was a miracle. His grin faded only when he heard approaching footsteps. He quickly slung the blade away. The empty treasure chest disintegrated into harmless splinters as all system loot did once opened. Your Grace, called Sir John Derry. Lord Owen asks that you inspect the final delivery of marble. Dayron rose at once. They arrived at a broad, flat field east of the hills. To the north and south stretched the royal forest and the Blackwater rush westward, open plains rolled to the horizon. Stacks of white marble gleamed under sunlight. Scores of masons and laborers stood ready, awaiting command. Lord Owen Merriweather approached, bowing. Prince, might this location please you? Dayron looked around slowly. Hill at his back, river to the east, and enough land for a small town's heartbeat. Perfect. His fief was vast hills cutting east to west, Blackwater and woodlands dividing it from the sea. The farm lay northeast, close to both river and shore. Building directly on the coast, as King's Landing had done, was tempting but impossible here. The southern bank's river mouth was too fierce, the coastline narrow. A stronghold must stand inland. He pointed across the grassland. The castle will rise on Bluegrass Hill. We'll call it Harvest Hall. Later, the town can expand westward. Bluegrass Hill named for the soft bluish meadow grasses that carpeted the plain. Harvest Hall a name rich with promise. Where others dreamed of grandeur Summer Hall, Herrenhilderen dreamed of abundance. Of soil that yielded more each year, of farmlands and orchards heavy under sun. Harvest Hall would be his heart, the future city's seed. He didn't share his father Ares' fantasies of a new marble capital, but he'd use the idea as blueprint. His fief sat perfectly between realms, King's Landing to the north, the royal port of Blackwater Bay to the northeast, and endless trade roads south through the Kingswood to the Stormlands. All trade from Storm's End to the capital would cross his land. One day, he murmured, people will pay tolls to walk these roads. Owen hesitated. Your Grace, a castle alone will take years. A town, without population or trade. Build the castle first, Daron said calmly. The rest will follow. He smiled faintly. There are always later generations or later plans. Despite the name hall, it would be a castle, not a palace. Grand palaces burned easily, castles endured. He'd learned enough history to know that much. The walls would keep out bandits and assassins. The gates would protect a new city. And when he thought of manpower, he already had a plan. King's Landing overflowed with street orphans and beggars. Once he commanded the city watch, he could take them in, train them, house them, set them to work. Reclaim land, build homes, raise markets, one step at a time. With Dragonstone Farm feeding his dream, he would turn his fief into a realm of plenty. Lord Owen's skepticism softened. I see, a start for the generations to come. Exactly. Daron nodded. He turned to leave. Owen caught the moment and hurried forward. Your Grace, regarding architecture I've a visitor who can assist. Allow me to present Sir Leeser Thorne. A grave-faced man stepped forward, tall, lean, and hardened by training. Gray-black curls, sharp cheekbones, and eyes like polished obsidian, handsome in a severe way. Daron narrowed his eyes. And you are? The knight bowed. Your Grace, of House Thorne of the Crownlands. At the Lannisport tourney I defeated 3 opponents and was knighted thereafter. Recognition flickered. That Leeser Thorne, the future Night's Watch instructor. The sarcastic drillmaster who'd once tormented Jon Snow. Daron almost laughed. Fate was full of irony. The Thorns had long served House Targaryen from the Dance of the Dragons to Aerys' own mad reign. It was a Thorne who'd died protecting a lost prince at Bitterbridge, and another who had fought to defend King's Landing from Robert's rebellion, earning a choice between execution and the wall. A loyal family and a useful one. Interesting, Daron thought. If this Thorne sought patronage through Owen, he'd found the right target. We'll talk as we walk, Daron said pleasantly. Surprise flickered in the knight's eyes. Yes, Your Grace. He straightened, hand resting proudly on his hilt, and followed the young dragon toward the site where a castle and perhaps a kingdom would begin. Chapter 31 The possibility of setting sail. Back at the quiet lake by the mines, Daron walked beside Sir Leeser Thorne. The more they spoke, the more he understood the knight. Born a lesser branch of House Thorne, Leeser had pride but no place to show it. You're skilled with a sword? Daron asked. The man blinked, caught off guard, his hand unconsciously tightening on his hilt. Daron had noticed it from the start how the knight never let go of that weapon, the calluses on his fingers and the bowstring scars near his index. A man whose entire sense of worth lived in his craft. Yes, Your Grace, Leeser said firmly. Being a landless knight was no worse than being nameless. He'd known the chill of indifference from nobles and small folk alike. He despised useless lords who wore titles like wine cups and believed, fanatically, that status must be earned through steel. He had read The Prince well, a young lord favored by the throne, warrior and visionary both. And so, for a single audience with him, Leeser had sold his warhorse and bribed Lord Owen Merryweather with all his remaining coin. A desperate gamble for one chance. And the prince had rewarded him. I'll soon take command as deputy commander of the city watch, Daron said. I intend to reform the capital's guard, but loyal men are scarce. Sir Leeser Thorne, you claim mastery of the sword. Will you lend that blade to your realm and your prince? The man didn't hesitate. He dropped to one knee in the soft grass, drew his sword, and raised it with both hands. By the 7, I swear myself your sword, he said solemnly, to cut down every obstacle in your path. Rise. Daron drew the weapon from his hands and laid the flat of its blade across his shoulders. Left, right, crown. I accept your fealty. From this day, Sir Leeser Thorne became the prince's first sworn knight after Sir John Derry. When he stood again, Daron asked quietly, Tell me, Sir Leeser, how much do you know of life force? The knight's confidence flickered. I tried to awaken it, Your Grace, but without the aid of rare crops I could not. Daron nodded. Even the simplest life-infused vegetables were traded like gold among lords far beyond a lesser knight's reach. Very well. See Sir John, Daron said. He'll give you something to help your body remember its strength. My prince, Leeser's voice caught. It was as if he'd been offered a dragon's egg. Truly. Daron only waved it off. Whether you succeed depends on your own spirit. I can only nudge the door open. A loyal man deserved such a gift. Daron knew Leeser Thorne's story in the future that might have been. The knight fought to the last man in the sack of King's Landing and later, wearing black, became the bitter teacher of a bastard who was no bastard at all. The man had courage and skill enough to stand beside legends. and every great venture began with faith. Go, Daron said. Prove you deserve it. Eyes bright, Elisa hurried away, clutching his hope. Sir John soon arrived. Daron handed him the prize of that morning's fishing, a fresh, half-meter largemouth bass. Give it to Sir Elisa, he said. John blinked. A fish? That's rather costly. Special enough to awaken a man's life force, Daron said lightly. And worth the price. He's the first to kneel. We can't be stingy. John sighed. As you wish, your grace. Daron smiled faintly. Have Lord Owen come later. I'll cook us a fish stew. No favorites. A prince showed kindness sparingly, but always when it counted. When John left, the lake fell silent again, and Daron turned his thoughts inward. Plans. His new office was easy enough. Lord Manly Stokeworth, commander of the city watch, was loyal and careful, a steady man. If Daron treated him with respect, he'd find solid ground. The gold cloaks beneath them would require less diplomacy. A prince could lead with words or with a single decisive punch. But another vacancy loomed larger: the Grand Maester's chair. An advisor and physician, the position was half influence, half triviality, an empty seat filled by hidden hands. Every Maester that mattered had a family backing him, whispering to the king behind the throne. Better he control that seat before Oldtown chose its own. Harvey won't do, he muttered. Too young. Then his mind sparked. There was someone perfect, wise, unusable by others, and bound to Targaryen blood by faith and love. Aemon Targaryen. The old Maester of Castle Black, the brother of King Aegon V, Durin's great-grandfather and uncle to his own father's line. If Aemon was Durin's great-granduncle, then by blood, his right to advise the crown was beyond question. Aemon was 82 now, older than Pycelle had ever been, yet far healthier, with 2 decades of wisdom still burning bright. Few would dare manipulate a Targaryen that old and that revered. If I bring him home, Daron thought, the position is ours and he'll finally serve the family he was meant to protect. He remembered the tales of Aemon at his end, how he wept on his deathbed to hear of Daenerys and her dragons, too frail to reach her. Dragons have 3 heads, the elder Maester had said through tears. I am too old, too weak. I should have gone to guide her, but these bones can scarcely rise. Aemon had waited his whole life for one last chance to serve his house and died watching that hope fade. If Daron could intervene early, maybe I should sail north, he murmured. Bring him back myself. The idea opened a wider map in his mind. The long night, the White Walkers, the tides of frost and fire that would one day devour the world. That storm was still years away, but he knew it was coming, and he would not face it alone. For that, he needed every potential ally, living and dead, human or otherwise, including the one who had already touched his dreams, the Blood Raven. Bryn Den Rivers. Daron remembered that night, the dream of the crow, the echo of burned wood and hidden eyes, and the next day, how he had found a dragon egg in the marble once touched by Bloodraven's hand. Coincidence was for fools. The 3-eyed crow was watching him, and that made him uneasy. If Bloodraven was still truly alive in the far north, he was dangerous, brilliant beyond measure, but bound to no mortal king. I'll not seek him until I must, Daron decided quietly. But the wall. Yes, the wall was worth travel for another reason entirely. Somewhere near it lay a Targaryen heirloom lost for centuries. The Valerian steel sword Dark Sister. The blade of Visenya Targaryen, Aegon's conqueror queen. If Bloodraven had taken it beyond the wall, perhaps it still slept there in ice. He let out a slow breath. Still too soon. One step at a time. Yet one thing was certain: a ship. A ship was freedom. With a ship, he could sail north to the wall or south for trade, even west to the unknown. He could turn his fief into the heart of Westerosi commerce. With a ship, he could leave when the realm burned. His eyes lit with mischief. A ship will come first before the sword, before the wars. He smiled. After all, they say prosperous farmers go to the Ginger Islands. It was a thought half from memory, half from some inner game. If there was ever a real Ginger Island, a place of fertile soil and tropical rain, he would find it and claim it. Maybe even Dragonstone itself hid answers. Rhaegar's silence gnawed at him. Still no reply, dear brother. Daron murmured. Well then, when the seeds are sown and the harvest waits, I'll simply come see you myself. He cast his line again into the still water and watched the ripples spread like rings of destiny, ever widening toward the sea. 32, Chapter 32, Spring 13. The siblings gather. 32, Chapter 32, Spring 13. The siblings gather. Night shrouded Dragontongue Farm. Inside the cabin, the fire burned low in the hearth. Daron lay on his bed, a red dragon egg resting on the pillow beside him. Tomorrow, the 13th of Spring Festival Day, would bring new beginnings. The coffers were ready. Fishing treasures had yielded more gems than he dared hope. His purse was heavier now than any farmer deserved. Cradling the egg against his chest, he whispered, "How can I wake you?" Nearly a week had passed with no sign of life. No warmth, no sound, only silence. "You'll hatch," he said stubbornly. "I'm just doing it wrong." He turned the egg carefully in his hands, its ruby scales glinting faintly in the dying firelight. If the stories held true, blood sacrifice was the key, the way Daenerys had done it, decades from now. Daron grimaced. No, he wouldn't walk that path. Too dangerous, too uncertain, and he had no fire mages nor blood priests to guide him. One mistake and he could end like his great-grandfather Aegon Vebern with those he sought to save. Blood magic reawakens dormant life, he mused aloud. By slaughter, life for life, or by something gentler. He stared into the coals, thinking. Farming had its own magic of rebirth, did it not? The panel must know something. In Stardew Valley, dragons existed only in fragments, hidden artifacts, scaled fossils, mysterious quests. Maybe he simply hadn't reached that level yet. I need the mines first, he told himself. Or leads to bars to sprinklers, freedom to expand the farm. He exhaled slowly and wrote his plan in his mind. 1. Hatch the dragon. 2. Perfect the farm. 2 goals. The path to both was patience. Dragonstone and Old Town one day, he murmured. 2 eggs, maybe 3. 1 will hatch. Rational, methodical, that was his way. He had already asked Lord Owen Merryweather to keep watch for a ship, any ship seaworthy or not. The royal fleet wouldn't help him, its ships were under Rutger's command, and his father would never approve of the younger son sailing off. So he would build his own. Strawberries first, sprinklers next, he whispered drowsily. Sleep took him. 2 a.m. The farmhouse was silent except for the soft tick of the cooling fire. Moonlight slipped through the window onto his hand and onto the lucky ring glimmering faintly on his finger. The golden crescent etched into the band pulsed once, sending a warm hue across the room. It washed over the dragon egg, making the crimson scales shimmer like molten glass. The golden flecks brightened, the black spiral deepened in shade. Something within stirred. Daron dreamed on, unaware, while the invisible interface tallied his day's earnings. Farming, 0 gold. Foraging, 60 gold. Fishing, 752 gold. Mining, 1,900 gold. Other, 40 gold. Total, 2,552 gold. Spring 13 Saturday, clear skies, 6 a.m. Cluck, cluck. At the rooster's cry, Daron sprang up with a smile. Today was the day he'd been waiting for, the festival, the market, his future fortune of strawberries. He opened the panel. Total gold, 4,542. 1,790 from potatoes. 2,552 from fishing. Most of his catch was cheap fish, 725 gold, but the real profit had come from the gems inside the treasure chests, 2 diamonds, 750 each, and 2 emeralds, 200 each. A perfect haul. 4,500, he whistled. That's 45 strawberry seeds. Grinning, he hurried outside and dumped his money into the shipping bin. Clink clattersh. Moments later, a cascade of golden coins spun back, and his balance dropped to 42. In his hands, 45 strawberry seeds. Today's Easter egg hunt day, he laughed. But business first. He set to work clearing weeds, turning earth with the hoe while sunlight spilled over the fields. From his storage chest, he pulled flat stones and crafted a dozen smooth stone path tiles. 6 rows of 2, each surrounded by freshly tilled soil, forming a cross shape that would later frame his sprinklers. When set, each sprinkler would water 4 tiles north, south, east, west at dawn. He stepped back, admiring the geometry. Perfect grid. Future-proof farming. This was efficient science, not Luki or maybe another kind of magic. He wiped sweat from his brow. Time check, 8:30 a.m. The Festival of Rebirth would begin soon with its famous egg hunt. The winner received a mystery gift and boasts for a year. He intended to win. According to his mail alert, contestants needed to form teams. Age limits applied. Under the legal marriage age, 22 for men, 21 for women. He grinned. Perfect excuse to bring the brats. His siblings. Shani and the 2 little troublemakers. By mid-morning, the fields were neat, the hens fed, the eggs collected. He was still clearing a patch of old logs when he heard the growl of wagon wheels. A carriage pulled up the hill, the Targaryen banner fluttering in the wind. Ser John Derry jumped down first. Your Grace, they've arrived. Daron dusted off his hands and smiled. Let's see them. A gloved hand lifted the curtain. A cascade of silver gold hair spilled into the sunlight, followed by an elegant face. Shani, he said warmly. Charge. The next voice was a battle cry. Viserys leapt out after her, brandishing a tiny wooden sword. Daron rubbed his temple. Of course. Jaehaerys leaned out next, smiling shyly. Second brother. I've got you, Daron said, grabbing the boy by the waist and setting him down lightly. Then he turned to help Shani, who paused, measured the height from carriage to ground, and opened her arms with a tiny smile. He lifted her down carefully. Was the road clear? He asked Ser John. The White Knight was still checking the harness. Before he could answer, Shani spoke softly. Smooth enough. Father was with Mother, so no one noticed us leave. Then she added, almost anxiously, we did meet Cersei Lannister on the way. She insisted on coming too. Daron froze mid-smile. Of course she did, he muttered. Some people were like bad pennies. They always showed up where fortune waited. 33, Chapter 33, The Letter from Dragonstone. Daron fell silent for a moment, his gaze sliding toward Ser John Derry. The look between them spoke volumes. Translation. You didn't tell her, did you? Translation back. I didn't. She did. Shani blinked, thoroughly lost. Cersei Lannister's obsessed with you, she said honestly. I don't think she's a good girl or right for you. Dangerous is one word for her, Dayron murmured, letting out a quiet sigh of relief before steering the conversation elsewhere. He began showing his sister and the two small princes around the farmland. Shani's innocence glowed brighter than the morning sun. She darted from pen to field, touching anything within reach, marveling aloud. Her laughter filled the place like spring wind. She's so good she forgets danger even exists, Dayron thought, watching her trail through the rows of vegetables. She's warning me like a sister, never realizing the lion cub already has claws. He knew exactly how sharp those claws were. Cersei Lannister at 14 was already deadly in spirit. Long before he'd killed a man, she'd killed a friend. He remembered the tale. Back in Casterly Rock, she and a companion had visited the woods to see the witch known as Maggie the Frog. Cersei asked if she would one day marry a prince. The witch smiled and said, "You'll marry a king." Her friend asked the same and was told she'd die that night. By morning, she was gone. No proof, no body. Just fear and rumor whispered behind golden doors. Dayron shook his head. Clever girl, clever father, and far too deadly a pair for now. He refused to let the thought fester. Second brother, your farm's huge. Jaehaerys called, eyes bright with wonder. I see a hen. Viserys yelled, immediately dropping to hands and knees to crawl under the coop fence. The two hens inside Grape and Coconut shrieked, flapping so fiercely that the boy stumbled back in terror. Wah! He ran to hide behind Shani. Dayron pressed a hand against his forehead. First contact between human and hen, and victorious. 12:30 p.m. Time for the egg hunt. Dayron clarified the rules and handed out woven baskets to his siblings. Ser Jon blew the whistle to start. 2 minutes of chaotic fun. Dayron walked the perimeter, plucking the eggs he'd hidden earlier in bushes and grass. His siblings knew nothing. Luck was part of the game. Shani searched diligently. The two young princes stormed about like hunters on the battlefield. Eggs! Eggs! Viserys shouted, bent so low his nose brushed the ground. He already had 6 in his basket, a small miracle. How many you got? Jaehaerys asked, eyeing the treasure. 6. I'm good, yeah. Very. Now we could team up. Jaehaerys tilted his head innocently, basket in hand. I have 3. You have 6. Together that's no way we lose to brother or sister. Viserys blinked. So I keep them all. Better idea. The older boy grinned. If you carry them, brother won't believe you found 9 on your own, but if I carry them, we win and then we share. Viserys hesitated, then brightened. When we win, can I eat them? All yours, said Jaehaerys smoothly. Deal. Moments later, the trade was made. Jon blew the final whistle. Time. The contestants returned to Dayron, baskets in hand. Jaehaerys bounced forward. I got 9. I won, didn't I? Dayron arched a brow, glancing at Viserys' empty basket. Interesting. He looked into Jaehaerys' overflowing pile of painted eggs. Normally, that'd make you champion, he said slowly. But let's see how many your dear brother has. He lifted the basket he'd prepared earlier, counting aloud. 1, 2, 3. By the time he reached 12, Jaehaerys' smile froze. Defeat stung, but Dayron patted his shoulder. Losing doesn't make you less, only smarter. Next time, don't out-negotiate yourself. To soften the lesson, he divided the eggs evenly between the two young ones. Half each. No fighting. Viserys' eyes went wide in horror. Sharing was not part of the deal, but he obeyed. Jaehaerys sighed and took his half without complaint. Ser Jon stepped forward. Your Grace, we should return. The road to the capital is long. The two boys climbed into the carriage, reluctant but obedient. Even they knew their second brother was different. A dragon that actually watched over them. Shani was last, basket in arms. Before closing the curtain, she took one long, quiet look at the farm, at her brother's new world. Dayron watched them roll away, smiling faintly. When Jay grows up, he thought, he'll blame me for cheating him just as I'll tease Shani for always worrying. That's what family is. When they disappeared beyond the hill, he turned back to his mailbox and found a small wooden parcel marked with a painted egg. The festival reward. Inside, a straw hat. Straw hat beloved of farmers. Shields against summer sun and winter chill. He placed it on his head. At once, the harsh sunlight softened, the spring breeze turned gentle. The hat adjusted the air itself to comfort. Amazing, he whispered, grinning. Ugly, but amazing. It was a farmer's hat, not a princess. So he set it aside, for another life. As if on cue, hoofbeats approached again. Your Grace. Lord Owen Merryweather hurried up the path, face flushed, letter in hand. I bring word from Dragonstone. Dayron broke the seal. Inside were a few lines of neat, elegant handwriting, graceful and decidedly not riggers. It was an invitation to visit Dragonstone, written with care and warmth. He snorted. Definitely not my brother's hand. He'd never waste ink on courtesy. Lord Owen smiled sheepishly. The acting maester sent it the moment it arrived. I thought you'd want it straight away. Dayron nodded. Thank you, my lord. He handed him a basket for brightly dyed eggs inside. The older man blinked, eyes wet. You're always too kind, Your Grace. When he had gone, Dayron read the message again and smiled to himself. The tone was refined, polite, sprinkled with sunlight and hospitality. Rigger would never bother writing so gently. It had to be from his Dornish sister-in-law. Princess Elia Martell. He lifted his eyes to the distant horizon, where the sea met the sky. My dear brother, he murmured, you chose well for once. Then, soft and half-wistful, may you also learn not to waste her faith. 34, Chapter 34, Strawberry Harvest. Night came quietly to Dragonstone Farm. Daron stretched out on his bed, the red gleam of the furnace still flickering through the window. What a day. He yawned, his muscles pleasantly sore. Through the open shutters he could see the lines of orange gold where the 4 furnaces burned. After bidding farewell to Lord Owen, he'd spent the entire afternoon in the mines. With Neptune's great sword in hand, he'd carved his way down to level 25 and, thanks to his lucky ring, the ores had practically rolled to meet him. Copper, coal, stone, quartz piles of it. On the table lay his newest discoveries from treasure chests. Leather boots, +1 defense / +1 immunity. Steel rapier, LV, 148 damage, 0.02 crit rate, +2 speed. Rewards from the 10th and 20th floors. Not bad, he murmured, satisfied, already planning how to use them. After a long day of labor, sleep claimed him quickly. Time to rest. He set the dragon egg beside his pillow and drifted off. 2 a.m. The farm was silent. The ovens cooled with a final hiss. Then, flutter flutter. A soft shimmer approached from the darkness, a dancing mote of light. Hee. A tiny sprite fluttered down over the strawberry field, waving a silver wand. Sparkling dust fell like dew, glimmering on the newly planted seeds. At once, the soil shimmered with green light, life bursting beneath the surface. With a giggle, the sprite vanished into the wind. Spring 14 Sunday windy 6:30 a.m. I slept like a baby. Daron stepped outside and froze. What in the 7 did I trigger a fairy event again? Instinctively, he touched the lucky ring on his finger. A third of his strawberry patch previously just sprouts now bloomed with lush green vines and ripe, ruby-red fruit. No hesitation. Hat on, basket in hand, the farmer prince sang as he worked. Strawberry harvest, strawberry harvest, strawberry harvest. The refrain bounced through the field as his hands moved swiftly, plucking berry after berry, each as big as his fist, fresh and glossy with dew. Ding, his panel flashed. You might want to reflect on some things today. Farming level up level 4. Daron grinned. One step closer to the realm's richest man. When he finished, he had 16 strawberries, 13 common, 3 silver star quality. The yield was low for a miracle crop but he had no complaints. By schedule, strawberries weren't due until the 21st and 25th of spring, 2 harvests per season. But this secret third batch changed the math completely. At this rate, they'd regrow on the 18th, 22nd, and 26th of the month, 3 more harvests before the season ended. 16 plants, 4 harvests, 64 berries. At a base price of 120 gold each, nearly 8,000 gold. Enough to build a barn, 6,000 gold plus 350 wood plus 150 stone, and buy a cow, 1,500 gold. Spring would end with the farm self-sufficient and wealthy. Daron laughed aloud. Perfect. The remaining 29 plants would mature later, their first harvest adding another 7,000 gold by month's end. Plenty to upgrade tools. He scribbled the numbers. Copper pickaxe, 5 copper bars plus 2,000 gold. Iron pickaxe, 2 iron bars plus 5,000 gold. A basic pick barely worked past level 40 and iron one could reach level 120. The future's bright, he told the field. No slacking now. He set aside the 3 silver quality strawberries for family and himself and stored the others for later sale. Once he hit farming level 5, he'd choose his first profession. Rancher, livestock products plus 20% value. Tiller, crops plus 10% value. He would pick tiller, obviously. A short-term profit booster. Then he'd sell everything at a premium. King's Landing Silk Street Tavern. In a dark corner over mugs of ale, a conversation began that might one day change the city watch. Sarah Lisa Thorne sat alone in black leather, nursing a cup of rye beer when a big-shouldered man plopped down opposite him. Elisa, word is you paid Owen Merriweather a fat bribe. What did you buy yourself, ruin? The speaker was Sir Jeremy Ricker of Maidenpool, loud, broad, and as subtle as a warhammer. Elisa barely glanced up, then took the man's second mug and drank it without asking. Jeremy, he said flatly, you understand nothing. Ricker laughed. Everyone knows Owen's an idiot with coin. You feed him silver, he feeds you dust. What next? You'll sell your spurs too. He meant no harm, just had no filter, a trait that had already earned Tywin Lannister's scorn. Elisa ignored him and savored his drink. Ricker leaned forward. You're too quiet. We served together at Crake Hall. What's the plan, you staying in the capital or chasing some debt? Elisa smiled slowly. I already found a lord worth serving. What? Ricker blinked. I met Prince Daron Targaryen, Elisa said, his voice low but full of pride. The rumors are true. Owen Merriweather and the prince worked closely. I followed that path and earned an audience. Ricker seemed ready to envy him to death. The prince fed me fish, Elisa continued dreamily, a fish so rich with life energy that just a bite made me feel awake for the first time in years. Ricker slammed his palm on the table. Then introduce me. You must. He's the future, Elisa. House Ricker of Duskendale was loyal to the crown, and Jeremy was no fool politically, the Mad King raved. Rhaegar hid on Dragonstone, but the younger prince was busy doing. And in King's Landing, action was everything. You want the prince's favor? Alisar stood, his new steel rapier catching torchlight. Then earn it. Join the city watch. Rickard hesitated. The gold cloaks. Exactly. Alisar's eyes shone. There are more like us men of talent and nothing else who need a future. Daeron will rebuild them in his image. Let the leeches and cowards rot. We'll take their place. With that, he walked away. Rickard watched him go, mouth half open, muttering the words as if tasting fate itself. The City Watch. 35, Chapter 35, Does a True Dragon Care for Sheep? Spring 22, Monday, clear skies, 11 a.m. King's Landing, the Red Keep White Sword Tower. A shaft of sunlight filtered down through the arched windows, glinting off silver-gold armor. Daeron bent over a spread of parchment, feather pen gliding steadily. The city defense map of King's Landing came alive under his hand. He wore full armor today, a prince's armor. Silver engraving traced the curves of the chestplate, a rich purple silk shirt gleamed beneath, the same hue as the sash that draped from his right shoulder. A golden rope tassel gleamed at his chest. The polished boots were the leather treasure he'd found in the mines, fine enough for command. The result was striking. The boy prince looked no longer like a scholar or farmer, but like a commander in miniature, the calm of nobility hardened by discipline. He had to look the part. Deputy commander of the city watch, a position that required armor not for ceremony, but survival. In King's Landing, blades were cheaper than bread, and rebellion could start over a broken loaf. A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Your Grace, the ointment for frostbite is ready. Maester Harvey spoke barely above a whisper. Daeron didn't answer immediately. The scratch of the quill continued. Harvey shifted uneasily in the shadows, clutching his vial, glancing now and then at the young man whose will had rewritten his life. Prince Daeron had elevated him a common maester to acting Grand Maester of the realm. Until the Citadel chose a permanent one, his word in King's Landing was law. 8 days ago, he'd been a near-blind janitor, scrubbing floors and emptying chambers. Now, he stood taller, with health and color returned to his face, and newly fashioned glasses made from 2 concave lenses and frames Daeron himself had gifted him. He owed his sight, perhaps his future, to this boy. The prince works too hard, Harvey murmured, mixing herbs by the firelight. Lately his requests for salves and healing potions had soared. Every evening brought new bruises or cuts from some training or patrol. He also ordered steady batches of a new sedative for King Ares, a safe one, to replace Picel's poisonous milk of the poppy. At the table, Daeron finally straightened and placed his pen down. That should do it. He admired the finished map, every gate, every watch post, every sewer route of the city pinned down with precision. 8 days, he said quietly, and the groundwork is done. While rumors claimed he hid away in the White Sword Tower for comfort, he'd done the opposite. He'd been building a system. Dragontongue Farm Report. Harvests, strawberries picked on spring 18, 21, and 22. Yield, 61 fruits, 45 common, 15 silver, 1 gold. Milestone, first gold star crop. Farming level 5 achieved, new profession, tiller, plus 10% crop value. Revenue, 7,590 gold from sales. 1 gold star strawberry for himself, a few silver for his mother and sister, and the rest to market. He kept the coin. He would need it soon enough. Mining progress, reached level 45 with Neptune's greatsword and lucky ring, began extracting iron or crafted 3 sprinklers. Challenge, past level 40, the caverns became frozen, air numb with ice torment for a Targaryen whose blood burned against cold. Prince, Harvey asked shyly, breaking the silence, manly of House Stokeworth visited while you worked. He said the new knights joining the city watch are causing tension, the older captains are very unhappy. Good. Harvey blinked. Good. Conflict means they're afraid, Daeron said calmly, rolling the map and tying it with string. Let them bark. They'll show me who the rotten ones are. The truth was ugly. A corrupt force with 2,000 men on paper, barely 1,200 in armor. Ghost pay, bribes, extortion, and false recruitments had hollowed it to the core. Lord Manly was loyal but soft, a man more caretaker than leader. Rot this deep needs a blade, not a bandage, Daeron thought. A knock on the door. A young Lannister page bowed. The hand requests your presence. Lead the way. Before he left, he told Harvey quietly, keep working on the remedy. The king must be weaned off the poppy milk. Harvey nodded fervently, eyes bright behind thick glass. He'd die before failing the dragon that had lifted him up. The Tower of the Hand. Tywin Lannister sat behind piles of parchment, the lines on his brow etched deep. You're here, boy. Daeron inclined his head. My Lord Hand, how may I serve? The title was formal. Tywin's eyebrow ticked up, but he let it go. I'll be frank. Your appointment was the king's will, not mine. Since then, you've been making moves without consulting me, drawing attention you don't need. Durin's expression didn't change as Tywin slid a document across the desk. A petition, a joint accusation, laced with ink and spite, charged him with nepotism, favoritism, and disturbing the watch's unity. Daeron glanced over the names: minor captains, city merchants, petty nobles, and set it back down. Small men, he said simply. Tywin's jaw tightened. Small men can serve great lords. Ignore the flies and you miss the beast that feeds them. You need to steady the ground under you. Soften this tension, make a public gesture. Earn loyalty. Daron looked up, smiling without warmth. Beast, my lord, I see only sheep. Tywin's eyes hardened. Stokeworth is a sheep, boy, but the lords behind these flies could flay you alive and devour you in pieces. You think titles make you safe. A crown means nothing without the will of men. Daron rose slowly, placing his hand on the file. In my eyes, he said quietly, they are all sheep. Tywin stared at him, and for the first time in years, the Lion of Casterly Rock did not know what to say. Daron met his gaze evenly, the hint of a smile at the edge of his mouth. Tell me, my lord, when a lion eats a sheep, does he ask its permission? He turned, cloak sweeping behind him, and walked to the door. I'm a Targaryen, he said over his shoulder. A true dragon does not care for sheep. The door clicked shut. Tywin Lannister sat motionless, the words echoing in his mind like a threat and a prophecy both. For the first time, he realized the boy he'd mentored was no longer a student but a force in his own right. And the realm had not seen a dragon's wrath in a long time. 36, Chapter 36, Failure is Treason, Success is Revolution. 36, Chapter 36, Failure is Treason, Success is Revolution. Your Highness, wait. Daron had barely stepped out of the Hand's Tower when a soft, serpentine voice stopped him. He turned. Lord Varys. The spymaster approached with his usual practiced smile, every step measured to sound harmless. Before Daron could ask, Varys sighed theatrically. The realm mourns Grand Maester Pycelle, a pillar of wisdom, snatched by age and fate. Tragic, truly. Daron matched his tone perfectly. Yes, indeed, a sage who served 3 kings, only to fall victim to a wayward staircase. May the 7 guide him to better steps. Varys offered a sympathetic nod. So young, and already you look to the future. I try to, Daron said lightly. Then silence. 2 smiles, frozen across a thin blade of tension. Each knew what the other was thinking. You know I killed him. You helped me do it. Your grace has admirable composure, Varys said at last. He couldn't coax a twitch of guilt from the boy. Fascinating. Instead, he shifted to business. My little birds bring a whisper or two of concern. Small matters, but worth your attention. Durin's eyes narrowed. Speak. Ser Janos Slynt, captain of the Dragon Gate, is plotting a coup against Lord Manly Stokeworth. Janos Slynt, Daron repeated, memorizing the name. A lazy smirk flickered across his face. In another age he might become a commander himself so long as he keeps his king well bribed. Varys continued smoothly. My sources say he and several captains plan to force Lord Manly's resignation and expel the new recruits your champion Ser Lysar Thorne brought in. These recruits disturb Slyn's enterprises. He slid a note from his sleeve, listing the conspirators and their meeting place. Daron accepted it with a smile. Thank you, my lord. Varys bowed lightly, watching him walk away. After all, your grace, we serve the same goal, the good of the realm. And occasionally, Daron thought, we prune it the same way. That night, the young prince acted. Under Lord Manly's seal, a banquet was arranged for the watch's captains and officers, fine wine, soft company, and no questions asked. A hangmen banquet, as the old histories would call eat a trap with a toast. Shoemaker's Square, a brothel of bright lamps and louder music. Cheers to Lord Manly and his bloody good ale. Ha ha ha, more wine, more women. The city watch had leased the entire house for their celebration. Every captain drank, laughed, and boasted until the walls shook. Upstairs, things were quieter. Are you certain this is wise? Lord Manly Stokeworth's voice trembled slightly. The man was lean, past 40, his black hair threaded with grey, his conscience fraying even faster. Daron smiled thinly and guided him back to his chair. All responsibility is mine. You need only observe. Prince or not, Manly protested, if we kill our own men, it's treason. Daron rested a hand on his shoulder. Failure is treason. Success is revolution. The words rang like steel. Manly sighed and nodded weakly. There was no stopping what was coming. Below, the conspirators arrived one by one. Janos Slynt and his circle of drunken officers, a few minor nobles, a dozen men used to getting rich off their badges. They offered polite bows to Manly and stiff ones to the prince. Tonight is for good company, Daron said pleasantly. No rank, no titles, just brothers at ease. The tension melted slightly. Then the doors opened again. Ser Lysar Thorne entered with armed men. Lysar Thorne. Slynt's voice boomed. What is this, a patrol? You'll scare the girls. Laughter rolled through the room. Daron was patient. Worry not, Ser Janos. Every guest should feel safe. He spoke mildly, then his smile faded. But I dislike being interrupted when I speak. His gaze cut to Thorne. Ser Lysar. Bang. The doors slammed shut. What are you? The nearest officer stepped forward, hand on his sword. He never finished the sentence. Thorne moved like lightning, blade flashing once across the man's throat. Steel whispered. Blood spattered the floor. The head rolled to Slynt's feet. Chaos. Screams. Half-drawn swords. Silence, Daron said quietly. The word hit like a commandment. One young noble found his voice. Your Grace, this is madness. We're your brethren. How can you? Alisar glanced at Daron. The prince didn't need to nod. He was already striding forward as the man unsheathed his greatsword in panic. The two blades met steel on steel, sparks bursting in the lamplight. Thorn's lighter rapier slid through the guard, kicked the noble back, and drove the tip clean through his throat. When he pulled it free, the thin blade still gleamed, the other man's broadsword notched and bent. A fine weapon, Thorn murmured, eyes hungry. The remaining captains froze where they stood. Most had bought their posts through bribes. They had no stomach for real battle. They saw only death and bowed to it. Daron stepped forward and clapped once, slowly, to draw their eyes. Now, he said, voice calm as ice. Shall we talk? 37, Chapter 37, The King's Landing Purge. 37, Chapter 37, The King's Landing Purge. Fear thickened the air. No one dared to speak. Good. Daron nodded once, calm and cold. Then do it. Like wolves released from a leash, Alisar Thorn's men lunged forward, seizing the highest-ranking captains, those who commanded the city gates. Mercy, your grace. We're innocent, we'll confess. Their pleas collapsed into whimpers. The rest 8 or 9 mid-rank officers pressed themselves against the wall, pale and sweating. Any fool could see it now. The city watch would belong to the young prince before dawn. When I call you corrupt, Daron said softly, it's not merely greed I speak of. You turned the king's banner into a thief's cloak. He stepped closer, the lamplight painting cold lines on his armor. Shall I list your deeds? The murders, the girls you sold, the coin you took to bury justice. The captains fell silent as stone. They knew exactly what he meant. While you wallowed in coin, he went on, the city you swore to guard rotted. I will not suffer wolves in my father's house. Panic turned to collapse. One by one, they sank to their knees, trembling. Then he turned to the 8 standing aside. You are less wicked for now. I'll grant you a choice, resign your posts at dawn, or be demoted and prove your worth anew. Decide for yourselves. A truce. A crack of hope. Some exhaled in relief. But Durin's smile did not fade. There's just one more matter. Heartbeat. Tension. One among you, he said quietly, is beyond forgiveness. Every muscle froze. Ser Janos Sont. The name dropped like lead. Hidden in the back, Sont's knees gave way. I am why Prince. Please. Come forward. Alisar grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out before the crowd. The man looked soft and oily, his bald head glistening with sweat, every bit the coward he'd become famous as in another age. Please, your grace. Mercy. Daron smiled politely and said, of course. I forgive you. Hope lit Sont's eyes. Thank you, thank you. Thud. A dagger stabbed into the table between them, its hilt vibrating. Each of you will take one cut, Daron said gently. Show me your remorse. The color drained from Sont's face. Wait. The first officer moved. Then another. A third. In seconds, the sound of steel and wet flesh filled the room. Daron watched in silence until it was done. When the noise stopped, Sont's corpse was a red tapestry on the floor. Daron looked down at it. Poor Janos, how will you keep your gold now, with so many holes to fill? No one laughed. They didn't even breathe. Remove the bodies. Throw them to the flea-bottom pits. His voice was soft again, almost gentle. Tomorrow we begin the cleansing. At this hour, I want every gold cloak assembled before me. No excuses. It was the first order of rebirth. The next night, Shoemaker's Square, City Watch Barracks. Hundreds of torches burned against the dark, casting long black shadows. Daron stood at the center in armor and purple sash, flanked by his new captains. Before him gathered 1,000 gold close clean armor, straight backs, eyes sharp. They were wolves now, not carrion dogs. The corrupt were gone, the timid dismissed. In their place stood men like Alisar Thorn, Jeremy Ricker, and a dozen other skilled lesser knights who'd once been shut out by nobles with coin. Daron had paid them well with gold and with belief. To men who'd only known exploitation, that was a religion. Everyone present. He asked. Yes, your grace, Manly Stokeworth answered in a low voice. We await your order. Daron took a long, slow look around the formation. Alisar stood to one side, Jeremy to the other, both tense with pride. Before this night, they'd been drifters. Now they were something greater. His. Bring it in, he said. Soldiers hauled forward several heavy chests. The lids creaked open to reveal a mountain of coin, silver stags, gold dragons, copper stars glittering like captured fire. Gasps swept through the ranks, followed by a rising drumbeat of fists on breastplates. Thump, thump, thump. Daron raised a hand. The hall fell silent. When I took command, he began, you were starved wolves, beaten, cheated, fed on scraps by your own. Tonight, you stand as a pack. Every man listened. No more thieves in golden cloaks. No more fear in these streets. From this moment, you are hunters, fed, armed, and loyal to the dragon alone. A roar erupted, hundreds of voices in unison, raw and furious, echoing off the walls. At last, a Targaryen led them again. When the noise faded, Daron stepped forward through the torchlight. My father's city has sunk into rot, he said, voice like steel. But that ends tonight. From this night on, King's Landing will fear the golden cloak again. He turned to his officers. Form ranks. Cleanse the shoemaker's square and the silk street. Thieves cut off their hands. Rapists remove what offends. Murderers blood for blood. Then, softer, with an edge of mercy, if any choose the black and swear it true, see them to the wall alive. We are not butchers. We are the law. The response was a single, rippling shout that shook the barracks. Aye, your grace. And with that cry, King's Landing erupted into motion, the streets awash with firelight, the drums of boots on stone, and for the first time in a century, the people of the capital learned to fear the color gold again. 38. Chapter 38. The small council explodes. Under the night sky, the streets of King's Landing burned with gold. Band after band of gold cloaks spread through the city, dragging criminals from their holes. Homes, dens, brothels, gambling houses, all were stormed in turn. They knew exactly where to go. They had always known. Bang! A hidden door shattered beneath a boot. Inside an illegal fighting pit. Organizers were seized, gamblers scattering like vermin. This way, children. A soldier called. Down in a dark cellar, 3 emaciated children cowered. One was a boy, maybe 13, his mouth split open to reveal razor-filed teeth. Gods, the captain muttered. He knew this type. The child's eyes were feral, unblinking, a creature bred for blood sport. Lost cause. Check the other 2. The other saw a smaller boy and a girl hid their faces, crying. Normal teeth. Normal children. Whip marks, but no kills yet. The captain nodded. Take them back for care. Throw the older one in flea bottom. The orders were Duran's own. Girls under 13, boys under 11 to be taken in. Anyone older judged by case. Those 2 scarred to save were cast out. It sounded inhuman, but Daron was not running a charity. He was rebuilding a future population for his own lands. The younger ones might yet heal. The older boys, broken by underground violence, were monsters in the making. He'd left Flea Bottom untouched on purpose, better to contain the disease than chase it through every alley. You don't corner a mad dog, he liked to say. Move. Next house. The gold cloak swept on. Across King's Landing, it was the same scene repeated, doors smashed, screams, chains, judgment without delay. By midnight, a third of the capital glowed with torchlight. Order was being reborn in flame. Dawn Silk Street. Daron sat on the base of a stone statue, his silver-gold hair streaked with blood and soot. His eyes burned clear. The panel in his mind flickered. Spring 24, Wednesday, sunny 7:30 a.m. He watched carriages roll past, each covered with white cloths that dripped red. A severed hand fell with a soft thud, twitching once before it stilled. Elisa Thorne emerged from the fog, calm as ever. He kicked the hand aside and heaved it back into the wagon. Your Grace, he reported, Shoemaker's Square is secure. Silk Street's back alleys are trickier connections to some of the court's favorites. We'll need more time. Daron didn't answer. He watched blood drain between the cobbles as the sun lit it like melted gold. A mad plan, he admitted to himself. A mad plan that worked. Over 1,000 arrests. Hundreds executed or mutilated. Half a dozen wagons overflowing with limbs. The numbers alone would haunt most men. Not him. Our house has fallen so low, he murmured. It was the year 280 after conquest, 1 year before the tournament at Harrenhal, 2 before the rebellion. He had no time left for gradual change or courtesy. Only drastic action mattered now. If I hold the city's defenses, he thought, the rest will follow. From beloved boy prince to true power in the capital, only control would bridge that gap. Rest, Your Grace, Elisa urged. You haven't slept. Daron rose and shook his head. I don't need sleep. I need consent. The small council. Yes. It's probably in chaos already. He straightened his armor. Gather your men. Protect Lord Manley. He's vulnerable. No, if he dies, this becomes assassination, not reform. Yes, Your Grace. When the knight left, silence fell again. Daron took a fresh strawberry from his satchel, bit into it, and smiled faintly. Never skip breakfast, he reminded himself. The Red Keep Council chamber. As he'd predicted, the small council was boiling over. 7 hells. Do you see what Daron did last night? Lord Simon Staunton, Master of Laws, was red-faced, clutching his chest as if the shock alone might kill him. Half the bloody city turned into a war zone. I was told the gold cloaks executed over 100 in one night. 100. Across the table, Lord Lucerys Vilerian, Master of Ships, spoke in a low, grim tone. In a single night, the watch butchered and purged. 7 wagons to haul what was left of them. Evidence of thieves and whores, they say. I say horror beyond measure. Then he added, with disbelief. They say the prince himself cut down 3 men in the streets. Simon's jaw dropped. What is he, Demon Targaryen reborn? The youngest among them, Lord Colton Chestier, Master of Coin, was pale and grim. It's too late to laugh. The king doesn't yet know. The hand refuses to appear. He swallowed hard. If we can't contain this, our heads may decorate the walls next. That shut the room up. Every eye turned to the 4th figure present, the only one who did not look afraid. Lord Varys smiled. Gentlemen, he said smoothly, hands folded in his sleeves, my little birds do need rest sometimes. Besides, who could have foreseen what happened? The prince acted without warning, swift as a blade. You should have warned us. Colton snapped. Varys' smile didn't falter. I did warn someone. To root out the rot and restore order, that was the goal. How could I predict the boy would accomplish both in one night? He shrugged delicately. Sometimes reform moves faster than its makers. They stared at him as though he were mad. And perhaps, he thought, they were right. You never knew with dragons which fires would purify, and which would burn the world. 39, Chapter 39, An Unexpected Gift. Ha, it's you, Spymaster, who's been asleep at his post. Lord Simon Staunton thrust an accusing finger across the council table. As Master of Laws, he was technically responsible for King's Landing's safety and, by extension, the City Watch. If blame wasn't thrown elsewhere, it would land squarely on him. Varys' smile never wavered, but his voice chilled. My lord, perhaps you should save your outrage for his grace. He loves a good performance. The eunuch could hiss when provoked. Simon flinched, then huffed into silence. At the far end of the table, Lord Lucerys Velar-Yonlegant, silver-haired, blue-eyed, raised a hand. Enough. Arguing won't unspill blood. We need solutions. Simon snapped, this chaos is too great to hide. A third of the city overrun, hundreds dead. We should send word to Dragonstone, recall Prince Rhaegar to govern the realm before it collapses. Lord Colton Chestier, the master of coin, stared at him like he'd gone mad. Are you an idiot? He said plainly. No insult, just a statement of fact. Every eye widened. Even Varys blinked. Bring Rhaegar back. Colton went on, incredulous. The Mad King may be unstable, but he still wears the crown. And every one of us has won his favor by bad-mouthing the heir on the throne. You want to invite our own executions too? Simon's color rose, then faded to white. He rubbed his thin hair, mumbling a curse. When the room settled, Lucerys and Colton spoke with quiet authority. One of us will report to the king, Colton said, and calm the storm before it reaches his ears. Wrong. I'll work with Prince Daeron directly, Lucerys added, and dampen the uproar. At worst, we'll spin this as a lawful cleanup. Exactly, Colton agreed. Arrests of criminals, proper trials, swift justice, unpleasant but within the law. We silence the nobles who lost investments, hang a few token scapegoats, and the rest will fade like a bad dream. When the council finally broke up, Varys remained seated, hands folded, expressionless. Had he made a mistake backing the boy? His little birds were clever, but even clever birds couldn't see a dragon until it breathed fire. The Tower of the Hand. Daeron arrived freshly washed, clean armor gleaming. Tywin Lannister didn't raise his voice. That alone was unsettling. Look what you've done, boy, he said calmly. No rant, no raging, just stating facts. You cut the rot from the watch, you found loyal soldiers and cleared the streets. Commendable. But in doing so, you've drenched the city in blood. He steepled his hands. The people see fear, not order. Your name will bear that stain for years unless you tame it now. When Daeron didn't answer, Tywin rose and studied him. What drove such reckless haste? What are you planning? Daeron said nothing, but his silence spoke volumes. Tywin's gaze softened in a way only a lion watching a younger predator might. If you need my help, he said quietly, I'll offer it. Moments later, the boy was gone. Tywin stood by the door, hand tightening and relaxing on the desk. He refused me, the hand realized. More importantly, he believed he didn't need me. Is the Targaryen blood that strong? The words were a whisper, half wonder, half envy, and underneath it resentment. That the Mad King, a fool of a man, could father such a son gnawed at him. Outside the Red Keep, Daeron forwent visiting his father. If Tywin had summoned him instead of Aerys, it meant the damage was containable. Still as sharp as ever, he muttered and knew the hand's offer had its strings. The Lannisters never helped for free. To accept would be to accept a future one tied to Cersei. Like Rhaegar marrying Elia Martell for Dorne's loyalty, he'd inherit the West with Cersei as wife. An alliance too convenient, too costly. No, his unclaimed status was worth more than gold. It was leverage. House Lannister's greed was an open secret. Their enemies in the Riverlands and Reach would never trust a crown tied to Casterly Rock. The future, he knew, lay in alliances with those still calling themselves royal loyalists. Your Grace, good news. The excited shout cut through his thoughts. Lord Owen Merryweather hurried up the steps, his face flushed. Good news. Daeron lifted a brow. The Mudgate Harbor. Later that day, Daeron stood on the pier, arms folded, staring at a weather-worn three-mast ship. To be frank, it was a wreck. 19 paces long, a dragon-shaped ram protruding at the bow, the wood split and patch-stained. But its grace was still there, buried beneath age and salt. Lord Owen, he said carefully, this ship looks ready to die. The older man beamed. Ah, but listen, Your Grace. When you asked for a seaworthy vessel, I searched everywhere and found a forgotten treasure in the royal stores. Treasure. Daeron arched a brow. Owen rushed on. Records say it's from the far eastern continent, built of woods and metals unknown to us, the craftsmanship beyond compare. Then, seeing the prince's skepticism, he added the real bait. This very ship belonged to King Viserys I, the one from the Dance of the Dragons era. He gifted it to his daughter, Princess Rhaenyra, so she could tour the Seven Kingdoms and find a consort. He lowered his voice with theater-worthy gravity. After the Civil War, King Aegon III kept it as a memorial to his mother. It has lain hidden since. Dayron stared no longer at Owen, but at the ship. A fragment of his family's golden age, left to rot. It'll need repairs. Of course. Owen bounced on his heels. I've already arranged the best shipwrights. 3 days maximum. 3 days to restore a piece of the Conqueror's legacy. Dayron nodded slowly. Then the ship is yours to manage. Get her ready. For once, he spoke softly. The name Renora lingered in his mind, a princess who'd burned for the throne and lost it. A reminder and an omen both. A commotion erupted near the warehouses. Stop, smuggler. The gold cloaks rushed a scruffy brown-haired man who had just stepped off a small black-sailed boat laden with onions and beef. Dayron would have ignored it except for the word smuggler and the unassuming look of the man himself. Thin, modest, with a salt-beaten face and a grey-flecked beard, he spoke calmly, hands raised in parley, already trying to talk his way out of a beating. Durin's interest peaked. That easy charm, that humility, and the black ship full of onions. He smiled faintly. An unexpected guest, he murmured. Let's see what luck the sea has brought me. 40, Chapter 40, Davos Seaworth the Onion Knight. 40, Chapter 40, Davos Seaworth the Onion Knight. You're arresting a criminal. Lord Owen Merryweather stepped forward, seeing at once that the young prince's attention had caught on the scene and, being a wise man who knew his master, hurried to assist. 2 gold cloaks snapped to attention. Yes, my lord. A smuggler. His ship's full of contraband. A smuggler. Owen repeated, striding toward the black-sailed rowboat. He lifted a tarred canvas revealing sacks of onions and a pile of beef haunches. The man in chains quickly protested, voice edged with panic. My lord, those are my family's supplies. Not stolen goods. At the word rubbish, Dayron noted the way the fellow's jaw tightened. Less fear than offense. A man with pride, then. Lies don't feed your family, Owen snapped. Hundreds of pounds of onions and 50 of beef. Do you eat like a lion of Casterly Rock? Or are you stalking the Undercity? He was no idiot, nor was Dayron. The sea-stained man started to speak again but was silenced by a gloved hand over his mouth. Had Owen not been there, the guards would have beaten him. Dayron stepped closer instead. Your Grace, Owen said confidently, bowing a little, the evidence is clear. A smuggler, caught red-handed. Dayron nodded. From the look of the boat, it was obvious. No honest fisherman could afford so much beef. Still he motioned for the guards to loosen their grip on the man. The prisoner spat out cloth, panting, and looked up into the face of the prince. Thank you, my lord me prince. Dayron tilted his head. If we're to be proper, it's, Your Grace. Apologies, Your Grace. Durin's tone was casual. What's your name? The man blinked, caught off guard that royalty should care to ask. Davos, he said at last. Davos Seaworth, Your Grace. At that moment, a gold cloak clambered up from the rowboat, a wooden box in hand. Found this, Your Grace. Before he could open it, the smuggler surged forward, panic breaking through his polite mask. It's for my child Rena gift, please don't. The guard ignored him and pried it open. Inside lay a pale root veined with blue cold mist curling from its skin. A special wild plant, the soldier murmured, already offering it to the prince. Durin's eyes kindled. Snow yam. It was small, white with a faint ice blue core, pulsing with life essence like the winter rarecrop from his memories of another world. The same almost impossibly so. Behind him, Davos felt the floor drop out from under him. This was its final nail. Caught with contraband produce. He was finished. Dayron shut the box gently and tossed his purse to the guards. Split it between you. Then to the shocked man. Your name brings me luck, Davos Seaworth. I'll remember it. He smiled pleasantly. Take him. Keep him alive. The guard snapped to attention. Yes, Your Grace. Davos was dragged off, bewildered and terrified. It was a bad day to smuggle and a worse one to get noticed by princes. Then again fortune was a dragon's friend. As the man was hauled away, Dayron watched him go, a curl of amusement on his lips. The Onion Knight, he thought. What a find. Davos Seaworth, name of a man history would one day praise for his honor, wisdom, and unyielding loyalty. A common smuggler now, but destined for more. Dayron closed the box with the snow yam inside and handed it to Owen. When they repair the ship, use him. He looks like an old sailor, he'll know the ropes. Owen nodded obediently, though it was clear he understood nothing. Dayron just laughed and strolled away, whistling a beer hall tune from his farming days box tucked under one arm. The king's bedchamber. Ha ha ha, magnificent, boy. King Aerys II Targaryen sat on his bed, hair wild, robes half open, eyes blazing with delight. News of his son's actions had reached him, the slaughtered corrupt watchmen, the cleansing of the streets, the rescued orphans. He was ecstatic. Finally, he crowed, someone guts those leeches off my city, and shows the people the fire of their king. Lord Colton Chester had already fled, leaving 2 men in the room, Sir Gerald Hightower and Varys. The White Bull stood like a statue, expression grim. To him, Durin's purge was well-meant madness, one that would haunt the city for months. Half the dungeons are bursting, he thought. It is a warning, not a victory. Varys waited, face placid, mind alive with unspoken fear. The Mad King was beyond reason and now too pleased by what his son had become. When Aerys finally stopped laughing, he said abruptly, "Bring me Dayron." His king wishes to see him. Varys bowed and all but fled. Even a spider knew when its web was shaking. Noon, 12:30 p.m. Daeron emerged from his father's chamber hours later, exhaling deeply. Convincing a mad king is an art, he muttered. Surviving him is a miracle. Behind him, Ser Gerald Hightower slipped out, closing the door gently. The king sleeps again, he said. Good. You deserve rest as well, Ser Gerald. Duty is its own rest, the knight replied, then hesitated before producing a sealed letter. Prince Rhaegar asked me to deliver this. Daeron blinked. My brother. He broke the seal. This time, the flowing, spare script was unmistakably Rhaegar's own. Brother. I only recently returned from overseas and learned you wrote me long ago. Elia answered in my absence out of worry that silence would breed hurt between us. Now that I am home, I ask you to come to Dragonstone and speak with me yourself. Exactly as he'd guessed. Brother at sea. Daeron murmured, frowning. Since when did Rhaegar take to voyages? Still the red comet had already shone before its time. In this world, nothing followed the script. He folded the letter, then shot a look at Ser Gerald and smiled wryly. Well then, Ser Gerald the loyal you serve two masters at once. The white bull colored slightly but did not deny it. In 2 years, he would ride to the Tower of Joy on Rhaegar's orders and die defending a secret. For now, he only bowed his head. My oath is to the realm, your grace. Daeron laughed softly. Soon, he would accept his brother's invitation and the onion knight he'd accidentally caught that morning would help him do it. Fate, it seemed, had a wicked sense of humor. 41, Chapter 41. Where did my Janimos go? Prince, Ser Oswell went as by Prince Rhaegar's side. We sworn brothers of the Kingsguard always keep in touch. Ser Gerald cleared his throat, avoiding the prince's knowing gaze. Is that so? Daeron would have to be an idiot to buy that. Oswell didn't even try to hide it. Everyone knew he was a die-hard Rhaegar loyalist. Yeah, right. You two are going to end up dying together at the Tower of Joy anyway, Daeron thought. Seeing that the prince wasn't buying it, Ser Gerald flushed slightly and moved to take his leave. Ser, Daeron called out. Remember what we talked about last time. Ser Gerald froze mid-step. Ser, Daeron continued, I'm heading to Dragonstone. I plan to explore the Dragonmont to see if any dragon eggs were left behind. Ser Gerald looked conflicted. He sighed. Prince, please forgive me, but I must remain silent on this. It had been over 100 years. Bringing up the past now would likely just cause trouble. Ser, you misunderstand. I'm not ordering you, I'm asking you to help me contact Lord Leighton. Daeron was adamant that there was a dragon egg in the Hightower. You know that every Targaryen king has strived to bring dragons back to the world. Yet here we are today, and the royal family doesn't have a single egg. That doesn't make sense, Ser. Ser Gerald was caught between a rock and a hard place, unsure how to answer. Agreeing to contact his family would be tantamount to admitting the Hightower was hiding a dragon egg. But refusing. As the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, he had to admit Prince Daeron had a point. It was disgraceful that the royal family had fallen so low they didn't possess even one egg. Ser, whether there's an egg in the Hightower or not, becoming pen pals with Lord Leighton couldn't strictly be a bad thing, could it? Daeron tried to ease the man's burden. Ser Gerald took a deep breath. Prince, please allow me some time to think. At this point, refusing outright would be rude. Daeron was content to wait. Both the Hightower and Dragonstone were potential loot drops for dragon eggs. The order in which he checked them didn't matter. He had secured the city watch and cleaned up a third of King's Landing. Now, he couldn't rush things. Tomorrow was Spring 25, a big day for strawberry harvests. Another batch would ripen on Spring 26. Summer was approaching, and he needed to return to the Dragontongue farm to prepare for his first summer season. Ser John, I have a mission for you. Before leaving, Daeron specifically sought out Ser John Derry. He hadn't brought him along for last night's operation because the Kingsguard represented the king and couldn't be involved in that sort of thing. The city watch business was better left to Alliser Thorne. Prince, what are your orders? Ser John straightened up, looking eager. Daeron instructed him to stay in King's Landing and, using his status as a sworn brother, persuade Ser Gerald. Ser John accepted the mission happily. On the way back to the farm, Daeron pondered his future plans. First was the trip to Dragonstone. This journey was mandatory. Not just for the Dragonmont, but because he wanted to see his big brother, Rhaegar, and talk to him. Communication was the best bridge, after all. Rhaegar before and after the year of the false spring were like two different people. Daeron wasn't sure what to expect, so he needed to test the waters. Oh, and the letter mentioned some good news. His sister-in-law, Elia Martell, was pregnant. My little niece, Rhaenys Targaryen, is about to be born. Daeron was going to be an uncle. He needed to visit Elia, whom he had never met. His father, Aerys, was paranoid to the point of madness and never gave his children a chance to meet the Dornish princess. Everyone claimed it was for the good of the family. But Daeron absolutely intended to get to know his sister-in-law, the Princess of Dorne. Aside from family matters, there was the end of spring and the seasonal transition to handle. With the harvest from the 25th and 26th, he'd have the funds he needed. The farm's development couldn't wait any longer. He had to construct the necessary buildings. Summer was coming right as he planned to leave for Dragonstone. Before departing, he needed to craft enough sprinklers to ensure his crops would grow and ripen even while he was away. King's Landing to Dragonstone wasn't far, a round trip was only 2 days. But since he was visiting family, he might stay for 10 days or even a couple of weeks. I need to prepare gifts, too. Daron was thinking everything through carefully. His little chestnut mare trotted over a flat stone bridge, entering the prince's territory. Daron caught a glimpse of something yellow by the roadside. A daffodil. An old farmer never ignores a forageable item in his line of sight. Pop. He picked the daffodil, and its nature as a special crop was revealed as it emitted a warm glow. Daron looked closer. Gold star quality. Following the gold quality crops, forageable items were now hitting gold quality too. He had been so tied up with other matters, focusing on fishing and mining, that he hadn't paid much attention to foraging. Now that he had some free time, he should scour the area before spring ended. Pop, pop. Stopping and starting along the way, Daron found a forageable item every so often. Daffodils, dandelions, leeks. I need to collect all 4 types for the community center bundle. Daron picked another silver star daffodil, planning to save it for the offering alongside the winter rooter snow yam that Davos had turned in. Suddenly, he froze mid-motion. Durin's eyes went wide as the realization hit him. But there's no community center here. Without the old building, I can't find those little apple guys. How am I supposed to complete the bundle? The little apples were, of course, the special race from Stardew Valley, the Janimos. Janimos were adorable, round, and stout, looking like colorful apples that had come to life. You gave the bundles to them. Only when the Janimos were happy would they give you the bundle rewards. Besides the Janimos, I haven't even learned the forest magic yet. Durin's expression turned serious. The forest magic here wasn't some wicked witch's spell, but a special potion brewed by the wizard in Stardew Valley. After drinking it, the farmer gained the ability to understand the Janimo language. Daron opened his system interface and checked the bundle tab. Sure enough, the text was a mess of gibberish. He couldn't read a word of it. He had actually realized this a while ago. After all, there were no minecarts or buses outside the farm either. But this was a different world. He couldn't expect everything to be 1:1. However, he had the items ready and the bundle menu existed. If he was stuck because he didn't have the magic or the Janimos, that had to be a problem he could solve. Maybe I need to find a witch. Daron thought it over cautiously. The red comet had arrived early, bringing a tide of magic to the world. Since the special crops and vitality system synced up with the Stardew Valley panel, maybe Janimos and witches were connected too. I'll have to find an opportunity to test that theory. Daron made up his mind. He didn't know any forest witches personally, but Cersei had a contact. There was a certain Maggie the Frog in the Westerlands. Dragontongue Farm. Woof, woof, woof. As soon as Daron got home, his puppy, Doro, caught the scent of his owner and came running, tail wagging furiously. Good boy. I missed you too. Daron crouched down, rubbing the little pup all over. Awoo. Doro rolled over to expose his soft belly, making happy, comfortable noises. Man and dog played for a good while. Daron felt his mood settle. He let go of the dog. Alright, go play. He had work to do. Doro was a good dog. He nuzzled the farmer reluctantly before running to the porch to lie down, wagging his little tail. Good dog. Daron gave the dog's head one last rub before going inside to check his chests. 10 clay, 100 stone, 5 copper bars. These were the materials needed for a silo. Silo allows you to cut and store grass for feed. By choosing the Meadowlands farm layout, he had started with a coop and 2 chickens. Combined with the blue grass that provided better saturation and boosted animal friendship, going for a ranching build early on was going to be very smooth. The silo was an absolutely essential building. The blue and green grass on the farm was growing like crazy. 2 chickens couldn't possibly eat it all. It covered half the farm. According to game logic, he needed to side the green grass and store it in the silo as hay. Without the green grass crowding it out, the blue grass would grow even thicker. This was all planning for the future. Build silo. Daron tossed the materials into the shipping bin. The panel brought up a holographic view of Dragontongue Farm, allowing him to place the building. He selected a spot and clicked confirm. Thud. With a muffled sound, a foundation roped off with wooden planks appeared next to the coop. That was the construction site for the silo. Daron checked it and nodded in satisfaction. 100 gold fee, 2 days construction time, and the silo will be ready for inspection. 42 Chapter 42 Loot Drop Solar Essence. 42 Chapter 42 Loot Drop Solar Essence. Spring 25, Thursday. Overcast and rainy. 6 a.m. Pitter-patter. Daron opened his eyes to the sound of a steady, gentle rain outside the window. Guess I don't need to water the crops today. He got up, got dressed, lit the fireplace as usual, and set a pot of water to boil an egg. Woof, woof, woof. Doro the puppy trotted over, panting happily and acting cute. Daron ruffled the dog's head and whispered, "This cabin is too basic. No kitchen, no stove. I'm just making do with my cooking." It wasn't a huge deal, just a bit inconvenient. However, once he upgraded the cabin, he'd get a proper kitchen and stove. Only then could he actually cook the recipes he learned from the Queen of Sauce. Some of those dishes provided special stat buffs. While the egg was boiling, he turned on the TV to check the channels. Weather report, it's going to be a beautiful, sunny day tomorrow. Fortune teller, this is rare. The spirits feel neutral today. Dayron was surprised. A zero luck day, that's a special case. Most of the time, aside from good luck or bad luck days, the message was usually, the spirits feel neutral today. The day is in your hands. On these days, the luck modifier was between -0.02 and 0.02, but not exactly 0. Today was a true zero luck day. Looks like I need to be careful in the mines today, Dayron murmured cautiously. After breakfast, he put on the straw hat he'd won at the egg festival and headed out into the rain. The rain pattered against the straw hat, keeping his clothes perfectly dry. It was quite magical. Since it was spring 25, a new batch of strawberries had ripened. Dayron straightened his back, humming a little harvest tune, and began picking. 10 minutes later, 29 strawberries harvested. 1 gold star quality, 4 silver star quality, and 25 regular ones. Not bad luck at all. Dayron smiled, wiped the rain off the gold star strawberry, and took a small bite. He hadn't been able to bring himself to eat the first gold star fruit he'd ever grown. That one was a keepsake. But the second one was fair game. Gold quality items were rare. They were excellent for selling or gifting. But Dayron was a practical man who knew how to take care of himself. Delicious. The fist-sized, bright red strawberry exploded with sweetness on his taste buds, followed by a hint of tartness. It tasted like the most perfect candied apple he'd ever had. But definitely better. Dayron closed his eyes, feeling a surge of warmth rise from his core, spreading a cozy heat through his entire body. As expected of gold quality, the effect was far potent than silver or regular crops. After savoring the moment, he packed away the silver strawberries and threw all the regular ones into the shipping bin. There were still chores to do. Petting the chickens, adding hay to the coop since it was raining, collecting eggs. Time to head out. Dayron grabbed a pack of medicine and picked up his Neptune's greatsword. Afternoon, 4 p.m. The mines, floor 49. Wrapped in a thick padded coat, Dayron braved the biting wind as he struck the iron gray ore nodes. Bang! The outer shell of the rock shattered, revealing several chunks of iron ore. It is freezing down here. Dayron put away his pickaxe and wolfed down a warm boiled egg. From floor 40 onwards, the mines turned into the frozen earth levels. Looking around, the walls were covered in frost, the ground was cold and hard, and patches of snow covered the floor. It was all icy rocks and fragile crystals. The temperature had to be at least -20°F. It wasn't unbearable, but it definitely slowed him down. At least I've mined enough iron ore to craft some quality sprinklers. After eating the egg, Dayron felt his stamina recover. He went back to searching for the ladder down. There was an elevator at floor 50. Whirr! Suddenly, the temperature plummeted. A dark cloud seemed to descend, dimming the lights in the mine and making the air feel thick and heavy. Dayron started. Just my luck. There was a chance for monster levels to appear, but even on normal floors, there was a chance to trigger a mist event. When the mist rolled in, flying monsters would spawn in droves. He couldn't waste time. He frantically struck the nearby rocks, looking for the exit. Flap, flap, flap. The sound of erratic wings beating echoed through the gloom. 3 black bats flew out of the eerie mist. He couldn't keep searching. He had to secure his safety first. Bats were easy enough to handle. Dayron waited for them to get close, then swung Neptune's greatsword. In a few strokes, he sliced them into ribbons. Splat! The 3 bats died, dropping 3 pairs of bat wings. Kill monsters, get loot. Bat wings were useful for crafting lightning rods and monster musk, and they were also needed for bundles and trading. He collected them and went back to hunting for the ladder. His basic pickaxe was worn and heavy. Clang, clang. It took 2 or 3 hits to break a single rock in the frozen levels. Flap, flap, flap. He had barely broken 2 rocks when 4 or 5 more black bats flew in, surrounding him from all sides. Give me a break. The monsters in the mist were spawning too fast. With nowhere to hide, Dayron backed up against a rock wall to make his stand. Whoa! Just as the bats charged, a bizarre, spine-chilling wail echoed through the mist. Dayron whipped his head around. Floating near the ladder he needed was a translucent figure draped in a tattered gray shroud, radiating the stench of decay. A ghost. Dayron tensed up immediately. Of all the monsters in the valley, the most annoying ones were ghosts, mummies, and serpents. Ghosts had a ton of health. They could tank several hits. Every time they took damage, they would be knocked back, making it impossible to follow up with a combo. And if a ghost hit you, not only did you take damage, but the ghost would teleport away and wait for another chance to ambush you. Alright, let's see what you've got. Dayron steadied his breathing, channeling the abundant vitality within him to reinforce his body. Real life wasn't a game where eating a salad instantly healed a stab wound. Ghosts were literal specters. He didn't know if they dealt physical or magic damage. If that thing touched him, Maester Harvey's medicine might not be enough to fix it. Screech, screech. The 4 or 5 bats reached him first, their red eyes bulging as they bared their fangs. Dayron fought 1 against 5, spinning Neptune's greatsword like a windmill, creating an impenetrable defensive zone 3 meters around him. The bats, possessing low intelligence, couldn't dodge in time and were chopped into crafting materials. Greatswords really are handy. Dayron panted slightly. The continuous mining and fighting were draining his stamina fast. Come to think of it, he was short on weaponry. As a swordsman who favored two-handed styles, Neptune's greatsword was his only option for now. Mundane steel weapons were useless against mine monsters. They'd chip or break after a few hits. Fighting on enemy turf with incomplete gear. I'm just asking for trouble. Dayron adjusted his breathing, eyes locked on the slowly drifting ghost. Whoa! The ghost moved slowly, drifting up and down until it was right in front of him, only to be knocked back by a strike from the blue greatsword. It let out a resentful whimper. Beg all you want, I'm not letting you go. Dayron was ruthless. Using the terrain to his advantage, he knocked the approaching ghost back again and again. Finally, on the fourth hit against the tattered shroud, the entity dissipated into mist. Woo! With a final wail, the ghost vanished, dropping a golden item that radiated the warmth of sunlight. Dayron stepped forward and picked it up. Solar essence, the glowing surface feels warm to the touch. So that's what this is. Dayron examined it closely. It was hot in his hand, glowing brilliantly. The smooth surface wasn't hard like a gem, but had a gelatinous, jiggly texture. It felt like condensed energy. Holding it for just a moment, Dayron felt the chill leave his body. The places the light touched felt toasty, his cells sending signals of pure joy. It felt like returning to a mother's embrace, the glow of a fireplace at night, sunbathing on a summer beach. Dayron felt that holding the solar essence was even more comforting than the warmth of a fire. I think I found something incredible. 43, Chapter 43, The Dragon Egg Stirs. Night, 9:40 p.m. Sloshing through the muddy path, Dayron hurried home and pushed open the cabin door. Bang! The door slammed shut, locking out the night and the rain. What a haul! Dayron looked pumped. He took off his trusty straw hat which had certainly earned its keep and pulled out his first 2 spoils of war. Slingshot, critical strike chance, 0.02. Tundra boots, defense +2, immunity +1. The first was a standard slingshot. It could fire ammunition for ranged damage, accepting any type of ammo with a capacity of 999 rounds. The second was a chest reward from floor 40 of the mines. The quality was slightly better than leather boots, but their real value lay in their special insulation against the cold. With these 2 items, mining is going to be a lot easier. Dayron was particularly fond of the tundra boots. They would effectively mitigate the biting chill of the frozen earth levels. But those 2 pieces of gear were just the appetizer. Now, let's see if you actually work. Dayron pulled out the golden solar essence. The fire in the fireplace was burning low. The dragon egg sat amidst the embers, its red scales looking dull and heavy. As Dayron approached the hearth, a log suddenly cracked, sending up a spark. It felt like an omen. Durin's eyes shined with anticipation. He crouched down and held out the solar essence. The change was instant. The moment the essence touched the egg, it burst into blinding light. Dayron flinched and closed his eyes against the glare. In the moment he couldn't see, the solar essence melted rapidly, transforming into a stream of gentle, sun-warm energy that flooded into the dragon egg. The egg seemed to gain a soul of its own, rocking gently in place. Unfortunately, no one was there to witness the movement. When Dayron opened his eyes, everything had returned to calm. The solar essence was gone. Looking into the fireplace, the dragon egg sat silent and still, as if nothing had happened. It worked. Dayron was ecstatic. He reached in with both hands to pull the egg out. Sizzle. The shell was scorching hot, searing the fingerprints on his palms and sending needle-like pain through his hands. Dayron snapped back to reality and gently placed the egg back. Looking closer, he noticed a subtle difference. The red scales now had a sheen to them. The egg felt more alive, containing an incredibly dense concentration of vitality and fire magic. This was something it had never had before. Durin's brow relaxed, and he couldn't suppress a grin. I knew it. The system had to have a way to help hatch the egg. If it didn't, it just meant his level was too low or he hadn't found the method yet. Solar essence, a special material dropped by ghosts found between floors 40 and 80 of the mines. In the skull cavern in the desert, several monsters also had a chance to drop it. Dayron was a veteran farmer. He remembered the various uses of solar essence vividly. In Mr. Cheese requests, unlocking the casino in the back of the Oasis store required completing a chain of quests. One of those quests was, the dragon's last meal. The objective, go to the desert, find the dragon skeleton that still stares at the sun even in death, and place a solar essence in its mouth. Once completed, you could return to the farm and find the club card in the woodpile next to the farmhouse. This proved that solar essence was linked to dragons. The dragon egg can use solar essence to incubate. Dayron was trembling with excitement. Hatching a dragon was his greatest wish. The drop rate for solar essence was low, but not impossible to farm. I need to kill more ghosts and get more essence. Dayron observed the egg again and again, hopeful. I don't know if 1 piece is enough. Collecting more can only be good for it. It was getting late. Under the table, Doro the puppy was already snoring. Carrying his excitement with him, Dayron went to bed. Early morning, 2 a.m. The dead of night. The fine rain had stopped, and Dragontongue Farm was silent. Dayron was lying in bed, fast asleep. Suddenly, a streak of fire cut across the sky, plummeting at 15 kilometers per second, heading straight for the Dragontongue Farm on the Bluegrass Hills. Boom! A massive crash shook the ground like an earthquake. Miraculously, despite the deafening impact, the farm remained unharmed. Dayron, deep in dreamland, was jolted awake by the noise. But before he could process what had happened, the heavy weight of sleep pinned him back down. You must be in bed by 2 a.m. I'm not talking about the Gameth, that's just reality for you. Dayron fell into a deep slumber. A sliver of moonlight shone through the window glass, hitting the luck ring on Duran's left index finger, causing it to emit a faint, soft glow. The dragon egg, resting by the bedside, absorbed the light once more. It might have been an illusion, but the golden specks and black spirals on the eggshell seemed to be breathing. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Spring 28, Sunday. Sunny, 8:30 a.m. On the last day of spring, Dayron got up early to start his daily grind. Petting chickens, collecting eggs, clearing weeds. Cluck, cluck. Coconut and Grape clucked away, nuzzling against Dayron affectionately. Dayron petted them thoroughly, praising them. Good job, girls. You're both producing high-quality large eggs now. The longer you raised animals and the happier they were, the better the quality of their produce. Take chickens, for example. A freshly matured chicken lays a regular egg every day. Over time, they start laying high-quality eggs, then high-quality large eggs. Large egg, 95G. Silver Star large egg, 118G. Gold Star large egg, 142G. Iridium Star large egg, 190G. After being raised for a month, the two chickens were consistently producing Gold Star large eggs worth 142 gold. When I have money later, I'll buy you some sisters to keep you company, Dayron joked. Stepping out of the coop, he saw a red brick tower rising from the ground inside the wooden fence, standing there like a giant chimney. For the past 2 days, spring 26 and 27, the silo had just been a wooden platform. But stepping out today, the structure had suddenly appeared on the farm. Dayron pulled out his scythe and went to work, swish swish swish, clearing the green grass inside the coop's fenced area. As the green grass was cut, it turned into bundles of hay and automatically teleported into the silo for storage. Perfect. Once only the blue grass remained near the coop, Dayron straightened up, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was pure satisfaction for a perfectionist. Leaving the coop area, Dayron returned to the front of the cabin. The 4 furnaces had finished their work, each had smelted an iron bar. He took the bars, crafted the final 4 basic sprinklers, and placed them in specific farming spots. He stuck to the 6x2 layout. After harvesting the very last string of green beans for the season, Dayron gently patted the strawberry plants he had finished harvesting and walked toward the mailbox. The mailbox was the same as always. However, a purple, spherical meteorite had abruptly smashed into the dirt right next to it. The meteorite was over 1.5 meters in diameter. The shell was incredibly hard, with sharp amethyst crystals jutting out from beneath the rocky skin. That's right. Dayron had triggered the meteorite event, one of the many random events in the system. In the early hours of spring 26, a meteorite from the heavens had fallen, landing with pinpoint accuracy next to the cabin on Dragontongue Farm. A few feet to the left, and Dayron would have been saying goodbye to the world. Clang, clang. Dayron, bold but careful, tapped the meteorite with his pickaxe. He muttered, "There's definitely iridium ore in there. And a chance for a prismatic shard. Too bad. To break this meteor open, I need at least a gold pickaxe." The prismatic shard was one of the most precious materials in the early game of Stardew Valley. If you took a prismatic shard to the desert, you could stand in the center of the 3 pillars and exchange it for the game's strongest weapon, the Galaxy Sword. I wonder if the Dornish Desert counts as the Calico Desert. Dayron let his imagination run wild. He'd find out once he got to Dragonstone. If Dragonstone turned out to be Ginger Island, then the Dornish deserts might just contain the oasis. 44, Chapter 44, Dayron. So what if he's a smuggler? I have big plans for him. Upgrading the pickaxe is top priority. To mine that meteorite, Dayron had to upgrade his tool. He couldn't put it off any longer. Past level 40 in the mines, the ore nodes were incredibly tough. A standard pickaxe barely made a dent. He planned to set aside the materials and gold needed for a copper pickaxe. Dayron sold all his non-silver star strawberries and forageable items. It's time to build a barn. With the experience of building the silo under his belt, Dayron navigated the construction panel with ease, deposited the materials, and selected the location. Barn materials, 6,000 gold, 300 wood, 150 stone. Construction time, 3 days. Bang! He hit the confirm button. On the empty lot east of the coop, a wooden construction platform appeared out of thin air. Dayron checked his interface. His gold count plummeted, nearly hitting 0. Easy come, easy go. Dayron was pragmatic about it. He didn't feel a shred of regret. He had initially debated whether to upgrade to a big coop or build a barn first. Coop, big coop, deluxe coop. The big coop was an expansion that came with an incubator. Any egg placed in the incubator would eventually hatch, with the time required depending on the egg type. Dayron had briefly wondered if he could put the dragon egg in the incubator. If it hatched, he'd be unstoppable immediately. But that was just wishful thinking. In Stardew Valley, the big coop's incubator only worked for chicken eggs, void eggs, emo chicken eggs, and dinosaur eggs, which were really just lizards. Even ostrich eggs required completing the museum collection on Ginger Island to get a specialized ostrich incubator. The life tier of a true dragon was leagues above an ostrich. The probability of a standard coop incubator hatching a dragon egg was basically zero. Still, even the slightest possibility had been worth considering, which was why he hesitated. But now, things were different. Since discovering that solar essence helped with the dragon egg's incubation, he didn't need to gamble on the big coop upgrade. He could go straight for the barn and get cows later. Whether it was nutrient-rich milk or cheese made via a cheese press, dairy products were incredibly practical. For daily consumption or combat fuel in the mines, cows were indispensable. Noon. King's Landing, the Mud Gate. Dayron arrived at the harbor and saw the repaired royal ship. Look, Prince. The hull and deck are fully repaired, the sails are brand new, and the ram has been polished. She looks as good as the day she was launched, Count Owen said, his face glowing with pride. Even he hadn't expected the repairs to turn out this well. With its 60-foot hull and unique design, crossing Blackwater Bay would be a breeze. It certainly looked impressive from the outside. Dayron nodded in approval. My lord, your efficiency is admirable. I live to serve the prince. Count Owen snapped to attention, acting more loyal than the most loyal of subjects. They had the ship now, they needed a captain and a crew. My lord, do you have anyone to recommend? Dayron asked. I do, Prince. Count Owen immediately launched into a long list of names. He pointed out a dozen men, all sailors with guaranteed character who had served the royal family before. Then, Count Owen's eyes darted around. Prince, there is one more man I'd like to recommend. The deck of the royal ship was bustling with activity, people checking for leaks, others moving supplies. Owen waved toward the deck, immediately catching someone's attention. 3 minutes later, Davos Seaworth climbed down the wooden ladder from the deck to the dock. On his way down, he paused to scrub his hands clean in a water bucket and carefully smooth the wrinkles in his clothes. Your Highness, he said. Dayron looked him up and down. His face was ordinary, showing only nervousness and caution, with no trace of resentment over his arrest. Count Owen, ever the perceptive one, immediately chimed in. Prince, this is Davos Seaworth, the smuggler we caught last time. Don't let his low birth fool you, though. He's an excellent hand at sea. He's a master of reading the wind, repairing ships, fishing, you name it. In short, a rare talent. I'll speak to him, Dayron said with a knowing smile, fully aware of Owen's blatant attempt to curry favor. No wonder ancient monarchs love their yes-men. When someone sucks up to you this hard, it's honestly kind of hard to resist. Count Owen gave a sheepish smile. Turning back to Davos, Dayron asked, Davos, how have the last few days been? Very good, Davos stammered, trying to find the right words. After I was caught, the gold cloaks didn't mistreat me. They even let me eat the onion stew I was smuggling. It was delicious. I didn't ask about the menu, Dayron said dryly. Davos paused, then quickly added, this lord here has been very fair and kind. He assigned me to repair the ship and pays me 10 coppers a day. As he spoke, he glanced at Count Owen. The Count straightened his back, posing as a paragon of justice and integrity. Dayron suppressed a laugh. It seems you've been living well. He looked at Davos's face and teased, you look like you've put on weight compared to your time smuggling at sea. Davos didn't dare reply to the joke. His mind was racing, trying to figure out why the prince had summoned him. While repairing the ship, he had gathered information about recent events in King's Landing from the other shipwrights. The prince standing before him was Dayron Targaryen, the king's favorite son, and recently appointed vice-commander of the City Watch. In just a few days, he had seized control of the City Watch, purged its ranks, and launched a massive cleanup of King's Landing's criminal underworld. Davos had just been unlucky enough to get caught in the net. Davos, since Lord Owen has recommended you, I'm willing to give you a chance to show what you can do. Dayron spoke suddenly. You see this ship? I'm taking it to Dragonstone. In the future, it might sail back and forth to the wall or across the narrow sea. Tell me, do you have the confidence to captain a large vessel like this? Davos froze on the spot. Did he hear that right? Count Owen was stunned too. He panicked. Prince, he's a smuggler. Using his talents is fine, but you can't give him command of a royal ship. A low-born smuggler? Who knew if he'd go behind the prince's back and sell the ship off somewhere? Hearing this, Davos felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head. He couldn't argue. The Count was right. In Westeros, where bloodline was everything, birth defined you. And a smuggler was at the very bottom of the food chain. The recommender and the recommended stood there with their own thoughts. But Dayron had already made up his mind. It's just managing a ship, not leading an army. But he is a smuggler. Count Owen pleaded earnestly. Dayron waved his hand, speaking dismissively. So what if he's a smuggler? My father trusts a eunuch to be his master of whisperers, doesn't he? Ah, well. Count Owen was left speechless. The speaker might have been casual, but the listener took it to heart. Davos, who had given up hope, looked up in surprise. He stared at the young prince's nonchalant demeanor, etching this moment deep into his memory. Hi guys, it's Fanfic Novel here. If you want to listen to all parts of this audiobooks, join our paid service. For $5 per month you get access to all parts and to plus 100 novels with audiobooks. Also you can request weekly your favorite novels. What are you waiting for? Contact me now at Telegram or Discord. 45, Chapter 45, The Season's Turn. The Onion Knight was not a man to hesitate. On the contrary, the fact that he could sail the seas and break the blockade to relieve the famine at Storm's End proved he had courage to spare and an impeccable sense of timing. Thump. Davos dropped to one knee. His heart was pounding against his ribs like a war drum, but his resolve was unshakable. Prince, in other matters, I might be found wanting. But when it comes to sailing and dealing with people, I've been as far as the wall and across the narrow sea to Pentos. I'm confident I'm second to none. I am Davos Seaworth of Flea Bottom, a smuggler looking to find his way back. I beg you for a chance. Let me take the helm for you. I offer my loyalty in exchange for honor. His words were sincere, carrying the determination of a man from the bottom rung of society seizing a chance to change his fate. He didn't get an immediate response. Daeron stared at him. Even while kneeling, the man's back was straight, revealing a self-respect that rivaled any true knight. Only his low birth had buried his talents. Like a nugget of gold hidden in the mud, waiting for the right person to find it. Now, it was time for that gold to shine. Durin's expression turned serious. Davos Seaworth, do you desire honor? Yes, my prince. Davos took a deep breath and answered honestly. Daeron pressed on. If I were to have united, would you be willing to cast aside your past crimes and embrace a new life? I would ask for nothing more. Davos looked up, his eyes full of earnestness. Good. Daeron bent down and personally helped him up. He told Davos that he would find a true knight to perform the dubbing ceremony and guide him onto the path of righteousness. Well, I'll be. Count Owen felt a surge of acid in his stomach, looking as if he'd just bitten into a raw lemon. The small council. Prince, please, have mercy. The dungeons in the Red Keep can't hold this many prisoners. Master of Laws, Lord Simon pleaded bitterly, practically tossing his dignity aside. It had been several days since the purge of King's Landing began. Even after sorting through the criminals caught by the gold cloaks, there were still over 870 people detained. Nearly 900 men. Forget whether the dungeons could physically fit them, just feeding them enough to keep them from starving was a massive expense. Lord Simon, it isn't that I don't sympathize with you, but I have other plans. Daeron had made a surprise appearance at the small council meeting, sitting in the hand of the king's chair. Technically, a prince and vice commander of the city watch wasn't qualified to sit on the small council. But he was the king's favorite son, and he controlled the only armed force in the city. He had just returned from the mud gate when he was surrounded by several ministers and ushered into the meeting. The king and the hand were, once again, absent. Lord Simon puffed out his mustache in frustration. Prince, what exactly are you planning? Indeed, Prince. Lord Chester, the master of coin, chimed in from the side. There were 4 ministers present, and these 2 were leading the charge. Daeron had nothing to hide. He spoke clearly. I have already ordered the acting Grand Maester to send a raven to the wall. We are informing the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch to send men to collect the prisoners. Beyond the wall, the White Walkers were stirring. The Night's Watch was the first line of defense for the 7 kingdoms. They were desperately short on manpower, and Daeron had just arrested a massive number of criminals. He was sure the Lord Commander would be more than happy to replenish his ranks. The Night's Watch. Varys the Spider's eyes darted around. The other 3 ministers looked at each other. They couldn't find a flaw in the logic. In the purge plan, those who escaped execution were all guaranteed to take the black and head for the wall. For King's Landing, it was just removing a batch of unstable elements. But for the watch on the wall, these were the best recruits they could hope for. Lucerys Velaryon, the master of ships, nodded silently. This plan is feasible. Born of House Velaryon, supporting the royal family was the duty of every head of his house. Given that he had already offended Prince Rhaegar, he was leaning more towards Prince Daeron, whom the king favored. Especially now that Daeron controlled the city watch. Judging by his iron-fisted approach and decisive nature, Daeron was no weaker than the willful Rhaegar. With the fate of the prisoners decided, the meeting dissolved. After the others left, Daeron stayed behind. He kept Ser Gerald Hightower, the White Bull and Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, alone in the room. Prince, I'll keep watch, Ser John Derry said, stepping outside to guard the door. Daeron nodded. He turned his gaze to Ser Gerald. Knowing that solar essence helped hatch dragon eggs, he absolutely could not let the egg held by House Hightower slip through his fingers. He had to get it. Ser. Daeron barely opened his mouth. Ser Gerald sighed helplessly and cut him off. Prince, I am willing to write a letter. It will be a personal letter sent back to the Hightower. Truly. Daeron sat up straighter. Ser Gerald nodded. I cannot say more than that. If my nephew, Lord Leighton, is interested, he will give you a reply. That is enough. Daeron pressed on. What does Lord Leighton need? Even if it's a seat on the small council, I can vacate one for him. In his memory, House Hightower of Oldtown had always been a renowned great house of the Seven Kingdoms. During the Dance of the Dragons, they were the leaders of the Greens. After that, they had gradually kept a low profile, rarely touching power. The current small council was full of loafers who only knew how to flatter his father, Aerys, and slander his big brother, Rhaegar. With Durin's current weight, pulling one of them off their horse wouldn't be an issue. If push came to shove, he could even give away his teacher Tywin's position as Hand of the King. Prince, absolutely not. Ser Gerald was startled and quickly stopped him. Lord Leighton has no interest in power. If you wish to send a greeting gift, some of those, special crops or items of yours would suffice. His nephew, Leighton Hightower, had been researching the arcane in the High Tower to the point of obsession. After listening to Ser John's persuasion over the last few days, he had hinted that Prince Daeron possessed many special crops and items, and that they were of extremely high quality. That would surely satisfy Leighton's interests. No problem. Daeron promised immediately. If it meant getting the dragon egg, a few special crops were nothing. He'd even buy a live, special cow that produced vitality-filled milk as a return gift. A cow that produced such magical products. Currently, in the entire Seven Kingdoms, only Count Owen's family at Cider Hall had one. It was worth more than 10,000 gold dragons. That night, Daeron stayed at the farm. It was the last day of spring. Tomorrow, summer would begin. Before the season changed, he had to sell his crops and non-essential items. This included the 2 harvests of strawberries, forageables, 2 amethysts, 1 emerald, and a large egg. Once the money came in tomorrow, he could begin his summer expansion. 2 a.m. The settlement screen appeared right on time. Farming, 760G. Foraging, 380G. Fishing, 0G. Mining, 520G. Other, 95G. Total, 755G. Daybreak. Spring left and summer arrived. The climate shifted overnight. Cluck, cluck, cluck. At the first crow of the rooster, Daeron opened his eyes and got out of bed. He checked the interface immediately. Summer 1, Monday. Windy. 6 a.m. Current funds, 8489G. So the farm year really is only 4 months, with 28 days per month. Daeron was mentally prepared for this. It was just a change of seasons. Time on the farm and the outside world ran concurrently. It wasn't like Daeron aged a year every time the farm went through a cycle. Since it was the first day of summer, he turned on the TV. Weather report, tomorrow, clear skies, perfect for foraging. Fortune teller, the spirits are very happy today. You will have good luck. Living on the land, summer is here. That means you can plant all sorts of new crops. Take hops, for example. The vines take a while to grow, but once they're fully grown, they produce a bountiful harvest every single day. So, good luck out there. Daeron picked up the red dragon egg, which still held the residual warmth of the fireplace. He smiled. First year of summer. Time to go to Dragonstone. 46, Chapter 46, Preparations for Departure. Pushing open the door, the farm landscape had completely transformed. The shy budding greens of spring had faded, replaced by the bold, passionate hues of summer. Daeron looked out over his fields. On the tilled land in front of the cabin, the 12 basic sprinklers, neatly arranged in a 6x2 grid, had just finished their work. The fine mist settled, moisturizing the 48 plots of soil he had prepared in advance. Swish, swish. Daeron took out his tools, clearing away the weeds and debris that appeared with the change of seasons. He checked the sprinklers and the condition of the soil. Everything looked good. Time to buy summer seeds. Just like the Profiteer Pierre's general store, the seeds available in the shipping bin updated with the seasons. Summer seeds. Blueberry, 80G. Matures in 13 days. Regrows every 4 days. Hops, 60G. Matures in 11 days. Regrows every day. Melon, 80G. Matures in 12 days. Single harvest. Poppy, 100G. Matures in 7 days. Single harvest. Corn, 150G. Matures in 14 days. Regrows every 4 days. Continues growing in fall. Tomato, 50G. There were 11 types of summer seeds in total, with corn being the only one that could grow through both summer and fall. I'm going all in on melons. With a tap of his finger, Daeron bought 48 melon seeds. In the game, melons look like pink, luscious fruits, modeled after cantaloupes or honeydews. Just like cauliflower in spring and pumpkins in fall, planting melons in a 3x3 grid gave a chance to grow a giant crop. Growing a giant crop was one of the joys of an old farmer. However, Daeron wasn't doing it for the aesthetic. He was heading to Dragonstone and wouldn't have time to tend to the farm daily. Melons were simply convenient. He looked at the hop seeds on the vendor panel. Daeron sighed wistfully. My farming level isn't high enough, and I haven't gathered enough copper bars and wood to make tappers, let alone kegs for brewing. Hops, when processed in a keg, could be turned into pale ale. The selling price was substantial, but the requirements for crafting kegs were strict. The keg recipe unlocked at farming level 8. Keg recipe, 30 wood, 1 copper bar, 1 iron bar, 1 oak resin. And to get oak resin, you needed to craft a tapper and place it on an oak tree. The tapper recipe unlocked at foraging level 3. Tapper recipe, 40 wood, 2 copper bars. Dragontongue Farm was still in its infancy. He couldn't afford to start a winery yet. Westeros has lost a potential alcohol tycoon. Daeron felt a genuine pang of regret. Buying 48 melon seeds cost him 3,840 gold in one go. Current funds, 649 G. Daeron planted the melon seeds and double-checked the soil and sprinklers to ensure the seeds wouldn't stop growing due to lack of water. Bang! He took out some materials and crafted a scarecrow wearing a straw hat. Scarecrow recipe, 50 wood, 1 coal, 20 fiber. Once a farm had more than 15 crops, crows would start showing up to eat them. A single scarecrow protected a circular area of 248 spaces, roughly an 8-tile radius, preventing crows from attacking crops within that zone. Since no crows had appeared before, and Daeron had been on the farm all day, he hadn't bothered making one. But now that he was leaving for a while, a scarecrow was essential. He placed the scarecrow in the open field. Daeron patted its straw shoulder and said, "I'm leaving the farm to you. Protect the crops." Scarecrow. Good man. Full of motivation. Daeron petted the chickens again, collected the eggs, and checked the fence around the barn construction site. Once he was sure everything was in order, he started his final spending spree. Copper pickaxe upgrade, 2000 G, 5 copper bars. Upgrade. Fiberglass rod, 800 G. Buy. Daeron consoled himself. You have to spend money to make money. Checking the panel, his funds had plummeted to 849 G. The fruits of a whole spring's labor were almost gone in the blink of an eye. But it was worth it. Upgrading the pickaxe would increase mining efficiency. The fiberglass rod was essential for early game fishing. His trip to Dragonstone would allow him to catch plenty of fish to supplement his income. Need to craft some bait too. Daeron went back into the cabin, took out the bug meat dropped by insects in the mines, and turned it all into bait. 1 bug meat, 5 bait. 135 pieces of bug meat turned into 675 pieces of bait. The fiberglass rod was superior to the bamboo pole, primarily because it had a slot for bait, holding up to 999 pieces. Click. Bait loaded. Daeron said, "My fishing income on Dragonstone depends on you." He organized his inventory, keeping Neptune's greatsword, the hoe, and the fiberglass rod. He packed the TV. That little artifact could predict daily luck. He couldn't leave home without it. He did a final sweep of the cabin. He packed the dragon egg from the fireplace, the exquisite gift box on the table, and the 3 solar essences dropped by ghosts in the mines. Bang, bang. Finally, he spent 100 wood to craft 2 chests to bring along, just in case. In total, 8 inventory slots occupied. Let's go. Packed and ready, Daeron walked out the door. Woof, woof, woof. Doro, having just finished his water, saw the farmer leaving and scrambled to follow, clearly wanting to go too. A dog that can't guard the house isn't a good dog. Daeron looked stern. Awoo. Doro lay on the ground, exposing his soft belly, whimpering urgently. Daeron rolled his eyes and scooped Doro up into his arms. "You're still too small. You can guard the house alone when you're bigger." Woof, woof. King's Landing. The Mud Gate, harbor. The refurbished royal ship was docked, sailors at their stations, ready to depart at a moment's notice. "Prince, we are ready," Davos reported, his expression serious and formal. "Good." Daeron said his goodbyes to the people on the dock. Shayna wore a sea blue dress, her beautiful face calm and rippleless as she stared out at the horizon. Her hands rested on her brothers, one on each side. Second brother. Jaehaerys looked reluctant to let him go as he handed over Doro. He really wanted to go to Dragonstone with his brother. Daeron patted his little brother's head and smiled faintly. "Be good. Let me scout the path to Dragonstone first. If everything is fine, I'll send someone to pick you up." "Okay." Jaehaerys couldn't hide his disappointment, but he forced a bright smile. Daeron rubbed his head again, then turned to Viserys. At this moment, Viserys was staring at the bustling scene on the docks, muttering in awe, "Yummy, yummy." Sigh. Daeron couldn't do anything about that. As long as he was happy. "Take care of our brothers, and take care of yourself." When it was Shayna's turn, Daeron hesitated. He didn't have much to say. Her aloofness was just an outward appearance. It didn't mean she lacked intelligence. "You too." Shayna came back to reality and naturally opened her arms to hug him, her tone soft. "My brother, remember to take care of yourself." The girl's soft body smelled sweet, and she felt as gentle as the softest vanilla pudding. It was a healing kind of happiness. Daeron closed his eyes comfortably and hugged her back. This was his right as a brother. 47, Chapter 47, Arrival at Dragonstone. Nightfall. Blackwater Bay was restless, the waves churning ceaselessly. Bang! Daeron shot his hand out, steadying himself as the ship listed sharply. He had a private cabin on the royal ship, but the rough seas of Blackwater Bay were proving difficult for his first time at sea. "Phew, at least I'm not seasick," Daeron exhaled deeply, trying to comfort himself. It was worth noting that the ship was named the Rogue Prince, a tribute to his ancestor from 8 generations back. No joke, literally 8 generations. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, and Davos's voice came through. "Prince, the wind and waves are strong tonight. Are you all right?" I'm fine, let me have a quiet night. Hearing this, Davos tactfully left to check on other parts of the ship. Daron held his breath, listening as the footsteps faded away. Then, he reached into the corner and pulled out a black, furnace-like object. When the ship tilted earlier, everything had slid into the corner. Click. He opened the lid of the black furnace. Inside, the charcoal was burning hot, cradling a red dragon egg. This thing really is convenient. Daron checked the egg, feeling the heat of the flames, and his mood settled. This wasn't a traditional stove, but a specialized incubator for dragon eggs. In this era, no one knew how to forge these anymore. Where did it come from? Count Owen, the miracle worker, had rummaged through the royal treasury and found this antique amongst the junk. It also dated back to the Dance of the Dragons era, once used by some prince or another. After the dragons went extinct, it had been tossed into the treasury to gather dust. The almighty Lord Owen. Daron sighed, suppressing a laugh. He took out a solar essence and gently placed it next to the dragon egg. This time, there was no blinding light. The dragon egg seemed to have had its fill for now. Upon touching the solar essence again, it began to absorb the energy slowly and methodically, replenishing its missing vitality bit by bit. Based on the rate of absorption, it would drain one solar essence every 7 days. The hatching is just around the corner. Daron was fully invested. He had a premonition that the day the shell would crack wasn't far off. He closed the lid and shoved the incubator under the bed. A lot had happened today, and he needed to lie down and review it all. After he left, Alistair Thorne would manage the gold cloaks and assist Commander Manley in recruiting men to bring the city watch up to its full strength of 2,000. As long as the small council didn't interfere, he didn't need to worry about that. Then there was Cersei, who had come to the harbor to see him off. He had given her a gold star daffodil, which moved her so much she nearly hugged and kissed him right there on the spot. Thankfully, her uncle Tygett Lannister, who had always disliked Daron, held his niece back. Otherwise, she might have actually done it. Daron had a motive for giving the flower, of course. He had asked Cersei to find a way to locate a woods witch. Woods witches were rare, and almost all of them hid in desolate places. It was only in the last decade, with the Red Comet arriving early and magic becoming more potent, that these mystic figures had started to become more active. Cersei had patted her chest and promised that before Daron returned, she would find a woods witch for him. She was very emphatic about it. The Red Keep. A Lannister always pays his debts. Cersei looked imperious as she shoved a letter into her uncle Tygett's hands. I promised Prince Daron I'd find him a woods witch, and I won't go back on my word. Send this letter to the Castellan of Casterly Rock and tell him to get it done. Tygett, a burly man, looked exasperated. Cersei, woods witches are dangerous. We don't need to take risks for an outsider. Westeros was a backward, feudal society. Witches, warlocks, and their ilk were viewed as dangerous and ominous. People stayed far away from them. Who in their right mind went looking for one? Cersei raised her chin and challenged him. Uncle, I promised the prince. Are you going to make me break my word so I can never show my face to him again? She was currently very unhappy with her third uncle, who usually doted on her. If not for him, she would have kissed the prince at the harbor this morning. And right in front of Princess Shaina, too. You know I mean well, Tygett said, his mouth twitching. He was genuinely afraid of his niece. Then just do it. Cersei smirked, adding a reminder, don't tell my father. Understand? Fine. Tygett was speechless, but he didn't want to crush his niece's dream of marrying the prince and be hated by her forever. Good. Cersei hummed a little tune, her mood instantly lifting as she turned to write another letter. The quill scratched against the parchment. This one was for her brother, Jaime Lannister. She heard Jaime was at Riverrun in the Riverlands. Perfect. She'd tell her dear brother to scour the Riverlands for a woods witch too. He wouldn't dare refuse. I need to think of a way to get Jaime to come to me obediently. Otherwise, I won't have a good excuse to see the prince. Cersei put her brilliant mind to work. As everyone knows, the point of Cersei's brilliance isn't that it's smart, but that it's, certainly something. Finished. Cersei was satisfied. She muttered to herself, the first favor the prince ever asked of me. Even if I have to tie one up and drag her back, I'm getting him a woods witch. Meanwhile, Daron had fallen asleep. The rogue prince drifted with the current, cutting through wave after wave. Unknowingly, Daron entered the dreamscape again. This time, he dreamt he was flying in the clouds, riding a giant beast he couldn't see clearly. The heaviness in his chest was gone, replaced by pure exhilaration and ambition. Caw, caw, caw. Suddenly, the cry of crows rang out, dragging him from the sky back to the ground. Daron opened his eyes in a daze to find himself back at Dragontongue Farm. The cabin, the tilled land with the sprinklers, the meteorite by the mailbox. Everything was as it should be. Caw. Several crows landed on the ground, ignoring the scarecrow's attempts to frighten them away, and lowered their heads to peck at the newly sprouted crops. He looked at the scarecrow. Its painted, comical face looked anxious. It wanted to wave its arms to shoo the birds, but realized it didn't actually have arms. Get lost. Damn crows. Out of concern for his crops, Daron put aside his doubts and instinctively rushed forward to chase the birds away. The crows scattered in a flurry of wings. Caw, caw. Only one crow remained. It perched provocatively on the scarecrow's tattered hat. It tilted its head, examining Dayron repeatedly. Why does this feel weird? Durin's thoughts were sluggish. He sensed something was wrong but couldn't put his finger on it. A thought suddenly sprouted in his mind. This crow looks familiar. Dayron looked up, eyes widening, trying to get a clear look at the bird. The crow lowered its head at that exact moment. Above its two black eyes, on its forehead, sat a third eye larger, rounder, and red, like a piece of amber embedded in its skull. Caw! The moment their gazes met, a piercing screech tore through the air. Durin's whole body jolted, and he woke up with a start. For a moment, his mind was blank. His heart was racing, and his shirt was soaked with sweat. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door dispelled his panic. It was Davos. Prince, it's dawn. We're about to dock at Dragonstone. Dayron sat frozen for a moment, hand instinctively going to his chest to feel the violent thumping of his heart. His thoughts slowly coalesced. A crow. A three-eyed crow. Calm as he usually was, he knew this was no simple nightmare. Creak. Getting no response, Davos pushed the door open out of concern. Prince, are you unwell? He asked worriedly. I'm fine, just had a bad dream. Dayron waved his hand, suppressing the lingering fear. What time is it? Disoriented, he had even forgotten to check the system clock. Davos told him the time and asked again, we're arriving at Dragonstone momentarily. If you're not feeling well, Prince, I can send someone ahead to fetch the Maester. No need, let's go ashore. Dayron swung out of bed, his composure fully restored. 48, Chapter 48, Hostility from the Kingsguard. Dragonstone. Dayron stepped off the robed prince, setting foot on his family's ancestral seat for the first time. Prince, mind the waves, Davos cautioned, still concerned about the prince's condition. Dayron didn't want to think about the nightmare. He nodded perfunctorily and looked around at the landscape of Dragonstone. He had a feeling. He might have been targeted by Bloodraven, or rather, the three-eyed crow. The three-eyed crow had the ability to enter dreams. In the original timeline, his brother Rhaegar was obsessed with prophecies, and his father Aerys died screaming burn them all. It was hard to say the three-eyed crow didn't have a hand in that. Especially since the Targaryens were known for producing dreamers. Having prophetic dreams was often chalked up to family talent. Is it because I changed history, or is the Dragontongue farm attracting him? Dayron couldn't be sure, so he didn't dare jump to conclusions. Based on the limited information he had, the entity seemed intent on guiding him. The first time he found the dragon egg, the entity appeared in his dream. Now, upon landing on Dragonstone, it had shown itself again. Looks like I can't go to the wall. Dayron decided to play it safe. The North could do whatever it wanted, he wasn't going anywhere near it. Rumble. The massive black stone gates built into the cliff face slowly opened. The guards on the battlements were fully armed, staring down at the group below. Dayron looked around and sensed the atmosphere was off. Prince, they don't seem very welcoming, Davos whispered, leaning in close. He had seen enough of the world to read the room. Steady on. Dayron signaled for calm and led his group through the Dragonstone gates. The stone drum tower stood on one side of the Dragonmont. A winding, steep stone bridge connected it to the coast, with the castle gates guarding the end of the bridge. These structures were built using ancient Valyrian stonemasonry techniques, likely forged with dragonfire. Once through the gates, there was still no one to greet them. Dayron frowned. He had sent a letter to Rhaegar in advance. No matter what, someone should have been sent to receive them. Speak of the devil. Out of the mist shrouding the stone bridge walked a Kingsguard in silver armor and a white cloak. He stopped in front of the group and said coolly, "Gentlemen, please follow me." Dayron kept his expression neutral and glanced at Davos. Davos understood immediately. He took a step forward and demanded, "A Targaryen prince, brother to Prince Rhaegar, has arrived. And you are the only one sent to receive him. Is this Dragonstone's hospitality? When the lord is insulted, the vassal must speak." He couldn't sit by while his prince was slighted. The Kingsguard paused mid-turn. He raised a hand to remove his helm, revealing a cold, hard face. Oswell went. Dayron recognized him instantly. From House Went of Harrenhal, and a die-hard loyalist to Rhaegar. Oswell glanced at Davos. Not recognizing the man, he curled his lip in disdain. Then, he looked at Dayron. Prince Rhaegar has just returned from sea and is handling official business in the chamber of the Painted Table. Please, Prince, move to the solar for now. Handling official business? What business was more important than his own brother? And a solar? Dayron had never heard of such a room in the Stone Drum Tower. When was that built? Please, do not take offense, Oswell said politely, but his tone was perfunctory. He turned and started walking up the stone bridge without waiting. You. Seeing the disrespect from his sworn brother, Ser Jon Derry couldn't hold back. Dayron grabbed his arm. Follow him. Don't be rash. This was Dragonstone, Rhaegar's territory. He was here to ask for a favor. Starting a conflict immediately wasn't wise. Prince, he is too rude, Ser Jon fumed. Normal protocol would dictate that if Rhaegar and Elia couldn't welcome him personally, they should at least send the Castellan or an honor guard. Sending a single Kingsguard to lead the way was unheard of. Besides, the Kingsguard represented the king. Since when did they represent Prince Rhaegar? The Stone Drum Tower. The so-called solar was a sun-facing room. Part of the solid rock wall had been smashed open and replaced with glass to create a sunroom, sweeping away the gloom of the stone drum tower. The whole room was bright and warm. "Prince, please enter." Oswell opened the door and stood there like a statue. Daron gave him a side-eye, marking this arrogant man in his mind, and strode into the solar. Inside, sunlight refracted through the glass, illuminating the many plants and flowers growing there. The layout was tasteful light-colored carpets, brown bookshelves, and various porcelains arranged neatly. A young woman with smooth black hair and pale skin stood in the room. She wore a yellow Dornish gown with high slits. "You must be Daron." Elia had been waiting for some time. She walked over gracefully. Her figure was slender, almost frail, but her curves were undeniable. Under the daring cut of the Dornish dress, her legs were visible with every step. Daron kept his eyes respectful. Elia. They had never met before. As his father Ares's madness worsened, his control over his children became suffocating. He forbade them from meeting any Dornishman. Elia smiled gently and took Durin's hand. "It is me. When I heard you were coming to Dragonstone, I wrote back specifically to welcome you. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Daron looked at the soft fingers resting on his wrist, surprised by the boldness typical of Dornish women, but he didn't let his guard down. No one liked being slighted. Elia looked confused for a moment, then glanced out the door and understood. "I apologize. Ser Oswell didn't mean it." Elia expressed her regret and explained softly, "My uncle, Prince Lewin, was injured. Rhaegar has been occupied with that, so the atmosphere on Dragonstone is a bit tense." Prince Lewin injured. Daron connected the dots. Rhaegar had just returned from sea. Prince Lewin Martell was a member of the King's Guard. He was also the younger brother of the previous ruling princess of Dorne, making him the uncle of the current Prince Doran Martell and Elia. "How bad is Prince Lewin's injury?" Daron asked with concern. Elia looked sad but tried to hide it, shaking her head. "It's not life-threatening. He took a wound to the calf. The Maester says he needs to rest for 6 months to a year." That was a serious injury. Daron nodded inwardly, getting a better grasp of the situation on Dragonstone. He turned and signaled to Davos, who was waiting at the door. Davos handed him an exquisite gift box. Daron presented the box to Elia. "We couldn't attend your wedding to Rhaegar. This is a belated wedding gift on behalf of my sister and brothers." "Thank you." Elia was pleasantly surprised she hadn't expected a gift. "Daron, open it. It should be helpful to you." Elia was curious, but adhering to etiquette, she opened the box, which was emblazoned with the 3-headed red dragon and the sun-pierced spear. Inside lay 1 gold star strawberry and 6 silver star strawberries. "This gift is too precious." Elia was stunned. As a princess of Dorne, she was worldly and had seen countless treasures. She had access to special crops, of course. But that was exactly why she understood the value of this gift. Special crops were rare enough, but high-quality ones were incredibly hard to come by. 7 high-quality fruits of the same variety, with one being the unbelievably rare gold star quality, the implications were huge. Daron said seriously, "Rhaegar mentioned you are pregnant. I hope these will help condition your body and ensure a safe delivery." 49, Chapter 49, Anomalies in the Dragonmont. Elia's expression shifted, touched by his words. She wasn't the wild, passionate Dornish woman of popular imagination. She was quiet by nature and had been frail and sickly since childhood. Childbirth was a dangerous hurdle for any woman. To keep her brother, Prince Doran, from worrying, she had temporarily concealed her pregnancy. She didn't want him making the arduous journey for her sake. She hadn't expected her husband's younger brother to be so considerate. Daron seized the opportunity, pressing his advantage. "I'm looking forward to having a new niece or nephew. Please take care of yourself. Don't overwork yourself." Pregnant women were vulnerable. If they didn't receive enough care, they grew thorns that hurt others. He had experienced this deeply with his own mother, Rolla. "Daron, you really remind me of my brother, Oberyn," Elia said, her gaze softening with nostalgia. "Young, handsome, exceptionally talented, and you value family deeply." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy touched her face. Daron didn't comment. He just wanted her to be healthier. He didn't want her to end up like in the original timeline, unable to bear more children after 2 births, and then heartlessly abandoned by Rhaegar. "Enough of that. Let me show you to your room. You must be tired." Elia smiled faintly and linked her arm through Durin's, treating him like family without a hint of distance. Afternoon. Daron walked out of the stone drum tower, a cloth bag slung over his shoulder, heading toward the Dragonmont. He hadn't seen Rhaegar yet, but it didn't matter. He didn't care if Rhaegar saw him or not. He just wanted to go to the Dragonmont to find a dragon egg. After a bit of a trek, Daron arrived at the foot of the towering Dragonmont, only to find a squad of soldiers in heavy armor, equipped with long swords and morning stars, patrolling strictly. Dragon Keepers. The Dragon Keepers were a dedicated Targaryen force established during the reign of Jaehaerys I, the Conciliator, tasked with guarding the Dragonmont and the Dragon Pit in King's Landing. During the storming of the Dragon Pit, the Dragon Keepers were wiped out to the last man. With the dragons gone, subsequent kings never rebuilt the force. Where did Rhaegar get a squad of Dragon Keepers to guard the mountain? Daron didn't make any rash moves. He turned back to find Davos and ordered him to gather intel. This was his first time on Dragonstone. There was a lot he didn't know. Caution was key. I'll explore Dragonstone first and get familiar with the terrain. Daron had a strong mindset. His policy was always to survey the environment whenever he arrived in a new place. And sure enough, though Dragonstone's soil was barren, it didn't lack special flora. Stopping and starting along the way, he found several summer forageables. Nightfall. Daron returned to the stone drum tower, windblown and dusty from the sea breeze. It's so windy out there. Where have you been? Elia came to meet him, holding a towel, looking exasperated but kind. Are you cold? Here, dry off. I went for a walk on the eastern coast. Daron didn't refuse her kindness, taking the towel to wipe his clothes. Actually, he had gone fishing on the eastern coast. The eastern coast was where the wild dragon Grey Ghost used to roam, and he wanted to explore it. He didn't find any traces of dragons, but the scenery was beautiful. He couldn't resist casting a few lines to earn some extra cash. Go get ready. Dinner will be served soon. Elia gave him a look that said, I really can't do anything with you. Dinner was in the great hall, where servants were already setting the table. Daron waited for a moment. Footsteps sounded from upstairs. Someone was coming down. A young man appeared. He had long silver hair cascading over his shoulders, indigo eyes, and a tall, upright figure. He was handsome, but exuded an air of melancholy. Rugger, Daron observed openly. It had been 6 months, and he was finally seeing his big brother again. Rugger Targaryen saw Daron as soon as he came downstairs and gave him a slight nod. Sit. His voice was deep, not distant, but surprisingly intimate. Daron nodded back, his gaze falling on the man and woman behind Rugger. The man was around 30, ordinary-looking, wearing the white armor and cloak of the Kingsguard, with a great sword as tall as a man on his back. Daron recognized him. One of the legendary Kingsguard, the Sword of the Morning, Ser Arthur Dayne. Ser Arthur looked plain, with a buzz cut and coarse stubble. But his eyes were piercing, radiating an unparalleled confidence that seemed to say, I am the best in the world. This confidence elevated his presence immensely. No one cared about his looks. Beside him was a slender young woman. She had long, smooth black hair and violet eyes. Her skin was as white as milk. She wore a purple Dornish gown with thin straps, revealing her collarbones and pale arms. She was beautiful. And she possessed an intellectual beauty, a maturity that belied her age. You could easily imagine her reading a book, looking incredibly serene and gentle. Daron took a look. Dark hair, violet eyes, similar age, and sticking close to Arthur Dayne. Likely his sister, Ashera Dayne. With looks like that, no wonder she charmed Barristan Selmy and Ned Stark. Neither of the siblings sat down. One stood guard by Rugger, the other served Elia. No one spoke during the meal. The atmosphere was rather chilly. When dinner was over, Elia took out a few Silver Star strawberries and gave one to everyone present. Daron got one too. Picking up the fresh strawberry he had gifted, he took a bite naturally. People who knew how to share were often kind-hearted. Elia possessed this noble quality. Rugger ate his Silver Star strawberry too. Learning it was a gift from Daron, a flicker of understanding passed through his indigo eyes. Dragonstone was barren, and Dorne wasn't exactly overflowing with riches either. If his wife had these special crops, they had to be a gift. And coming from his brother Daron, it wasn't surprising. Rugger wiped his lips and said, Daron, the Dragonmont is closed. Don't go there for now, just wait. Without explaining the reason, he stood up and left. Ser Arthur followed closely. Daron, Riddlers get out of Westeros. Elia smiled apologetically and waved to her companion. Ashera, come here. She took out a Silver Star strawberry, intending to let her companion taste it. Ashera walked softly, her pale toes peeking out from her sandals. As she walked, her purple skirt swayed, revealing glimpses of calves wrapped in purple ribbons. Dornish women were truly bold. Daron glanced unintentionally. It was the first time he had seen such sexually charged attire in the Seven Kingdoms. Elia hand-fed the strawberry to her companion. Ashera held a high position by Elia's side and had significant political value. House Dayne of Starfall was a major noble house in Dorne. She was also doted on by the Sword of the Morning, making her a key asset in securing the loyalty of the legendary Kingsguard. Thank you, Princess. Ashera's voice was clear and cool. She then curtsied slightly to Daron to express her thanks. Daron raised a hand, signaling no need for formalities. Nightfall. Daron was in his room, checking the dragon egg in the incubator. Knock, knock, knock. Davos knocked on the door, his voice muffled. Prince, may I come in? Enter. Davos pushed the door open and closed it carefully behind him. Daron didn't hide the dragon egg. What did you find? A dragon egg. Davos was stunned by the sight of a real, live dragon egg. Born low, it was his first time seeing such a precious object, and he lost his composure. Recovering quickly, he straightened up. Prince, according to my investigation, the dragon keepers on the mountain were originally regular soldiers. They were recently converted to patrol the Dragonmont. That wasn't the main point. The main point was, I bribed a guard. He let slip that there are monsters in the Dragonmont. Prince Luin, whom you mentioned, was injured recently while investigating the mountain with Prince Rugger. He was bitten on the right calf. 50, Chapter 50. The conflict intensifies. The next morning, Daron sought out Rhaegar, and they had a formal meeting in the study. The situation on the Dragonmont is unclear. I don't recommend you go there, Rhaegar said calmly. Daron waved his hand dismissively and brought up the old matter of House Hightower in Old Town. Lord Leighton was eccentric. He needed Rhaegar to write a letter to help persuade Lord Leighton to return the dragon egg. Rhaegar was universally recognized as the good prince, the future restorer of the realm. Anyone would have to give him some face. Hightower, a dragon egg. Rhaegar was quite surprised. Daron wasn't worried that Rhaegar would try to snatch it. He spoke frankly. I came for the dragon egg. The family needs a dragon. If you want a dragon egg, I can help you find one, Rhaegar said softly, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. But you speak of a dragon, even our great-grandfather failed to achieve that. Given his current status and position, if he put all his efforts into searching, he could probably collect 1 or 2 eggs. But it had been over 150 years since the dragons went extinct. No one had successfully hatched one. Sometimes, standing amidst the ruins of Summerhall, he felt he could still hear the screams from that great fire. Brother, times have changed, Daron said. Oh. Rhaegar hid his emotions and showed curiosity. Aren't the special crops appearing across the continent the best proof? Daron asked. The Red Comet had arrived early. The return of the dragons would also be ahead of schedule. Rhaegar pondered for a moment, then nodded. I can write a letter to Lord Leighton Hightower for you, requesting that he return the royal property. Success. Daron rejoiced inwardly. However, Rhaegar's tone shifted, as if about to state the obvious. House Hightower is powerful. If you wish to reclaim the egg, you must give Lord Leighton enough face. For example, if he demands special crops in exchange, you must do your best to fulfill it. It was basically the same thing Ser Gerald the White Bull had said, trade special crops for the egg. Daron accepted it all. With this first formal conversation, the estrangement between the brothers eased significantly, allowing them to chat about more trivial matters. Upon Durin's inquiry, Rhaegar revealed the purpose of his recent voyage. I went to Essos. I stayed in Tyrosh and Lys for a while, trying to find traces of the ancestral sword, Blackfire. Rhaegar didn't hide anything. He disdained such pettiness. However, the regret in his tone suggested he had returned empty-handed. Searching for the ancestral sword, we happen to have the same idea, Daron thought to himself. The family needs to change, and I am working towards that, Rhaegar said calmly, as if stating a minor fact. Daron nodded, not refuting him. Both of them could see the family was teetering on the edge, and both wanted to prevent the collapse. Daron was collecting eggs, trying to hatch a dragon. This was the most direct, thorough way to change things, capable of pushing House Targaryen back to its peak in one go. As for what Rhaegar was busy with, or how he planned to save the family, that remained unclear for now. I can share 2 pieces of intelligence with you. After some deliberation, Daron decided to return the favor. 1. Skagos might be the final resting place of the cannibal. 2. The ancestral sword Blackfire isn't in Tyrosh. It's likely in the hands of the Golden Company. Magister Illyrio of Pentos is a point of entry. These 2 pieces of intel were crucial. Unfortunately, Daron couldn't use them. Having encountered the three-eyed crow in his dreams twice, Daron swore he wouldn't take a single step into the north until he hatched a dragon. Whether Skagos had anything to do with the cannibal was doubtful, and the chance of finding a dragon egg there was slim. It was best to let Rhaegar, who had fewer worldly desires, explore it. If there really were eggs. Given that a clutch usually had at least 5 eggs, he could just ask Rhaegar for one. The second piece of intel was trickier. The Golden Company was founded by the noble bastard Agar Bittersteel Rivers and was one of the strongest mercenary companies in Essos. Even if Blackfire was in their hands, reclaiming it would mean a bloodbath. But he could leave that to Rhaegar. As long as I have a dragon, all of this will be mine eventually. Durin's thinking was clear. Hearing the 2 pieces of intel, Rhaegar didn't doubt him but fell into deep thought. He trusted Daron. This brother of his had been different since childhood. He might not be exceptional in any specific area, but he had no weaknesses either. His words were worth investigating. How are you certain Illyrio is connected to the Golden Company? Rhaegar quickly locked onto the target. Daron had his excuse ready. I discovered a few secret passages in the Red Keep. By chance, I overheard a private conversation between the Master of Whisperers, Varys, and Illyrio. They mentioned the Golden Company, Meleys the Monstrous, waiting for the right time, all sorts of things. Facing Rhaegar before the year of the False Spring, he didn't hesitate to sell out Varys. The brothers might be rivals in the future. But before the war started, it was necessary to unite against external threats. Internal strife was one thing, but they couldn't let outsiders profit from it. I will keep that in mind. Rhaegar understood, mentally marking Varys, since it involved Blackfire descendants. If the opportunity arose, he would root them out completely. Having said all he needed to say, Daron asked one final question. What is the situation on the Dragonmont? A short while later, Daron walked out of the study. The conversation had gone smoothly. He got Rhaegar's help, and Rhaegar got 2 pieces of intel. At the same time, he got the specifics on the Dragonmont situation. Not long ago, someone saw a black shadow on the Dragonmont that looked like a dragon and breathed fire, and they were attacked. The witness claimed it was a wild dragon. Elia ordered the Dragonmont sealed. After Rhaegar failed to find Blackfire and returned, he gathered a group of dragon seeds and soldiers to form the Dragon Keepers, patrolling the mountain around the clock. He personally led Arthur Dayne and Prince Lewin into the mountain to search for the shadow. They didn't find the wild dragon. Instead, in a cavern where dragons once lived, Prince Lewin was bitten by a strange reptile. According to Rhaegar, the reptile had excellent camouflage. It mimicked a rock perfectly when still and could only be spotted if it chose to reveal itself. Prince Lewin was careless for a moment and got bitten. Moreover, the reptile had astonishing bite force. It easily pierced his armored greaves and shattered his right tibia. The wound even showed traces of being cauterized by fire. If Sir Arthur Dayne hadn't acted in time, the injury could have been much worse. Daeron specifically asked about the reptile's appearance. It looked like a rock when still. When it revealed itself, it had 2 horns on its head, a shell as hard as iron, and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Sounds like a magma Dougie from the volcano dungeon. Daeron muttered to himself. Rhaegar's description of the Dragonmont was clear. It was still the old Dragonmont, with no terrain or environmental changes. Meaning, Dragonstone wasn't Ginger Island. Then why would a new species similar to a volcano monster appear in the Dragonmont? Daeron couldn't figure it out. But compared to a volcano monster that only knew how to ambush, the news of a suspected wild dragon was undoubtedly more exciting. Even though Rhaegar didn't find traces of the dragon and the witness didn't see it clearly, the news is thought-provoking. Daeron was very curious if a wild dragon had actually hatched on its own. As soon as he went downstairs, he heard an argument in the Great Hall. "John Derry, you blind coward. Do you realize you are infringing on the authority of the Crown Prince?" The voice belonged to Oswell Went. He was making accusations without holding back.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.